Section 1 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 1. As the train sped through the night, Grace Derlin decided that, after all, it didn't matter so much. She had parted tearfully from the girls at the sorority house, and equally poignant had been the goodbyes to her friends among the faculty. But now that it was all over, she was surprised and a little mystified that she had so quickly recovered from her disappointment. Bitterness had welled in her heart at the first reading of her mother's letter calling her home. Her brother Roy, always the favored one, was to remain at the university to finish the law course, for which he had shown neither aptitude nor zeal, and this hurt a little. And they might have warned her of the impending crisis in the family fortunes before she left home to begin the fall term, only a month earlier. But her resentment had passed. The spirit of adventure beat in her breast with strong, insistent wing. With the fatalism of imaginative youth, she was already assuring herself that some force beyond her control had caught her up and was bearing her on irresistibly. She lay back at ease in her seat in the day coach, grateful that there were no acquaintances on the train to interrupt her reveries. She was 21, tall, slightly above medium height, and bore every mark of sound health and wholesome living, a fair representative of the self-reliant American girls visible on the campus of all Midwestern colleges. The excitement of her hasty packing and leave-taking had left a glow in her olive cheeks. Her hair, where it showed under her sport hat, was lustrous black. Her eyes were brown, though in shadow they changed to jade. Variable, interesting eyes they were, that arrested attention by their quick play of emotion. They expressed her alert intelligence, her frank curiosity, her sympathetic and responsive nature. When the train reached Indianapolis, she left her trunk checked with the transfer agent and boarded a streetcar. At Washington Street, she transferred to the trolley line that ran down New York Street, where the Derlin home faced Military Park. New York Street, between the old canal and the western end of the park, had once been a fashionable quarter of the town, and the old houses still stood, though their glory of the Civil War time and the years immediately succeeding had departed. The Derlins lived in a big square brick house set well back in a yard that rose a little above the street. The native forest trees in the lots all along the block added to the impression of age imparted by the houses themselves. Under the branches of the big walnut in the Derlin front yard, the neighborhood children of Grace's generation had gathered to play. The tree was identified with her earliest recollections. It had symbolized the stability of the home itself. She pushed open the iron gate and hurried up the brick walk. Her ring brought her mother to the door, clutching a newspaper. "Why, Grace, I had no idea." She caught the girl in her arms, then held her away, looked into her eyes, and kissed her. "I'm so sorry, dear. I know what it means to you. It's a terrible disappointment to all of us." "Oh, I understand everything, Mother." "But I didn't expect you so soon. I don't see how you managed it. I thought you'd probably wait till Saturday." "Oh, I couldn't have done that, Mother." "How's Roy? He didn't write at all last week." "He's flourishing and sent his love to everybody. He promises to work harder than ever now." "I'm sure he will. I know he was sorry to see you leave. He'd know what a wrench it would be for you." They had been talking in the hall, with Grace's suitcase and tennis racket lying on the floor where she had dropped them. She pushed them out of the way at the foot of the old-fashioned stair that rose steeply just inside the door. Don't bother about your things now, Grace. Your father's in the sitting room, and Ethel's up in the spare room sewing. Have you had your supper? There's some cold-baked chicken in the icebox, and I can make you some hot tea. Oh, I had supper before I left, Mother. Mrs. Sterland lifted her head and called her older daughter's name, and from some remote place Ethel answered. Mrs. Sterland was as dark as Grace, but cast in a larger mold, and while there were points of resemblance in their faces, there was a masculine vigor in the mother that the girl lacked. Mrs. Sterland's iron-gray hair was brushed back smoothly from her low, broad forehead. She wore an authoritative air, suggesting at once managerial capacity. A woman, one would say, strongly independent in her thinking, self-assertive and obstinate, but of kind and generous impulses. Grace was already in the sitting room, where she tiptoed up behind her father, who was absorbed in a book that he read as it lay on the table before him. His bent shoulders suggested that this was his habitual manner of managing a book. Grace passed her hands over his thick shock of disordered hair and patted his cheek, then bent and laid her face against his. "Well, here I am, Daddy." "Not home, Grace," he exclaimed, looking up at her bewilderedly. "They didn't tell me you were coming. I'm a surprise. Nobody knew I was coming tonight." Well, I didn't know there was a train at this hour. It's nice to see you, Grace." He turned to the open volume with an absent, confused air, as though uncertain whether anything further was expected of him, then pushed his chair back from the table. Mrs. Sterland had come in, followed quickly by Ethel, carrying a work-basket and a blouse that she had been at work on when interrupted by the announcement of her sister's arrival. Ethel was 27, an indefinite blonde, and not so tall as Grace. Her mother said that she was a Durland, specifically like one of her husband's sisters in Ohio, a person for whom Mrs. Sterland had never evinced any great liking. Mrs. Sterland was a Morley, and the Morleys were a different stock, with a Kentucky background so precious in the eyes of many Indianians. Mrs. Sterland's father had been a lawyer of small attainments in a southern Indiana county, but it was in her grandfather, Hosea B. Morley, who sat in the Constitutional Convention of 1851, and was later a Speaker of the Indiana House of Representatives, that her pride concentrated. She had married Durland in Rangerton, where as a young man he had begun with Isaiah Cummings, the manufacturer of a few mechanical specialties, removing shortly to Indianapolis with a number of Durland's inventions and Cummings's small capital as the foundation of their fortune. "Things have changed since you left, Grace, and I'm sorry you had to quit school," Durland was saying, while Ethel, having greeted her sister, sat down by the smoldering coal fire and resumed her sewing. "It's all right, Father," said Grace, who had taken off her hat and coat. "I came back as soon as I got the news, so you and Mother would know it's all right with me. We're all going to put up a cheerful front, no matter what happens." "Of course, we've all got to do that," murmured Ethel without looking up. "It's hard on you children," said Durland. "It's all my fault. I've got nobody to blame but myself, Grace. Cummings always seemed willing for me to go on as I did for 20 years, trying to improve on the old patents and develop new ideas. But ideas don't come as fast as they used to. I guess he thought he'd got everything I was ever likely to have to offer. It was certainly unkind, after all the years you'd been together, but I don't believe for a minute your work's done. You'll strike something bigger than any of your old inventions." "That's what I've been telling Father," said Ethel. "A man who's spent years inventing things is likely to find something big any time. Of course, without the shop, Father can't work as well, but he's going to have a shop of his own. "Oh, that's fine, Father," exclaimed Grace. "Where is the new place going to be?" "It's not much of a place," Sterling answered apologetically. "I rented a little room in the Billings Power Building, and am going to run a pattern and model shop. I hope to get enough work right away to pay the rent." "I'm sure you will. Everybody who knows anything about the machinery business knows you're the inventor of the only good things Cummings Sterling make." "They've changed the name of the company now," Ethel remarked. "They've cut Father's name out." "They changed the name in reorganizing the company," Durland explained patiently in his colorless tone. "I had some loans the bank wouldn't carry any longer. Stock I put up as collateral had to be sold, and Cummings bought it." "A man who will do a thing like that will be punished for it. He won't prosper," said Ethel in a curious, strained voice. Durland frowned at his older daughter. Evidently, her remark was distasteful to him. He found no consolation in the prediction that unseen powers would punish Cummings for his perfidy. "I'd probably have done the same thing if I'd been in his place. Everything he turned down, my new ideas, I mean, proved to be no good when I put my own money into 'em on the side. You've got to be fair about it." It was clear that he set great store by the new shop. The fact that he still had a place to work preserved his self-respect. With a place in which to continue his experiments, he was not utterly condemned to the scrap heap. He lifted his head, and his jaws tightened. Grace noted with pity these manifestations of a resurgence of his courage. His laborious life, his few interests outside the shop, or more accurately, the private laboratory he had maintained for years in a corner of the Cummings-Sterling plant. His evenings at home poring over scientific books and periodicals. His mild, unquestioning assent to everything his wife proposed with reference to family affairs. All had their pathos. She had always been aware that he had a fondness for her that was not shared by Roy and Ethel. Grace imagined that it was a disappointment to her father that Roy had not manifested a mechanical bent. In his gentle, unassertive fashion, Durland had tried to curb the lad's proneness to seek amusement, to skim his lessons. This in Roy's high school days. But Mrs. Durland had always been quick to defend Roy. In her eyes, he could do no wrong. Ethel and her father were almost equally out of sympathy. Ethel was intensely religious, zealous in attendance upon a downtown church, a teacher in its Sunday school, and active in its young people's society. While Mrs. Durland had long been a member of a West End church, she was not particularly religious. She believed that there was good in all churches, but she was proud of Ethel's prominence in a church whose membership was recruited largely from the prosperous. Ethel was on important committees, and she was now and then a delegate to conventions of church workers in other cities. The pastor called upon her frequently, and she had been asked to dinner at the houses of wealthy members of the congregation, though usually some church business inspired the invitation. In a day when the frivolity of the new generation was a subject of general lamentation, Ethel could be pointed to as a pattern of sobriety and rectitude. Durland had ceased going to church shortly after his marriage, and his wife had accounted to his children for his apostasy on the ground of his scientific learnings. He never discussed religion. Indeed, he rarely debated any question that rose in the family. Mrs. Durland came bustling in, carrying an apron, which she was hemstitching, and the talk at once became more animated. "The Cummings are in their new house on Washington Boulevard, Grace. They left the house on Meridian they bought when they moved away from here. They haven't sold their place. They've leased it for 99 years to an automobile company. We're the only people on this block who were here when your father bought this house." Ethel and her mother engaged in a long discussion of the Cummings family, not neglecting to abuse Isaac Cummings for his ungenerous conduct in dropping Durland from the business. Meanwhile, Derlin crossed and recrossed his short, thin legs to express his impatience or disapproval. Nothing interested him less than the Cummings family history, and his elimination from the old company was a closed incident. Bob Cummings' wife is certainly a pretty woman, continued Ethel. She's very popular, too. You see her name nearly every day in the society column. Bob was always so quiet. I wonder how he likes being dragged around so much. I shall always think, remarked Mrs. Derland expansively, that if the Cummings hadn't moved away when they did, Bob and Grace might, well, I always thought he liked you particularly, Grace, and you were fond of him. Of course, he's 5 years older, but when you were still in high school and he was in Yale, he always came to see you and took you places when he was home. But when they moved away, everything changed. Oh, that didn't amount to anything, Mother, Grace replied carelessly. He was always shy as a boy, and I suppose he still is. After they moved away, he didn't know the girls out there, so he hung on to me for a while. He just used me to cover up his diffidence among strange young people at country club dances and other places where he didn't know many people. When he got acquainted out there, he didn't need me anymore. It would be like Hetty Cummings to tell him he'd better cut his West End friends, said Mrs. Derland tartly. Even back in Rangerton, she was always setting up to be better than most folks. It must have been in their minds when they moved away that they were going to force your father out of the business and burn all the old bridges. The canal bridge, remarked Grace with a little laugh, which the others ignored. Now, Allie, said Derland in mild protest, they didn't force me out. It was losing my stock in the company that put me out. It was merciless, said Ethel, her voice rising. Cummings took advantage of you. He always knew you were not a businessman. Everything he's got came through your genius. I guess he thought my genius was worn out, and he may be right about it, said Derland. Don't be so foolish, Daddy, said Grace gently. Any day you may have an inspiration that will be worth a lot of money. It's always possible, of course, said Mrs. Derland with a little sigh susceptible of the interpretation that she had no great confidence in her husband's further inspirations. Ethel, she continued, tell Grace about your work. Yes, please do, sis, said Grace. Well, I've just begun, Ethel replied primly. I don't know much about it myself. I'm in the Gregg and Burley Company. They're one of the biggest insurance agencies in town. Mr. Burley's been ever so nice to me. His little girl's in my Sunday school class. Mrs. Burley asked me to a birthday party they had for Louise last summer, so I really feel that I know the family. I'm handling the telephone calls and doing other little things till I get the run of the office. I've started at $18 a week. But Mr. Burley says they'll raise me just as soon as I'm worth more. There are 6 other girls in the office, and one who's been there 10 years gets $50 a week, and I don't see how they ever could get along without her. She knows more about the details of the business than the members of the firm. That sounds good, said Grace warmly. I suppose there are women in business here who make large salaries, far more than high school teachers or teachers in colleges. I never thought my girls would have to battle for their bread, said Mrs. Derland. I've always clung to the old-fashioned idea that girls should stay with their mothers till they married. Of course, thousands of splendid girls are at work in every kind of business, but it's hard for me to get used to it. I don't see why women shouldn't work if they need or want to, said Grace. I think that's one of the things that's settled. Women can do anything they please these days. I can't bring myself to see it, Mrs. Derland replied. I remember that it seemed queer when my father employed a woman stenographer in his office. Well, times have changed, Mother, Grace remarked. I have an idea that I can sell things. I read an article in a magazine about the psychology of salesmanship, and I have a strong hunch that that would be a good field for me. The big stores must be taking on more help at this season. I think I'll see what the chances are. Grace, surely you're not in earnest, cried Mrs. Derland. Of course we will need your help. But it would be a lot better, considering your education, for you to take up teaching or go into an office as Ethel's doing. It's so much more in keeping with your bringing up. It would break my heart to see you behind a counter." Derlin shifted uncomfortably in his chair as the matter was discussed. For years he had lived his own life. His thoughts centered constantly upon mechanical projects. He was now confronted by the fact that as the result of his intense preoccupation with tools, metals, and wood, and his inattention and incapacity in business, he was hardly a factor in family affairs. He listened almost as though he were a stranger in a strange house, his guilt heavy upon him. He started when Grace addressed him directly. "Well, Daddy, don't you think I'm right about trying my arts of persuasion as a saleslady? I've always loved that word. I think it would be fascinating." "You make it sound interesting," said Derlin cautiously after a timid glance at his wife. "I want you to know it hurts me to think that you girls have got to go to work. But as long as it can't be helped, I want you to do the best you can for yourselves. You ought to be sure you get into something where you'll have a chance to forward yourself." "Yes, Daddy," said Grace kindly. "I want to make my time count. If I'm going to be a businesswoman, I mean to play the game for all I'm worth." "I simply couldn't be reconciled to having you in a store," said Mrs. Derlin. "An office would be much more dignified." "I guess Grace can take care of herself," Derlin ventured. "Of course," replied Mrs. Derlin quickly. "We can trust our girls anywhere. I was only thinking of the annoyances. I've seen girls humiliated by floor walkers right before customers, and it always makes me boil, and I'm ashamed to say there are women who are perfectly hateful to the clerks who wait on them." "Well, who's afraid?" said Grace cheerfully. "School teachers have a hard time, too, with principals and supervisors pecking at them all the time. Now that I'm going out into the world, I'm not going to ask any special favors because I'm a woman. The day for that's all past." "And it's a pity it's so," declared Mrs. Derlin. "Oh, Mother, I'm for taking the world as I find it," she glanced laughingly at her father, who smiled at her approvingly. In his undemonstrative way, he was relieved that Grace was meeting family misfortunes so bravely. His courage was strengthened by her very presence in the house. Prematurely aged as he was, he rejoiced in her youth, her radiant vitality, her good humor and high spirits. He followed her with admiring eyes as she moved about the room. She bent for a moment over the book he had been reading, asked questions about it, drawing him out as to its nature and merits. He was as happy as a boy when a sympathetic grown-up manifests an intelligent interest in his toys. "I hope you won't be in too much of a hurry about going to work, Grace," said Mrs. Derlin. "It's a serious matter for you and all of us. Perhaps Ethel could make some suggestions. Some of her church friends might be able to help you." "I shall be glad to do anything I can," Ethel murmured without looking up from her sewing. "Oh, thanks. I'll certainly call on you if I see any place where you can help. I've been thinking about it ever since I got Mother's letter, and I believe I'll call up Irene Kirby right now and make an appointment to see her tomorrow. She's been in Shipley's ever since she left high school." "Now, Grace, please don't do that," protested Mrs. Derlin. "You must take time to consider your future. Irene's people are very ordinary, and I never liked your intimacy with her when you went to school together." "Why, Mother, Irene's one of the finest girls I ever knew. She was a good student in high school and certainly behaved herself. She could tell me all about Shipley's and the chances of getting in there." "I don't like it at all, Grace," replied Mrs. Derlin. "It's bad enough having my daughters going downtown to work, but I'd hate having you ask favors of a girl like Irene Kirby. I don't see why you can't wait a little and let Ethel help you find something more suitable. But it won't do any harm to see Irene and talk to her." They heard her voice at the telephone in the hall and caught scraps of her lively talk with Irene. "Grace is so headstrong," Mrs. Derlin sighed, "and you never can tell how anything's going to strike her. I'm always amazed at her inconsistencies. She's the last girl in the world you'd think would want to work in a department store. She isn't that type at all. Stephen, I wish you'd put your foot down." Derlin looked at his wife blankly, trying to recall any other instance where he had been asked to put his foot down. If he had been a man of mirth, he might have laughed. "Grace ain't going to do anything foolish. You can trust Grace," he said. "What did Irene say?" asked Ethel when Grace came back from the telephone. "Oh, I'm going to have lunch with her tomorrow at the store, and she'll tell me everything," said Grace carelessly. "Well, Daddy, it's about time for the regular evening apple." There was a plate of apples on the table with a knife beside it, and Derlin, pleased that she remembered his habit of eating an apple before going to bed, took one she chose for him and peeled it with care, tossing the unbroken peeling into the grate. 2. As Grace and her mother washed the dishes and made the beds the next morning, Mrs. Derlin recurred to the ill fortune that had brought Grace home from the university. Repetition was a habit with her, and she explained again and with more detail the manner in which Cummings had thrust her husband out of Cummings Derland. She praised the spirit in which Ethel had met the situation. All this as a prelude to another plea that Grace should plan her future with care and not take the first employment that offered. One of these days the right man would come along and she would marry. Mrs. Derlin hoped that both her daughters would marry good men and keep up the traditions of the American home. "Oh, I've never felt that I'd marry," Grace replied. "The reason I went to college was to fit myself to be something in the world. And now that I've got to begin over again, I'm going to experiment a little. I may try a lot of things before I find something that suits me." "Well, Grace, you know I've done the best I could for all you children. When my time comes to go, I want to know that you are all happy and well placed in life." "Yes, Mother. You've been wonderful to all of us, and I want you to be sure I'm not bitter about anything. You and Father have always done the best you could for us." It was a clear, crisp morning, and Grace decided to walk the short distance to the business district. Her buoyant step expressed her lightness of spirit. Never had she felt so well. Never had she been so sure of herself. She was convinced that it was only her pride that had suffered in the sudden termination of her college life, and that the blow was not to any lofty ideal that she had erected for herself. The thought of freedom fascinated her. Her mother's constant lament that the world was not what it used to be, and that the change was not all for the better, only piqued her curiosity. While the university had thrown its protecting arm around her, she had not thought of perils or dangers. They were only the subject of tedious warnings by pessimists who had despaired of youth in all ages. But now that she had been thrust into the world, she refused to be appalled by hints of unseen dangers. The fact that they were only hints, intimations, vague insinuations, only increased her incredulity, while creating a wonder in her mind as to their exact nature. She was afraid of nothing, dared everything. A car screeched discordantly as it negotiated a turn on its way into the interurban station. She noted the faces of the passengers at the windows, country folk and small-town people, and felt her comradeship with them. She had once heard the president of the university say that the state was like a big neighborhood of cheerful, industrious, aspiring people, and the thought pleased her. To Grace, the capital city of her native state was merely an aggregation of 300 and some odd thousand people. The rust-colored dome of the State House and the majestic shaft of the Soldiers and Sailors Monument connoted history and implied changes that were to influence and affect her as a child of the Commonwealth. But she was only vaguely conscious of them. It was her fate to become an active member of the community at a time when elderly citizens who professed to believe that nothing had changed since the last wild turkey was shot within the town's original square mile found themselves walking from the post office to the old Bates House site without meeting a single acquaintance. The languor that for years gave Indianapolis a half-southern air was gone. Here indeed was abundant material for the student of change. Still a sprawling country town at the end of the Civil War, Indianapolis was booming gaily when the Panic of '73 punished it for its temerity. The few conservative capitalists who patiently sawed wood while the bubbles were bursting had money to invest when the Eastern insurance companies began foreclosing their mortgages on the best corners. Such banks as survived established new low records of refrigeration. Newcomers, stupidly desirous of initiating new enterprises, were chilled by their reception. Melancholy recollections of the Panic of '73 were long a sufficient excuse for restricted credits. Not going to take any chances. As a matter of fact, they never had taken any, those cautious souls, and in the trail of the whirlwind they had gathered enough spoil to enrich themselves 1,000-fold. Stinginess nobly standardized by a few merely, one might think, that the generous of hand and spirit might shine the more effulgently. The town got by the pinching times of '84 and '93 and continued to grow right along until the automobile craze arrived with a resulting multiplication of smokestacks. With the old guard and such portions of a new generation as had been intimidated by its caution, sitting in pigeon-toed fear predicting calamity, the growth persisted. Prosperity began to wear strange faces. The old-timers didn't know the new people or pretended they didn't. Many of these new folk who rolled over the asphalt in large, expensive limousines didn't go to church at all. A singular thing. Once it hadn't been respectable to abstain from church. Spectacle of perfectly good citizens riding gaily to the country clubs on Sunday morning without fear of eternal damnation. Churches moving uptown, or those that clung to their old sites trying valiantly to adjust themselves to changing spiritual needs. Sentiment, oodles and scads of sentiment about the town and its people. Visitors expected to confess that here throbs a different atmosphere, an ampler ether, a diviner air. Politics no end. Statesmen and stateswomen everywhere visible. Families torn asunder by the battles of the primaries. A political bomb hidden under the socks in every darning basket. The fine arts not neglected. An honest interest dating back to the founders in bookish things. Every mailbox a receptacle for manuscript. Riley in Lockerbie Street thrumming his lyre with a nation for audience. No reason why any one should go friendless or stray from the straight and narrow path in a town so solidly based on the Ten Commandments, except that the percentage of the wayward seems bound to grow with a mounting population, particularly when the biggest war in all creation comes along and jars most disturbingly all the props of civilization. Changes. Changes, of course, not local as to cause and effect, but part of the general onward sweep of the time spirit impelled by gasoline to jazzy music. Insofar as she paid any attention to the talk about changes that she had heard at home and at the university, Grace believed it was all for good, that it was well to be done with hypocrisy, cant, prudishness, that a frank recognition of evil rather than an attempt to cloak it marked a distinct advance. When she was about 9, her mother had rebuked her severely for using the word leg. A leg was a limb, and not vulgarly to be referred to as a leg. The use of leg when leg was meant was still considered vulgar by fairly broad-minded folk in the Corn Belt, probably as late as 1906, if one may attempt to fix a date for so momentous a matter. Grace Sterland was no more responsible for the changes going on about her than her parents had been for the changes of their day. They had witnessed the passing of the hoop skirt, and red flannel underwear, the abandonment of the asafoetida bag as a charm against infection, and other follies innumerable. Boys and girls had once stolen down the back stairs or brazenly lied to gain an evening of freedom. Now the only difference was that they demanded and received a key to the front door. Civilization will hardly go to smash over the question of a girl's refusal to wear a corset or her insistence on her right to roll her stockings. The generation of Grace Sterland isn't responsible for changes that began the day after creation and started all over again after the flood and will continue right on to the end of things. 3. The last of a number of errands she had undertaken for her mother brought Grace to Shipley's a little before 12. She observed the young women who waited on her with a particular attention inspired by the feeling that she too might soon be standing behind a counter. Some of the clerks at Shipley's were women well advanced in middle life, whom she remembered from her earliest visits to the establishment. These veterans contributed to Shipley's reputation for solidity and permanence. They enjoyed the friendly acquaintance of many customers who relied upon their counsel in the purchases. There were many more employees of this type in Shipley's than in any other establishment in town. They were an asset, a testimony to the consideration shown the employees, the high character of the owners. Grace's imagination played upon her own future. What if she should find herself in 10 or 20 years behind a counter, ambition and hope dead in her, and nothing ahead but the daily exhibition of commodities and the making out of sales slips? But this cloud was only the tiniest speck on her horizon. She had already set a limit upon the time she would spend in such a place if her services were accepted. It was the experience she wanted. And when she had exhausted the possibilities of Shipley's or some similar place, she meant to carry her pitcher of curiosity to other fountains. While waiting for Irene outside the lunchroom, she found amusement in watching the shoppers, studying them, determining their financial and social status. Someone had told her that she was endowed with special gifts for appraising character, and she had the conceit of her inexperience as a student of the human kind. Her speculations as to the passers-by were interrupted by the arrival of Irene. "It's perfectly wonderful to see you again. I was that delighted to hear your voice over the wire last night. You're looking marvelous. I always adored your gypsy effect. Come along. There's a particular table in a far corner they keep for me, and we can buzz for just 1 hour." She had put on her coat and hat. To disguise the fact, she explained that she was one of Shipley's hired hands. She was a tall blonde with a wealth of honey-colored hair, china blue eyes, and a dear brilliant complexion. Grace's admiration, dating from high school days, quickened as she noted the girl's ease and somewhat scornful air with which she inspected the lunch card. Irene's father was a locomotive engineer, and the family lived in a comfortable house on a pleasant street in the East End, not far from the railway shops. Irene had brothers and sisters, but they did not share her good looks or her social qualities. Irene met the rest of the world with a lofty condescension, which fell short of being insufferable only by reason of her good humor. Selfishness with Irene was almost a virtue. It manifested itself so candidly. She had no intention of being bored or of putting herself out. Ugliness and clumsiness were repugnant to her. Disagreeable things did not trouble her because she had schooled herself not to see them. She was clever, adroit, resourceful, and wise with the astonishing worldly wisdom that is the heritage of the children of the 20th century. In school she had been a fair scholar, but the grand manner and a ready wit had assisted her even there. When puzzled by Irene's ability to dress better than most of her girl companions in the high school, Grace had been impressed by the revelation that Irene made her own clothes and could retouch last year's hat with a genius that brought it into conformity with the latest and most exclusive designs. "You still have the same queenly look, Irene," Grace remarked. "Queenly nothing. You're nearly as tall as I am, and I haven't a thing on you when it comes to hauteur. I suppose the Lord made me tall and gave me square shoulders just to hang clothes on for women with money to look at. I wish I had your black hair. Being a blonde is an awful handicap if you're doomed to work for a living. And a complexion like mine, which is called good by experts, is a nuisance. I've refused an offer about once a month to go on the road selling and demonstrating cosmetics. Can you see me? I suppose you'd be married before this, Irene. You must have had loads of chances." "Chances, but not opportunities," replied Irene with a shrug. "Don't tell me you've quit college to get married. It's not a professor, I hope. I'd hate to see you sacrificing yourself in the noble cause of education." "Nothing like that. I quit because we're broke. Father couldn't afford to keep me in college any longer. Someone had to drop out, and as Roy has only a year more in the law school, it seemed better for him to keep on." "Roy?" Irene repeated the last name languidly, as though Roy were a negligible figure in the affairs of the Durlands. "My brother," said Grace. "Oh, yes," Irene's eyes lighted as with some memory. "Oh, yes, brothers do rather have the best of it, don't they? But it's too bad you couldn't finish. You're just the type of girl that ought to be rounded out at college." "Oh, it's all right. I'm rather glad to be free." "Well, I dreamed of seeing you land high as a writer or something like that. I'll hand you this right now. Women can't know too much these days. It's a big advantage to a woman to know how to talk to men. I don't mean the pool room boys, but the real men, the men who draw the large mazuma. They have the brains themselves, and they respect the same ingredient in girls, a lot of silly ideas to the contrary notwithstanding. Just by knowing Thackeray, I'm the assistant manager of the ready-to-wear department of this spacious emporium, the youngest assistant in the house. Funny, but it's true." Asked for an elucidation of the statement, Irene explained that the general superintendent of Shipley's, who had power of life and death over everything pertaining to the establishment, was Thackeray mad. Learning this, she had carelessly referred to Becky Sharp in a chance conversation with him in the elevator on a day when he deigned to notice her. In a week she had been called to his office and promoted. "Oh, don't imagine he was leading up to anything. He's a gentleman with a wife and 3 children and teaches a Sunday school class. But he yearns to talk to someone, anyone who has a scrap of interest in Thackeray. His wife invited me to their house for Sunday dinner a while back, and I was never so bored in my life. But I did manage to show an intelligent interest in his library, so I guess I'll hold my job." Irene had finished at the high school 2 years before Grace, but the difference in their ages was not to be calculated in years. Irene had always seemed to Grace to be endowed with the wisdom of all the centuries. "About those correspondence courses, Grace," Irene was saying, "I've had most of the stuff on the schedule of that English course I wrote you about. I wouldn't read Carlyle's Heroes and Hero Worship again for a farm in Texas." "Or Bacon's Novum Organum," groaned Grace. "Well, I'm concentrating on French. You know I had French in high school, and I'm keeping it up in the hope the house will send me to Paris next year. You know Shipley's is one of the most progressive houses in the whole West. They certainly do treat you white. Mother's not wildly enthusiastic about my going into a store. You know Mother, she thinks—" "I know," Irene caught her up. "She thinks it's not as respectable as working in an office or teaching a kindergarten. I met Ethel on the street the other day, and she told me she'd taken a place with an insurance firm. That's all right for Ethel, but no good for you. I looked over the office game before I decided to come here, and there's nothing to it, my dear. You can make a good thing of this if you have selling talent. My salary is nothing to speak of, but I get a bonus. I drew $75 last week, and I expect to hit the 100 mark before Christmas. They steer the customers who look like real money to me. When you've learned the trick, you can make them think it's a disgrace not to buy the highest priced thing we carry. The women from the country towns whose husbands have grabbed the water power on Possum Creek or foreclosed on 90% of the farmers in the township bring said husbands along, and they are the easiest. I throw the wrap or whatever it is on my own stately person, then clap it on the wife, and hubby doesn't dare let his wife suspect he doesn't think her as much a Venus de Milo as I am. A modest little violet. "Oh, Irene," cried Grace, enchanted with her friend's wisdom. She marveled at Irene's poise and envied her the light, ironic flick she gave to the business of bargain and sale. Irene complained in the most ladylike manner of the chicken salad, which Grace had thought very good. The head waitress listened respectfully and offered to substitute something else, but Irene declined, with the indifference of one to whom petty annoyances are merely incidental and to be mentioned merely for the good of the service. As they ate their chocolate eclairs, Grace became impatient to broach the matter of her own ambition to become a factor in Shipley's, but it seemed a pity to break in upon Irene, who went on tranquilly discussing their old companions of high school days. Presently, after paying the checks, she brought her wrist watch within range of her eyes with a graceful gesture, and disposed of the matter with characteristic ease. "I've spoken to Miss Lupton. She manages our employment bureau. About you. She's a very good friend of mine, and I mentioned you to Miss Boardman, the head of my department. I didn't wait to ask where you'd rather be, but of course I'd like to have you with me. I can't just see you in the toilet goods or infants' wear. They're pretty full in all departments, but I think I've got you fixed." "Oh, Irene, all you do is fill out an application blank. They always require that, and give 2 references. You've had no experience, but your figure and general intelligence will more than balance that. They do their best to keep the standard high, and it won't be lost on them that you're of good family and have taken a whirl at college. I'm certainly obliged to you, Irene. I didn't know it would be as easy as this, but," she laughed, "they haven't seen me yet." "Don't fish. Your appearance is nothing to complain of. You know that as well as I do. It will be fine to have you where we can talk and play together, as we did in school. Between us, we ought to be able to give tone to our end of the shop." 4. Miss Lupton received Grace amiably, asked her a few questions, and pushed a blank toward her. "We always require this. It's just a matter of routine," she explained, and as Grace filled in the blank, she looked at Irene and nodded her approval of the candidate. Miss Boardman, a woman of 40, short, plump, and brisk in manner and speech, surveyed Grace with full appreciation, remarking that Miss Kirby had covered all the details. "We'll be ready for you Monday morning," she said. Then she directed Irene's attention to a lady who had, she explained, inspected all the garments in the shop and still lingered, a prey to uncertainty. "Miss Flagg doesn't seem to be getting anywhere with that woman. It's a Mrs. Bascombe from up in the state somewhere, Muncie or Anderson or maybe Delphi. She's a new customer and the fussiest person I ever saw. Maybe you can help Miss Flagg, Miss Kirby, but be careful not to rattle her. Very glad to know you, Miss Sterland. You will begin at 12:50. Miss Kirby will explain about the bonuses and other little things." "Watch me work," said Irene, her eyes upon Miss Flagg's customer. "You can sit right here." Without taking off her coat and hat, Irene walked toward the customer and clerk, who were evidently in a hopeless deadlock. Grace saw the slight gesture with which Irene signaled to Miss Flagg, The import of the signal was evidently that Miss Flagg was to continue her attentions to the lady from Muncie, Anderson, or Delphi, while Irene idly examined the garments heaped on a table, with which Miss Flagg had been tempting her difficult shopper. Irene picked out a coat, held it at arm's length, and slipped it on. Walking to a glass, she passed back and forth the better to observe the effect of the garment upon her own person. Miss Flagg's customer became interested, watching Irene enviously, and the moment the girl divested herself of the garment, she took it up. The lady from Muncie or Anderson or Delphi exchanged a few words with Irene, and again Irene put on the coat. Irene was soon discussing with her the merits of other raiment which Miss Flagg produced from the show cabinets. Grace watched intently, hearing nothing of the talk of the trio, but interpreting the pantomime. Irene had evidently assumed the role of adviser in the delicate matter of the lady's choice. Presently she took off her hat, disclosing the fact that she was a member of the selling staff of the establishment. 2 gowns having been added to the wrap, and the lady from the more northern provinces having been escorted to the fitting room, Irene returned to Grace. $600 worth, she said, flicking a raveling from her sleeve. I'll stay on the job till she's given her shipping order. Miss Flagg is one of our best saleswomen, but she just didn't hit it off with that woman. They were both tired and irritating each other. If I'd butted in and taken her away from Miss Flagg, that would have spoiled everything. I saved the day by pretending I wasn't interested in her at all. But now she knows I belong here, and she wants me to come back to the fitting room and make sure her things are all right. All she needed was a little coaxing and the right kind of flattery. You'd better not wait unless you want to watch the show a while. There's a convention of women's clubs in town, and we're likely to be rushed this afternoon. I'll run along, said Grace, and thank you ever so much. On her way to the elevator, she passed a clerk who was patiently answering the questions of a captious customer as to the merits of a garment. I don't know about this, said the woman, pecking at the silk lining in the sleeve. It looks cheap. What's the difference, lady? Exclaimed the girl. Nobody's going to notice the lining. Grace smiled. The girl's phrase fastened itself in her memory. What's the difference, lady? It was susceptible of many interpretations and applications not related to suits that sold for $19.50. She left the store elated, feeling herself already an essential unit of Shipley's. The great lower room seemed larger than when she had entered. She went into the book department and idled over the counters, opening volumes that roused her interest. She had no intention of relinquishing her interest in bookish things. She would test life, probe into the heart of things, but she would hold fast to all that she had gained in her 2 years at the university. She had been impressed by what the worldly wise Irene had said of the value of a little learning and getting on. She meant to propose to her friend that they attack French together, and there were many lines of reading she intended to pursue with a view to covering the more important cultural courses which she had been obliged to abandon. Grace rejoiced in her sense of freedom. She was tremendously sure of herself. When she arrived home, her mother was leaving for the first fall meeting of the West End Literary Club, which had held together for years in spite of the deterioration of the neighborhood. Mrs. Durland made much of her loyalty to the organization, of which she had been the founder. While her old friends had dropped out when they moved away, she thought it her duty to fill up the membership with new arrivals in the neighborhood. Women needed the inspiration of just such a society. She had enrolled a number of young married women, some of them hardly more than transients domiciled in boarding houses, with a view to keeping them in touch with the best thought of the world. Ethel, sharing her mother's interest in all movements and devices for uplift, had acted as her scout in discovering these recruits. Well, Grace, I hope, Mrs. Durland began, gathering up a number of magazines she was carrying to the meeting. I've gone and done it, Mother. I go to work at Shipley's Monday morning." "I was afraid you would," said Mrs. Durland with a sigh. "You're so headstrong, Grace. With a little patience, we'd have found something more suitable, more in keeping." "Well, I may not like it. If I don't, I'll change to something else, so please don't worry about it." Mrs. Durland had mislaid a glove. The loss of it overshadowed immediately her daughter's grievous error in accepting employment in a department store. Grace found the glove and held the magazines while her mother drew it on. "The old security, the reticences and decencies of life have passed," said Mrs. Durland. Grace suspected that her mother was quoting from a magazine article or a club paper. She declined an urgent invitation to go to the meeting. She wanted to look over her clothes, she said. "I hope you'll not give up your interest in literature now that you're going to work. You should save a little time every day for self-culture. There are some new books on that line I want you to read. I sometimes think the poorer we are, the more we lean on the things of the spirit." "I've already decided to do some studying," said Grace, who at the moment didn't feel the need of leaning on anything. She was relieved that her mother, preoccupied with the club meeting, had so lightly passed over the matter of her engagement at Shipley's. "If I'm not back at 5:30, put on that pot roast," said Mrs. Durland from the door. "It's all fixed in the icebox, and if that collector comes about the coal bill, tell him I'll call at the office the next time I'm downtown. That last load we had was full of slate, and I'm not going to pay the bill till they make it right." End of section 1. Section 2 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 2. 1. "I mustn't seem to be too much interested in you," said Irene when Grace reported for duty at Shipley's on Monday morning. "I can't play favorites, and it wouldn't do to make the other girls jealous. The first few days everything will seem strange, but all you have to do is to stand around and keep your eyes open. Be nice to everybody. That's the card to play. One girl in a department can make all the rest uncomfortable. Miss Boardman's a little sharp sometimes, but never talk back. She knows her business and prides herself on keeping way ahead of her quota of sales. The management is strong for esprit de corps, and there's a social club that's supposed to promote that sort of thing. There'll be a few dances during the winter, and a theater party, and a few little things like that. You won't mind them. They're really good fun." Grace was number 18. Her investiture with a number was the only real shock she experienced in taking her place in Shipley's. One of her new associates, who was instructing her in the routine, which began with inspection of the stock, tightening of buttons, the repair of minor damages incurred in the handling of garments, addressed her casually as 18, as though that had been Grace's name bestowed in baptism. For an instant, Grace resented her numerical designation. It was almost as though she had been robbed of her identity. Miss Boardman had given her a quick looking over to satisfy herself that the new employee met the store's requirements as to raiment. She nodded her approval of the frock of dark taffeta which Grace had worn to simple afternoon affairs at college, and told her to watch the other girls and lend a hand where she could. Miss Boardman was beyond question a person of strong executive talent. Though burdened with much desk work as the head of the department, nothing escaped her watchful eye on the floor confided to her care. By 11 o'clock, the ready-to-wear presented a scene of greatest animation. The day was fine, and a throng of out-of-town customers, lured by double-page advertisements of fall apparel in the newspapers, were attacking the department in dauntless battalions. Grace was constantly on the alert, keeping the much-examined stock in order, conducting customers to the trying-on room, and otherwise making herself useful to the experienced clerks. A spectacled old lady fortified with a handbag appeared and surveyed the scene of confusion with dismay. 18? See what that lady wants, said Miss Boardman as she hurried by. What is it, please, that I may show you? Asked Grace, feeling her heart thump as she realized that she had accosted her first customer. She smiled encouragingly, and the old lady returned the smile. I want 2 suits, a gray and a blue, cut as nearly like this thing I have on as possible. I've written my exact measurements on this card, so don't jump at me with a tape line. And I want a plain long coat for rough weather. Something serviceable and unfashionable. You look like an intelligent girl, so I don't expect you to show me anything in red or green. And don't tell me what they're wearing in Paris, London, or New York, as though I cared. I pay cash, so there'll be no time lost in looking up my credit card. Grace placed a chair for her singular customer, took hurried counsel of Irene, and was soon in the throes of her first sale. The little old lady asked few questions, but her inquiries were much to the point. Show me only good quality, she said, tossing aside a skirt after asking its price. You know perfectly well it can't be wool for that money, and the color will run the first time it gets rained on. This, began Grace, is genuine homespun, hand-wove. That's better. This will do for the blue. Find a gray of similar style. The gray was more difficult than the blue. She hadn't wanted a mixed weave, but a plain gray, which was not in stock. Grace warmed to her work, praising the quality of a gray with a misty heather mixture. Holding the coat at arm's length and becoming eloquent as to the fine quality of the garment, Grace turned to find the customer regarding her with a whimsical smile. My dear child, you do that very well. How long have you been here? She demanded. Grace colored. This is my first day, she confessed. The old lady seemed greatly amused at her discomfiture. Her alert eyes brightened behind her glasses. Am I your first customer? Well, you're going to get on. You've made me change my mind, and not many people ever do that. That heather tone really pleases me better than the plain, smooth cloth I had in mind, and I'll take it. The customer explained that she walked in all weathers and wanted warmth, not style, in the topcoat with loose sleeves which she described succinctly. Grace produced 6 such coats, one of which her customer chose immediately. She slipped it on, and the sleeves were too short, and Irene, passing along opportunely, said that nothing could be easier than to let out the sleeve the required 2 inches. Be sure she's perfectly satisfied before she leaves, whispered Irene. She looks like real money. The old lady, who looked like real money, was watching attentively an evening gown which was being displayed before a smartly dressed young woman on the further side of the room. She drew out a memorandum book and turned over the leaves. I'll wait a moment to see whether that woman over there buys that gown. You might find out the measurements. If it will do for a 36, I'll take it for a niece of mine in Evansville. She's very fond of that rose color. The rose-colored gown was rejected a moment later by the lady who had been considering it, and Grace laid it before her customer. My niece is just about your height and build, and has your coloring. I'd like to see that on you. Grace asked the nearest clerk whether there was any objection to meeting this unlooked-for request. Certainly not, though there was a model for such purposes. The old lady, who looked like real money, didn't care to see the model in the gown, and frankly said so. She expressed her gratification when Grace paraded before her in the gray and ivory fitting room. The price was $300. "Thank you. I'll take it." Grace got out of the gown as quickly as possible and presented the garments already chosen for final approval. The old lady, who looked like real money, produced from her satchel a checkbook and a fountain pen. The total was $690. Grace regarded the bit of paper with awe. It was the largest check she had ever seen. The customer wrote out the shipping directions for her niece's gown, screwed the cap on her pen, took the cash sales slip Grace gave her, and tucked it carefully away. "You've been very nice to me. Thank you very much." She smilingly extended her hand. "Let this be a little secret between us." The secret was a $10 bill. The little old lady, who really didn't look like real money, was already in the elevator, and Grace turned with relief to Irene, who inspected the office end of the cash sales slip and read aloud the signature on the check. "Beulah Reynolds. You certainly drew a prize. I never saw her before, but you've heard of her. She belongs to the old Hoosier nobility. Her people landed before the Indians left. She's lived all over the world and has just come back here and bought a house on Washington Boulevard. I read a piece about her in the paper. If she tipped you $10, it's a good sign. Don't you be squeamish about taking tips. It's all perfectly right, and it won't happen often. Don't let your good luck turn your head. There's a lady coming now who looks as though she lived on lemons. Pass the sugar and see what you can do with her." 2. Mrs. Durland was greatly distressed that a daughter of hers should have met Miss Beulah Reynolds in what she was pleased to term a servile capacity. Miss Reynolds was a personage, she said, a colonial dame, a DAR, and everything else that implied noble American ancestry. Mrs. Durland had met her at a tea, which she described with minute detail. It was in Harrison's administration, she thought, though it might have been in the second consulship of Cleveland. That a lady so distinguished and wealthy should have given Grace $10 quite as though she were a waitress was humiliating. Miss Reynolds would never have thought of tipping the daughter of Alicia Morley Durland. "I'm number 18 to all the world when I'm at Shipley's," Grace replied good-naturedly. "If I'd told her in a burst of confidence that I was your daughter, she probably wouldn't have given me the 10, which I sorely need. She was nice as possible, and I didn't see anything wrong in taking her money." "Well, of course she meant to be kind, dear, but it hurts me just a little." Thanks to Mrs. Reynolds' generous purchases, Grace's envelope for the first week contained $35.21. Though warned by Irene that this was beginner's luck, she was satisfied that she could master the selling art and earn a good income. "You've got the gift, my dear. You'll build up a line of regular customers," Irene expatiated, "who'll always ask for you, and that's what counts. I notice that a good many customers already pick you out and refuse to be steered to the other girls at your end of the room. All due to your beaux yeux, as we say in Paris, and general air of being somebody in particular." Grace quickly made friends in the store, both in and out of her own department. 2 members of her sorority, who like herself had been obliged to leave college before finishing, sought her out. An alumna of the State University, a woman of 30 who was employed in the office as an auditor, took her to lunch. A charming Englishwoman stranded in America and plying her needle in the alteration room brought her books to read. Miss Vale at the glove counter knew all there was to know about palmistry, table tipping, and automatic writing, and aroused Grace's curiosity as to the mysteries of the Ouija board. To break the monotony of her evenings, Grace asked Miss Vale and 2 other girls from the store to the house for some experiments. She had not announced in advance that the purpose of the meeting was to probe into the unknown, and had counted on Ethel's assistance in entertaining her friends. But when the Ouija board was produced, Ethel expressed a chilling disapproval of Ouija and everything else pertaining to the occult. Mrs. Durland, anxious to promote harmony, suggested that they read aloud an article in a late magazine that explained Ouija writing and similar phenomena. Of course, Grace and her friends did not want scientific explanations of Ouija. They wanted to see the thing work. Much unhappiness may be caused by such things, said Mrs. Durland, and of course, they mean nothing. I've always felt, remarked Ethel, that there's something just a little vulgar about it. Oh, piffle, exclaimed Grace impatiently. We all know it's a joke. We just wanted to have a little fun out of it. Don't bother, Grace, said Miss Vale. We'll just forget about it. Stephen Durland, who had changed his clothes in honor of Grace's party, broke his silence to say, I don't see any harm in those things. They're all explained on scientific grounds. I think it would be interesting to watch it work. It probably wouldn't work in such an atmosphere, said Grace, thoroughly irritated. Suppose, said Mrs. Durland with sudden inspiration, you girls make fudge. I'll get the things ready. I never saw a girl yet who didn't like fudge. Something had to be done to amuse the guests, and Grace assented. Ethel, however, did not participate in the fudge making, but took herself off to bed. Grace resolved never again to ask anyone to the house. She said as much to Ethel the next morning. You seem to forget that I pay my board here and help with the housework too. I ought to have a few privileges. Those are as nice girls as I ever knew, and you and Mother drove us into the kitchen as though we were a lot of silly children. You're certainly the queen of killjoys. I should think, said Ethel, regarding her sister pityingly, that with your education you'd be above putting yourself on the level with the cheap people who patronize fortune-tellers. People who really have faith that there's a life to come don't need such things. They have no place in a Christian home. Grace stared at her helplessly. Ethel was an enigma. It was incredible that anyone could feel so intensely about so small a matter or find so complete a joy in making others uncomfortable. End of section 2. Section 3 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 3. 1. Mrs. Durland, no doubt to show her sympathetic interest in her daughter's labors, asked innumerable questions every evening when the family gathered at the supper table. As Ethel's experiences were much less interesting than Grace's, the burden of these conversations fell largely upon Grace. Whenever Grace mentioned some customer her mother or Ethel knew about, that person was subjected to the most searching analysis. It was incredible that they could be so interested in people of whom they knew only from reading of their social activities in the newspapers. Ethel's preoccupations with her church and philanthropic affairs took her away several evenings in the week, and at such times Grace played checkers or sniff with her father while Mrs. Durland read or sewed. The fact that Grace's earnings averaged higher than Ethel's made it necessary for Mrs. Durland to soothe any feelings the older daughter manifested as to this disparity. Grace found no joy in Ethel. Ethel hinted constantly that her work in Gregg and Burley's office placed her in a class much above that of a salesgirl. She had brought to perfection a kind of cloying sweetness in her attitude toward the other members of the family, which Grace found hard to bear. Ethel was at pains to remind her father from time to time that it was due to his lack of foresight and initiative that she had been obliged to become a wage earner. Her remarks expressed something of the solicitude a mother might manifest towards a slightly deficient child. The effect of this upon Grace was to deepen her affection and sympathy for her father. Several times she persuaded him to go downtown with her to a big motion picture house where there was good music. He enjoyed the pictures, laughing heartily at the comics, and laughter had been the rarest of luxuries in Stephen Durland's life. Mrs. Durland refused to accompany them. All the pictures she had ever seen had been vulgar, and she was on a committee of the State Federation to go before the legislature and demand a more rigid censorship. Grace's announcement that, on evenings when she went to the French class she had entered with Irene, she would stay downtown for supper did not pass unchallenged at the supper table, which she had begun to dread for its cheerlessness and the opportunity it afforded her mother and sister to express their dire forebodings as to the future of the human race. One evening, after listening to a reiteration of their predictions of calamity, Grace broke the silence in which she usually listened to these discussions. "I don't know where you get these ideas, Ethel. You must be unfortunate in your acquaintances if you're talking from your own knowledge." Mrs. Durland rallied at once to Ethel's support. "Now, Grace, you know Ethel is older and views everything much more soberly than you do. You know she's in touch with all these agencies that are trying to protect the young from the evils of a growing city." "Just what evils?" Grace demanded. "There are some things," said Ethel impressively, "that it's better not to talk about." "That's always the way," Grace flared. "You're always insinuating that the world's going to the devil, but you never say just how. I know perfectly well what you're driving at. You think because I work in a department store, I can't be as good as you are. I'll tell you right now that the girls I know in Shipley's are just as good as any girls in town. Perfectly splendid, hard-working girls. And one other thing I can tell you, they don't spend their time sneering at everybody else. I'd rather be the worst sinner in creation than so pure I couldn't see a little good in other people." "Please, Grace," Mrs. Durland pleaded. "You're unreasonable. No one was saying anything about you or any other girl in Shipley's." "Oh, Ethel doesn't have to say it straight out. I'm not so stupid. Every time she takes that sanctified air she's preaching at me. I don't pretend to be an angel, but I'm tired of hearing how wicked everybody is. I don't dare ask any of the girls I work with to the house. You think they're all rotten." "I don't think they're all bad, and I've never said such a thing," Ethel declared. "But I have said that Irene Kirby is not the type of girl I deliberately choose to be my sister's most intimate friend, and I say it again. Now, Ethel, you girls mustn't hurt each other's feelings. If you must quarrel, please don't do it before your father and me." This consideration for her father's feelings was so unusual that Grace laughed. Durland had been twisting uneasily in his chair. His sympathies were wholly with Grace. Ethel's indirect method of criticizing her younger sister enraged him, and in this particular instance he was secretly pleased that Grace was striking back. He glanced about the table, cleared his throat, and asked in his mild tone for a second cup of coffee. "I hardly know Irene Kirby," said Ethel, "but I've heard some things about her I hate to hear about any girl." "Such as what? Tell me just what you've heard," said Grace sharply. "Well, if you insist," replied Ethel with an affected reluctance, "she's keeping company with a married man. It's been going on for some time. They were seen together last Sunday night, quite late, driving into town. Suppose you ask Irene where she was last Sunday." "What's the man's name?" Grace demanded. "Oh, I needn't mention his name. You ask Irene to tell you. A girlfriend of mine who used to work in his office saw them." "I don't believe a word of it," said Grace. You or I or any other girl might be seen driving with a married man without there being anything wicked about it." "Well, you asked me and I told you," returned Ethel complacently. "It's not a new story. I knew it when I tried to persuade you not to go into Shipley's, but I thought I wouldn't tell you why I thought it best for you to keep away from Irene." "Irene has been fine to me," said Grace quickly. "She's one of the nicest and one of the most intelligent girls I ever knew. I think it poor business for a girl like you, who pretends to be a Christian, to listen to scandalous stories about someone you hardly know. I'll say for Irene that I never heard her speak an unkind word of anyone. Every day she does a lot of little kindnesses for people, and she doesn't strut around about it either." "I don't question that you believe all that, Grace," remarked Mrs. Durland as she served the rice pudding that was the regular dessert for Thursday evening. "But you know Ethel is very careful what she says about everyone." "Yes, I've noticed that," said Grace coldly. Durland had eaten his pudding and was stolidly slipping his napkin into its ring. The better course might be to follow his example. Silence, Grace reflected, offered the surest refuge from family bickering. She saw the years stretching on endlessly, with her workday followed by evenings of discord in the cheerless home circle. The prospect was not heartening. It was 2 against 2, and her father was only passively an ally. When Roy came home, he would be pretty sure to align himself with his mother and Ethel, in keeping with his general policy of taking the easier and more comfortable way in everything. It flashed through her mind that she might leave home and take a room somewhere, or join with 2 or 3 girls and rent an apartment. But her parents needed her help. She knew that her father was wholly unlikely to assist materially with the household expenses. Ethel had not demurred when she volunteered to contribute in ratio to her earnings, which made her share at least 1/3 more each week than Ethel's. 2. Ethel's intimations that Irene Kirby was not as good as she ought to be so exasperated Grace that in a spirit of contrariness she hoped they were true. At least she didn't care whether they were true or not. She knew little of Irene's family, but the bitterness engendered by her own home life made it seem a natural and pardonable thing for a girl who worked hard and was obliged to live in an atmosphere of perpetual criticism to take her pleasure where she pleased. Her curiosity as to Irene's social contacts was greatly aroused. Irene, outwardly at least the most circumspect of young women, certainly had mastered the art of keeping her private affairs to herself. Now and then she spoke of having gone to the theater or to a dance with some young man, whose name she always mentioned. But when Grace tried to tease her about her suitors, Irene dismissed them disdainfully. They were impossible, she said in her large manner. Bank clerks, traveling salesmen, or young fellows just starting in small businesses. She wasn't at all interested in marrying a young man with his way to make, cooking for him in the kitchenette of a 4-room apartment, with a movie once a week as the reward for faithful service. These views on matrimony were revealed one day in early November when they were lunching together in Shipley's tea room. She went on to say that she would wait a few years in the hope of meeting some man of importance who could give her a position in life worthwhile. "It has been done before, my dear. It may not sound romantic, but it's the only way to play safe. I want to get away from this town. It smothers and chokes me. The firm has sent me to New York twice this last year, and I think I could get along very well down there if I had money to spend. I've been a little afraid you had engaged yourself to some struggling young professor at the university. No? Well, I'd hate to see you wasting yourself. You've got brains and good looks, and I hope you won't throw yourself away. By the way, just what do you do with yourself evenings?" "Oh, I stay at home mostly. I do a turn in the kitchen, play a game of checkers with Father, and go to bed to read." "Wholesome, but not exciting. I'd imagined you had a few suitors who dropped in occasionally." "Haven't had a caller since I came home," said Grace. "The beau I had last summer don't know I'm home, and I haven't felt like stirring them up." Irene was wearing a handsome emerald ring that Grace had not noticed before. In keeping with the tone of subdued elegance she affected, Irene never wore jewelry. The ring was a departure, and required an explanation for which Grace hesitated to ask. In spite of their long acquaintance, Grace never overcame her feeling of humility before Irene's large view of things, her lofty disdain for small change. Grace knew more out of books than Irene, but in her cogitations she realized that beyond question Irene knew much more of life. Aware of Grace's frequent glances at the emerald, Irene held up her hand. "Rather pretty, isn't it?" she asked carelessly. "That costs some real money. A little gift from a man who was foolish enough to admire me." "It's perfectly beautiful," said Grace as Irene spread her fingers on the table. "It's the very newest setting, and a wonderful stone. I don't believe I ever saw you wear a ring before." "It's the first I've worn in years. But this is too good to hide." She looked at the stone absently. "By the way, Grace, you don't seem to be burdened with engagements. I wonder if you'd care to drive into the country tomorrow evening for dinner. A little party of 4. My friend, the man who gave me this," she held up her hand, "has a guest. A most interesting man you'd be sure to like. If you haven't anything better to do, it might amuse you to meet him. A party of 3 is a little awkward, and you'd balance things beautifully." Grace's heart quickened to find herself at last admitted to Irene's confidence, a thing flattering in itself. Ethel's charge that Irene was accepting the attentions of a married man was probably true, or the girl would have approached the matter differently. It dawned upon Grace that the word party had a meaning previously unknown to her, signifying a social event clandestine in character, in which the wives of married men were not participants. The idea was novel, and it caused Grace's wits to range over a wide field of speculation. "I suppose men do sometimes take their wives on parties that are a little different. Just a quiet little kick-up?" she ventured. "Not so you'd exactly notice it," Irene answered, with a shrug and a smile of indulgence at Grace's innocence. "A wife knows her husband and all his jokes. Why should she meet him socially?" "Tomorrow night's our French class," said Grace, recovering herself quickly. "We'd have to cut it." "Oh, I hadn't forgotten that. To be frank about it, I thought that would make it easier for you to get away. I don't know just how your folks at home are, whether they always check you up as to where you go. As you've been staying downtown on lesson nights, that would help you put it over. I suggested Friday night to my friend instead of Saturday, hoping to make sure of you. There are plenty of girls who go on parties, but this is a case where just any girl won't do. You'll fit in perfectly, and I hope you'll go." "Thanks ever so much, Irene. Of course I'm pleased to death to go," said Grace. "But you'll have to tell me what to wear. My wardrobe's rather limited." "Oh, the occasion doesn't call for magnificence. Dinner's to be in a charming old house about 14 miles from town. I'm going to wear the simplest thing I have." "It's awful nice of you to ask me," said Grace, her eyes dancing at the prospect. "But if I mustn't mention the party at home, I'll have to get in early so Mother and Ethel won't suspect anything." "Let them suspect, honey. My family used to try to check me up every time I went to the corner to mail a postal. But they've got over it. By the way, I think that sister of yours doesn't like me. I passed her in the street yesterday, and she gave me what I shouldn't call a loving look." "She didn't mean anything," said Grace. "It's just that Ethel takes herself a little bit too seriously. She has all the old-fashioned ideas about things. She's got the uplift idea and all that sort of stuff. I met her in the office one day looking up a girl who had dropped out of her church club or something. That's all fine work. I'm not sneering at it. But people who go in for that kind of thing ought to remember we're not all born with wings." "Oh, Ethel means well," said Grace, her mind upon the proposed dinner for 4 in the country, of which she was anxious to hear more. "What time do we start?" 7 o'clock. "You may be sure I trust you, or I shouldn't be asking you to go on this party," said Irene. "It's not a social event for the society columns, just an intimate little dinner to be forgotten when we all say good night. Our host is Mr. Kemp, Thomas Ripley Kemp. You've seen his factory. It's as big as all outdoors. Don't look so scared. Tommy's a peach. You can't fail to like Tommy." "Mr. Kemp is married?" Grace ventured a little timorously. "Oh, Tommy's been married for centuries. His wife is one of Shipley's best customers. She's awfully nice. I tell Tommy he ought to be ashamed of himself. Tommy's not stingy with his family, and he's terribly proud of them. He has a daughter in an Eastern college, a stunning girl. Elaine is just about my age. Isn't it weird?" "I think I never saw Mr. Kemp, but of course I've heard of him," remarked Grace, bewildered by the familiar tone in which Irene spoke of Kemp and his family. "The other man, what's he like?" she asked with feigned carelessness. "Oh, his name's Ward Trenton, and he lives in Pittsburgh and is a consulting engineer and a way-upper, all right. Tommy thinks the sun rises and sets in Ward. Ward drops in here every month or two, and Tommy always throws him a party, sometimes at home or at one of the clubs, and when that's the ticket, he naturally forgets to invite me. Screaming, isn't it? Ward isn't really a sport like Tommy, but he'll go on a party and keep amused in his own peculiar way. He does a lot of thinking, that man. You'll understand when you meet him. I'm never sure whether Ward approves of me, but he's always nice." "He may not like me at all," said Grace. "Don't be foolish. You're just the kind of girl men of that sort like. They're bored to death by girls, you know the kind, who begin every sentence with say or listen, and would drop dead if they ever had an idea. Tommy's the higher type of businessman," Irene went on. "College education, fond of music and pictures and that sort of thing. By the way, Tommy has no particular love for that Cummings your father was in business with for so long. Make the same line of stuff, don't they? The Cummingses are going strong since they moved up among the swells, and it annoys Tommy a good deal. You know his folks landed here in 1820, and he's full of old family pride. He's perfectly screaming about it." "And Mr. Trenton," Grace ventured. "Is he married too?" "All the nice men are more or less married, my dear. Ward is and he isn't. Tommy's never seen Mrs. Trenton, but there is such a person. Ward speaks of his wife in the friendliest sort of way, but they don't meet often, I imagine." When Grace recurred to the matter of changing her clothes for the party, Irene's resourcefulness promptly asserted itself. "There's a very chic suit in stock, marked down from 87 to 42 on account of an imperfection in the embroidery on the cuffs. It will do wonderfully, and if you haven't the money handy, I'll take care of it till you strike a fat week. We'll try it on you this afternoon, and if you like it, we'll send it up to Minnie Lawton's apartment, and you can change there. I'll be doing the same. Fact is, I keep a few duds at Minnie's for just such emergencies. Minnie's a good scout and attends strictly to her own business." The Minnie Lawton Irene referred to held a responsible position with a jobbing house. Grace had met her at lunch with Irene several times, and had found her a diverting person. "Minnie's a broad-minded woman," Irene remarked. "I usually meet Tommy at Minnie's when we're going on a party, and that's the schedule for tomorrow evening. I'll call Tommy now and tell him everything's set." The suit proved to be all that Irene had promised. Grace was not unaware that the attendants were observing her with frankly approving eyes. "It certainly sets you off, 18. That shade of oriental blue is just right for you," said one girl. "An inch off the sleeve will help. The collar pinches the least bit. Or does it?" remarked Irene to the hovering fitter. "All right then, thank you." Grace asked for an extra hour at noon the next day for a hair washing, marcelling, and manicuring, saying to Miss Boardman that she had an engagement with the dentist. Irene had suggested this, explaining that it wasn't lying, as all the girls gave the same reason when asking extra time for any purpose, and Miss Boardman wasn't deceived by it. Beyond a few experiments in her youth for which she was promptly punished, Grace had rarely resorted to deception. But manifestly she would be obliged to harden herself to the practice if she yielded to the temptation to broaden her experiences beyond the knowledge of the home circle. She tried to think of all the calamities that might befall her. Her father or mother might become ill suddenly. An attempt might be made to reach her at the rooms of the French instructor. But instead of being dismayed by the possibility, Grace decided that it would be easy enough to explain that she had gone unexpectedly to the house of some friends of Irene who lived in the country. She was sure she could make a plausible story of this. And besides, if anyone became so ill as to cause search to be made for her, the fact that she hadn't gone to the French lesson would be overlooked. There might be an automobile accident. The thought was disturbing, but it troubled Grace only passingly. "You'll soon learn to be ready with an alibi if you get caught," said Irene. "But the more independence you show, the less you'll be bothered." Lively expectations of a novel experience that promised amusement outweighed Grace's scruples before the closing hour of the appointed day. She and Irene left the store together and found a taxi to carry them to Minnie Lawton's apartment. "We'll escape the trolley crowd," said Irene placidly, "and save time. Minnie's not going home for supper, but I've got a key to her flat, and we'll have the place to ourselves." They were dressed and waiting when Kemp and his friend Trenton arrived. Assailed at the last moment by misgivings as to the whole adventure, Grace was relieved by her first glimpse of the two men. Kemp was less than her own height, of slender build and with white hair that belied the youthful color in his cheeks. The gray in his neatly trimmed mustache was almost imperceptible. Grace had pictured him of a size commensurate with his importance as the head of one of the largest industries in the city. But he was almost ridiculously small and didn't even remotely suggest the big masterful type she had imagined. His face lighted pleasantly as Irene introduced him. His power was denoted in his firm mouth, and more particularly in his clear, steady hazel eyes. "It's so nice that you could come," he said. "I've known of your family for a long time, of course, and Irene brags about you a great deal." In marked contrast to Kemp, Trenton was tall and of athletic build with gray-blue eyes, and a smile that came a little slowly and had in it something wistful and baffling that piqued curiosity and invited a second glance. Grace appraised his age at about 40. She instantly decided that she preferred him to Kemp. He was less finished with nothing of Kemp's dapperness. His careless way of thrusting his hands into the pockets of his coat pleased her. He was not thinking of himself, not concerned as to the impression he made, slightly bored perhaps by the whole proceeding. Trenton had greeted Irene cordially as an old acquaintance, and it was evident that the three had met at other parties. "I'm starving," said Irene. "Let's be moving, Tommy." "Certainly," replied Kemp. "I'm beginning to feel a pang myself." A chauffeur opened the door of a big limousine that was waiting at the curb. They were quickly speeding countryward, with Irene and Grace on the back seat with Trenton between them. Kemp, on one of the adjustable chairs, crossed his legs with the easy nonchalance characteristic of him. "How's business, Irene?" he asked. "Are the dollars rolling into the Shipley till?" "My department is running ahead of last year's business," said Irene, "but there's less call for the best grades." "So? Same reports all over the country. We must charge it up to the war. Well, we can't change business conditions tonight. We'll all die bankrupt if things don't take a brace, and we may as well eat and be merry while we can. Am I right, Ward?" "Certain, Tommy." "Don't always agree with me," cried Kemp with feigned asperity. "You have a most disagreeable way of pretending to agree with me when you don't. You're too good a client for me to quarrel with. And besides, you're always right, Tommy." "Do stop spoiling him," cried Irene. "Everybody spoils Tommy." "Not you," returned Kemp. "Your business in life seems to be to keep me humble." "It doesn't show on you. You don't see any signs of it, do you, Ward?" "I think he's aging fast," replied Trenton. "He's breaking down under the weight of his own humility. Find the man who's giving the party. It's going to be a beautiful evening for me, just one knock after another. Grace, don't let these birds prejudice you against me." Kemp addressed her by her first name quite as though they were old acquaintances. They were skimming rapidly over the Meridian Street Bridge, and her diffidence began to pass. "I'll be your friend, Mr. Kemp," she said. "You needn't mind what the others say." "That will be all right. He needs friends, but don't mister him. He's Tommy to one and all." Oh, it's Tommy this and Tommy that and Tommy go away, but it's thank you, Mr. Atkins, when the band begins to play. Kemp quoted. It's the same old story, he finished in mock dejection. Speaking of music, did you bring some new records, Tommy? Irene inquired. The ones you have at the farm date from Ramsey's. Yes, there's a package of 'em up in front. The very latest jazz and a few classic pieces for my own private consolation. That's just like him, said Irene. Tommy thinks no one appreciates good music but himself. Kemp and Irene continued to do most of the talking, occasionally appealing to Grace or Trenton to support them in their good-natured contentions. For a time, Kemp and Trenton discussed business as frankly as though they were alone. Grace began to understand what Irene meant when she spoke of knowing men of attainment and enjoying their confidence. Kemp was saying that he was prepared to enlarge his plant the moment business took an upward turn. He meant to strike out more boldly into the South American markets than he had ever done before. His competitors didn't know it, and he didn't want them to know it, but he already had men down there preparing for an aggressive campaign. His tone was optimistic and confident. It was evident that he paid great deference to Trenton's opinions and was anxious for his approval of his plans. Once after Trenton had answered at length and with the care that seemed to be habitual with him a technical question as to the production by a new method of castings of a certain kind, Kemp turned and remarked to the young women, "That answer's worth money. It's a joy to talk to a man who knows his stuff." "Even I could understand it," said Grace, "or I thought I did." Her father sometimes had explained to her problems in mechanics, and Trenton had employed terms with which she was familiar. "I'd rather expect you to know something about such things, Grace," said Kemp. "Your father was a pioneer in certain fields. Stephen Durland, you know, Ward, used to be in the Cummings concern." "I know the name, of course. I've run across it frequently in the patent office reports. Your father's been a prolific inventor." "Yes, he's always inventing something, but I'm afraid many of his things don't work." "That's true of hundreds," said Kemp, "but certain of Stephen Durland's inventions are still standard. I know because I've tried to cut under 'em with things of my own. It was a scoundrelly trick for Cummings to put him out of the company. That's what I understand happened. You know, I believe every mean thing I hear about Cummings." "Oh, I suppose it was strictly a business matter," said Grace. "Beastly ingratitude, I'd call it," exclaimed Kemp. "I've been told that your father waived all rights to royalty on all the patents he put into the company, and Cummings only gave him a fifth of the stock in the original corporation to cover everything. Do pardon me, but that whole business made me hot when I heard about it." "It was pretty hard to bear," Grace murmured. "I'm no angel," said Kemp, "but in the long run I think we get it in the neck if we don't play the game straight. Cummings is riding for a fall. It tickles me to see 2 or 3 places right now where he's likely to come a cropper. His narrowness and lack of vision are going to have the usual result." "But you, the great Kemp, are going to push right ahead," laughed Trenton, laying his hand on his friend's knee. "Oh, nothing can keep Tommy down," exclaimed Irene in mock admiration. "Tommy's brain isn't just cottage cheese." Kemp enjoyed their chaffing and encouraged it. They were still discussing Grace's suggestion that Mars and other planets might become littered with Kemp machinery as new markets were sought for it when they reached the farm. 3. A winding road led from the highway through a strip of woodland that bore upward to a ridge where the lights of the house suddenly burst upon them. The river, Kemp explained, lay just below. A Japanese boy in white duck flung open the door and smilingly bowed them in. Kemp called his place the shack, but in reality it was a dignified old homestead that had been enlarged and only slightly modernized. The parlor and sitting room of the old part had been thrown into one room with the broad fireplace preserved. The floors were painted and covered with rag rugs. The furniture was of a type that graced the homes of well-to-do Middle Westerners in about the period of the Mexican War. The rooms were lighted by a variety of glass table lamps with frosted shades adorned with crystal pendants. These survivals of the days of coal oil lighting were now cleverly arranged to conceal the electrical source of their illumination. "Isn't it a peach of a house?" demanded Irene as she convoyed Grace through the lower rooms with a careless air of proprietorship. She led the way up the steep stairway that had been retained as built by the original owner to the rooms above. The extensions, following strictly the original simple architecture, made a commodious place of the house, which rambled on in an inadvertent fashion, bewildering to a first visitor. A wing that had been added in recent years was hardly distinguishable from the old rooms. Concessions to modern convenience and comfort had been made in the sleeping rooms, of which there were half a dozen with white woodwork, walls in neutral tints, and wicker furniture in summer cottage style. "It's all perfectly adorable," cried Grace as they paused in one of the rooms. "You've got to hand it to Tommy," remarked Irene. "He does have taste." "Maybe," Grace hesitated, and Irene instantly read her thoughts. "Oh, you're looking for the traces of a woman's hand. Bless your heart, Mrs. Kemp doesn't bother about the shack. It was Tommy's idea. The family come out for weekends in the spring and fall, and Tommy makes a point of having Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners out here, and Mrs. Kemp invites the guests. I need hardly say." Irene walked to a chiffonier and inspected her face intently in the mirror, "that I've never been invited to these en famille functions." "It seems queer," remarked Grace, dropping her hat on the bed. "I mean, it's queer our being here when she doesn't know." "Why not?" said Irene, surveying herself slowly before the glass. "She'd probably like us if she knew us and didn't know we work for a living. If Tommy just has to play a little, isn't it fine that he chooses nice little playmates like us? He might do much worse and get into awful scrapes. You needn't be afraid that the lady of the house will come tearing in and make a fuss. Tommy never takes a chance. Her ladyship's in New York spending a lot of money and having a grand old time. For all we know, she's playing around a little bit herself." "Oh, it wasn't that I was thinking of so much," Grace replied hastily. "I was just thinking that it's like a play, this quaint, interesting house hidden away, with all these lovely things, and kind of funny to think that there's a woman somewhere who belongs here." "While we're here, we belong, my dear. We'll pretend it's all ours. My conscience had awful twinges the first time I came out, but one does somehow get used to things. There's no use bucking the spirit of the age. We've got to step to the music of the band. Tommy prefers a party of 4, and nearly always brings an out-of-town man, so I have to find the other girl. If you like this party, I'll put you on for some more." She swung around and eyed Grace critically. "You're just right," Tommy whispered to me in the car, "that you were wonderful. The first thing you know, he'll be flirting with you." "Don't be so foolish. Anyone can see that he's crazy about you." "Well, that kind of insanity doesn't last. These little affairs are good for a while, but something always happens sooner or later." She spoke with cheerful indifference, as though it were the inevitable ordering of fate that such affairs should be brief. At the table, with candles diffusing a yellow glow upon the silver and crystal, the party struck at once a key of gaiety. "Don't be afraid of the cocktail, Grace," said Kemp, lifting his glass. "It's only a little orange juice and a very good gin I planted out here in the woods before Prohibition. When all the rest of the world is dry, Tommy will still have a few bottles put away," said Irene. "There's going to be champagne, too. Here's to you, Tommy." Grace sipped the cocktail warily, drank a third of it, and put it down with a covert glance at the others to see whether they were watching her. "We're all entitled to a dividend," said Kemp. "Get busy, Jerry." Grace was fingering the stem of the cocktail glass, meditating whether she should try it again, when Trenton met her gaze. Irene and Kemp were talking animatedly, quite indifferent to the other members of the party. "You really don't want that," Trenton said. If you're not used to it, let it alone. He took her glass, brimming from the dividend Jerry had poured into it, and slowly drained it. With a smile, Grace quickly moved the glass back in front of her plate, glancing at Irene and Kemp to see whether they were observing her. "Thank you ever so much. I really am not used to those things." "I thought not. Otherwise, I should have let you alone." "How did you know?" she asked. "Oh, that's part of my business, to know things without being told. You might say that I earn my living that way." He seemed amused about something. He constantly seemed secretly amused in a way of his own. But there was no mistaking his wish to be kind, and Grace was grateful for his kindness. The light touch of his fingers as he took the glass from her hand was in itself reassuring. "We're alone in the midst of a deep, dark forest," she heard Kemp exclaim. Turning, she saw him bending toward Irene, his arm around her shoulders, kissing her. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 4. 1. That Irene and Kemp should embrace and kiss at the table, Grace assumed to be the accepted procedure at such parties. Kissing to the accompaniment of cocktails was not without its piquancy, but the picture presented by Irene and Kemp she found unedifying. Under the stimulus of alcohol, Kemp and Irene seemed to have thrown away the dignity with which they had begun the party. Grace was not without her experience of kissing, but her experiences had been boy and girl transactions, all the sweeter for their privacy. She wondered whether it might not be necessary for Trenton to kiss her, but instead he rebuked Kemp and Irene with mock severity for their unbecoming conduct. "You two have no manners. We're terribly embarrassed on this side of the table." "Do excuse us," cried Kemp. "We were merely carried away by our emotions. I just happened to remember that I hadn't kissed Irene for a week." "Well, you needn't pull that caveman stuff here," said Irene petulantly. She opened her vanity box and squinted at herself in the tiny mirror. "Pardon, everybody, while I powder my nose." "Word's never been kissed, to my knowledge, Grace," said Kemp, apparently undisturbed by Irene's complaint of his roughness. "The field's open to you." "Oh, we're not going to begin in public," said Grace. "Are we, Ward?" She turned smilingly toward Trenton, who met her gaze quizzically. "I'll say I've never been so tempted before," he answered. "Oh, you're bound to come to it," cried Irene. "Grace can't pretend she's never been kissed. She's just a little coy, that's all." "I'm not coy," Grace protested, "but I'm all out of practice." "Well, we can easily fix that," said Kemp, jumping to his feet. "I'm going to kiss you right now. My sense of hospitality demands it." "Not much you're not," cried Irene, forcing him back into his chair. "I see you kissing Grace." "Jealous!" cried Kemp, striking his hands together with delight. "Jealous at last! But you needn't be scared, Grace. There's no fun kissing a girl against her will." "How do you know it would be against my will?" Grace demanded. "Well, it would be against mine," said Irene. "Ward, why don't you keep Grace interested? I'm not going to have Tommy falling in love with her. We've had some girls out here who played up to Tommy and tried to take him away from me. That's why I brought Grace. She's an old pal of mine, and my little boy's not going to flirt with her. Is you, Tommy?" "Of course I isn't," Kemp answered, and in proof of his loyalty, he kissed Irene again. The food Jerry was serving called for praise, and the Japanese grinned his appreciation of the compliments they bestowed upon his cooking. Kemp carved the turkey. He always did his own carving. It gave the home touch, he explained. Irene said she would make the salad dressing, and that would be another home touch. The essentials were placed before her, and she composed the dressing after a recipe Kemp had taught her. It was the inspiration of Kemp's pet waiter in a New York club. Kemp talked for some time of waiters he knew, and their genius in the composition of salads. Grace had never before heard food discussed by an epicure. It seemed odd that a busy man should have given so much time and thought to the formulae of the kitchen. Kemp appealed to Trenton for confirmation of his appraisement of the merits of the cooking they had enjoyed together in various parts of the country. Trenton replying in a whimsical fashion, tolerant of his friend's enthusiasm, but letting it be known that as for himself, he was much less fastidious about his food. Kemp paused in his neat, skilled carving of the turkey to deliver a lecture on green turtle soup. One might have thought that the whole progress of civilization depended on settling then and there exactly where green turtle soup attained perfection. Kemp's insistence that the New York Yacht Club was entitled to highest honors in this particular brought from Trenton the remark that he knew a place in Kansas where the mock turtle was preferable to any other liquid food he knew. "Heathen!" cried Kemp disdainfully. "Let's talk of ham and eggs. A brain food superior to the much-boasted pie," Trenton suggested. "There's a boarding house in a coal mining town in southern Colorado where a woman sets out the best ham and eggs I ever ate. I ought to know. I ate 'em 3 times a day for 2 months. You're an ostrich. If you don't swear this is the finest turkey you ever ate, I'll tell jury to serve you ham and eggs, and I'll make you eat 'em." Grace eyed her champagne glass with the same hesitancy with which she had regarded the cocktail. She had never before seen champagne. From what she had heard and read of it, she knew it to be one of the essentials of the new order of life into which she was being initiated. "That's the very last," said Kemp, taking the bottle from the cooler and holding it up for their admiration. "Positively the last." "Same old joke," exclaimed Irene. "Tommy's got enough liquor hid away out here to last 40 years. I've seen the cave he built to keep it in. There's oceans of it." "A rotten exaggeration," Kemp rejoined, thrusting the bottle back into the cooler and taking up his glass. "I haven't enough to last me 20. Irene now engaged him in a lively debate as to the merits of the wine. She pretended to a critical knowledge of vintages, and after demanding to see the label, expressed serious doubts as to the authenticity of the contents. Kemp challenged her assertions. Apparently, the two found the greatest pleasure in taunting each other. "They're off," groaned Trenton. "You'd think they hated each other from the way they talk. We'll be dignified, Grace, and keep out of their silly controversies. Between ourselves, I've been exposed to a great deal of champagne, but I can't tell one brand from another." "It's terribly dangerous, isn't it?" asked Grace, peering into her glass. "I took your advice about the cocktail, and I didn't feel it at all. How much may I drink of this?" "Well, about a quarter of that won't do you any harm," Trenton replied after pondering the matter with exaggerated gravity. "It seems to me you're rumming it in just a little by asking my opinion in that tone of voice. One might think I was your father." "Oh, you're not nearly old enough for that. But would you be ashamed of me?" Grace asked, sipping the wine and holding up the glass each time that he might see that she was not exceeding her allowance. "I shouldn't be ashamed of you even if you were my aunt. I was just thinking how singular it is that when a man reaches 40, he wants every girl he meets to think he's only 27. Have you noticed that?" "No, but I'll remember it. I can see you're terribly wise. Have I had enough of this pretty stuff?" He inspected her glass carefully and nodded. "Just about." "If I drank it all, I might be more amusing," she suggested. "I might be as lively as Irene." "Let me study you first, without artificial stimulation. As I have every intention of keeping sober myself, you'll get some little idea of what manner of being I am. A first meeting is important. It's either that or nothing. If we both got tipsy, it would be different. But frankly, I don't like being tipsy. Oh, I don't think I've ever been. Far, far from it. But tonight I have a feeling that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to lose my head." "No?" she inquired with all the mockery she dared employ. They were interrupted by a question from Kemp, who was now discussing automobiles with Irene. Kemp invited Trenton's support in his defense of the limousine in which they had driven to the shack. The car was not to Irene's liking, and she warned him never to buy another of the same make. Kemp tried to explain why he had not met her wishes in the matter. The car was a product of his hometown, and the manufacturer was a friend, and it was his policy to patronize local industries. Grace thought it ridiculous that Irene should show so much feeling about a matter which was, strictly speaking, none of her concern. The car had seemed to Grace a machine of much splendor, and it had borne them speedily and comfortably to the farm. She was unable to understand why her friend was so earnestly denouncing it. "Don't let them bother you," said Trenton. "They get into a row about cars every time I'm here. Their ignorance is pitiful. Neither one of them knows a thing about it." "Who doesn't know anything about cars?" demanded Irene testily. "I've wakened the enemy's pickets," laughed Trenton. "You two ought to remember that just 6 weeks ago tonight you threshed out the whole business. You ought to know by this time, Irene, that Tommy is as obstinate as a mule. He'd be sure to buy the very car you warned him against." "Oh, I knew all the time that's what he'd do. Of course I don't have to be satisfied, but I'd rather ride in a jitney," Irene rejoined scornfully. "Knowing your aristocratic taste, I don't see you," said Kemp, turning to the others. "We are not really fussing today. It's just a little sketch we're putting on. Irene and I never quarrel. I just lead her on for the joy of seeing how ignorant she is about the things she spouts about the loudest." The talk now shifted to the theater, it appearing that Kemp in his business trips to New York found time to cultivate the acquaintance of many actors and actresses. Irene had met some of them both in New York, where she seemed to have encountered Kemp on her buying excursions for Shipley's, and at home, where Kemp always threw a party for his particular admirations among theatrical people when they visited Indianapolis. Apparently, these parties had been very gay from the manner in which Irene and Kemp referred to them. They recounted with particular delight an occasion on which the star of a musical comedy had with the greatest difficulty been put into condition to resume his itinerary after a Saturday night at the shack. Irene was moved to immoderate laughter at the recollection. "When he gets a bun, he's ever so much funnier off the stage than he ever is on. He climbed out of a window when we were trying to get him in shape to go to his train, and would you believe it? We found him in the barnyard talking to a pig. Then he cried to take the little brown piggy with him. He said he wanted it for his understudy. He was perfectly screaming about that silly little pig, and we fooled around so long he missed the last possible train, and Tommy had to drive him clear to Chicago for a Sunday night opening. He kept saying every time we told him he had missed another train that he would wait till it came back. You couldn't beat that." Grace and Trenton were laughing more at Irene's enjoyment of her own story than at the incident itself. They learned that the comedian had finally been landed at the stage door of the Chicago theater, where he was to appear barely in time to dress for his part. Kemp was enthusiastic about the drive, which had broken all records. He interrupted Irene's story with many details of the flight, which she had forgotten. When Irene and Kemp again became absorbed in each other, Grace picked up the thread of her talk with Trenton. "We stopped just where it was growing interesting," she remarked. "Let's go right on where we left off. You were saying you thought it better not to lose your head tonight. Was that on my account? Am I such a young innocent that you've got to take care of me?" He laughed at the eagerness with which she flung these sentences at him. If she was affected by her restricted potations, there was nothing in her manner or speech to indicate the fact. Her eyes were bright, but only from the excitement of her entrance upon a new field of adventure. Once a young student at the university had addressed some verses to her questing eyes and published them in one of the college periodicals. The poem had been instantly recognized as a tribute to Grace Derland. questing was a fitting term for a certain look that came into her eyes at times, when her habitual eager gaze became crossed oddly with a faraway look of reverie. Trenton was doing full justice to her eyes, and was mindful of their swift changes. "On the whole, I don't really believe you need protecting," he answered. "Oh, just a little, perhaps. But I think I'd trust you to take care of yourself." "But what if I don't want to be taken care of? What if I want to jump into the water with a big splash?" So that's the idea. Well, I think you'd swim out, and yet again you mightn't. There are those who don't," he ended gravely. "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything," she said with a defiant lifting of her head. "Dear me," he narrowed his eyes and looked at her sharply. "Broadly speaking, it's better not to be afraid of life. Life's got to be lived." He pecked at his salad for a moment, and put down his fork and went on. "We've got to meet situations, play the game with the cards as they're dealt. We hear a good deal these days about our grand old grandfathers and what heroic stuff they were made of. They fought with savages who didn't have the right ammunition to fight back with. But nowadays, the savages are inside of us. The wild streak in man is showing itself. It's in all of us." He touched his breast lightly and smiled to minimize the seriousness of what he was saying. "Right around here, where the corn grows tall, you might think, and probably a lot of people back yonder in the city like to think, that everything's safe and it's easy to be good. We're all being tested all the time. The man who was an angel 50 years ago would probably be a perfect devil these days if he had half a chance. The world is a different place every morning, but that's only an old habit the world has. It keeps spinning a little faster all the time. Now we've got right here," with a slight movement of the head, he indicated Kemp and Irene, "we've got a situation that wouldn't have been possible 20 years ago, or at least not in a town like this. But we may be sure something of the kind was going on, only it was better hidden. Nowadays, with more people and more wealth and the general craving for excitement, things happen differently. We may regret such things, you and I, but we are not helping matters by denying they exist. Everybody is restless. People are living as though they expected to die tomorrow and are afraid they're going to miss something. But I don't believe people are wickeder than they used to be. What we used to call wicked, we call naughty now, and pretend it doesn't matter." He spoke half questioningly, as though not sure of her assent. "I suppose that's so," she replied soberly. "I never thought of it in that way. But," she added, "you must have lots of other responsibilities, more important ones, without troubling about me." "We're not much use in the world if we haven't a few. I think I might put you on my list. How would you like that?" "It would be wonderful if you thought me worth thinking about after we leave here," she answered, her eyes bright. "If I never saw you again, I shouldn't forget you. You're a vivid person. I can honestly say that you're the most interesting person I've met in a long time." They were interrupted by Irene and Kemp, who rose suddenly from the table. "Tommy and I are going to dance," said Irene. "You two can have your coffee where you like. There's a cordial if you want it. Tommy has everything, you know." She rested her hand for a moment on Trenton's shoulder. Her face was flushed, and her voice a little strident. "You two are spooning beautifully. You may be awfully proud of yourself, Grace. I never saw Ward so interested in any girl before." "Run along, Irene. Grace and I are talking of serious matters," Trenton replied. "Listen to that, Tommy. These idiots are serious. It'll never do to leave them here." Kemp caught Trenton by the arm and dragged him from his chair. "Can't be serious in my house, Ward Trenton. Always too serious for Irene and me. Just look at that beautiful girl I got you to play with. Silly to be serious with a girl like that." "All right, we'll dance then," said Trenton amiably. "That's the talk. Don't forget this is a party, not a funeral." Jerry had rolled back the rugs and pushed the furniture out of the way in the living room. Kemp and Irene were already on the floor, dancing exaggeratedly to the air of one of the new records. "I'm not up to date on the new stuff," remarked Trenton apologetically, but Grace found that he danced well, and evidently with enjoyment. "You two not drinking enough," said Kemp in one of the pauses. planting himself waveringly before Trenton and Grace and extending a glass. "Gotta drink more. Party's no good without wine. Lots of wine. Want everybody to get soused like me." 2. Grace's experience of drunkenness had been limited to the occasional sight of a tipsy man in the street, and she was shocked by the unhappy change in Kemp's appearance. His suave courtesy had disappeared. His hair was in disorder. Irene had rumpled it before they left the table, saying that he was too pretty. And as he talked, his head moved queerly in time with his jerky articulation, and he looked old. One might have thought that age, as a punishment for his intemperance, had snatched away his youthful mask. Finding that Grace and Trenton paid no heed to his demand that they drink more wine, he followed them over the floor and finally arrested them while he apologized elaborately for neglecting Grace. She was his guest, and it was time that he was dancing with her. Irene rose from the couch where she had been watching them and announced her determination to teach Trenton a new step. His manner of dancing was all out of date, she said. She flung her arms around his neck and with her head on his shoulder pushed him about while Kemp, delighted at Trenton's discomfiture, clapped his hands in time to the music. Grace, finding herself free, seized the moment to try to escape. But Kemp lunged to the door and intercepted her. "Running away from me? Awful bad manners, run away from host. Gotta dance with me like Irene. That's right. Grace, good little sport. Irene's friends all good sports." He caught her arms and clasped them about his neck. But as his muddled senses were unequal to responding to the rhythm of the music, the performance resolved itself chiefly into an attempt on Grace's part to keep him on his feet. "Sorry I stepped on you. Awful sorry, Grace. Wouldn't step on you for anything in this wide, wide world." "Oh, it was great fun," Grace cried when the record had played itself out. She was determined to make the best of it, but Trenton, mopping his brow, intervened. "Tommy, you're too rough. Grace doesn't want to dance anymore. We're going to have our coffee. You go and dance with Irene." "Poor sport, awful poor sport," Kemp retorted as Trenton led Grace away. He bawled after them his conviction that they were both poor sports, and resumed dancing with Irene. Jerry had placed the coffee tray in a long, comfortably furnished sun porch opening off the dining room, where the music and the voices from the living room penetrated only feebly. "I think I'm going to like this better," said Grace with a sigh of relief. "A little calm is agreeable after a rough house," said Trenton, watching her intently as she seated herself by the table and filled the cups. "Tommy never knows his limit," he went on, taking a cigarette from a silver box on the stand. "He can't carry this stuff as he used to, and he doesn't act pretty when he's shot. But he recovers quickly. He'll be all right soon. Irene knows how to manage him. One lump, thank you." Grace was still breathing deeply from the violence of her romp with Kemp. She was hoping that Trenton would renew the talk she had been enjoying at the table, but his silence was disconcerting. She wondered whether he was not purposely waiting for her to speak to show her reaction to the scenes in which they had been participating in the living room. She turned to him presently with a slight smile on her lips. "You can see that I'm a terrible greenhorn. I don't know how to act at a party. Not this kind of a party. I suppose it isn't nice of us to run away, but you were an angel to come to the rescue." "It's always pleasant to be called an angel," he remarked. "It hasn't happened to me for some time. Tommy would die of chagrin if he knew he'd been making a monkey of himself, but he's likely to do most anything when he gets a bun." Jerry came in to inspect the wick of the coffee lamp, and Trenton detained him. "Oh, Jerry, you needn't serve any more drinks. Mr. Kemp doesn't need any more." "Yezza," the boy bowed imperturbably and withdrew. "Jerry and I understand each other perfectly. He'll take care of that. I wonder what the boy thinks, but you never can penetrate the innermost recesses of the Oriental mind. He probably doesn't approve of Tommy's parties, if we knew the truth. I suppose he's used to them. Let me see, what were we talking about? We hadn't settled anything. We were going round in a circle." Then let's keep revolving. I want to hear you talk some more. I want to know your ideas about everything." "Oh, that's a large order," he laughed, "but I'll do my best." She was struck suddenly with a fear that he might be finding her company irksome. It was quite likely that at other times, when he had been provided with a companion familiar with the technique of such parties, he had contributed more to the gaiety of the occasions. But her imagination was unequal to the task of visualizing him in such antics as Kemp was engaged in. He impressed her more and more as she studied him as a man who kept himself in perfect control, who found indeed a secret enjoyment in merely looking on when others were bent upon making an exhibition of themselves. "We were speaking a while ago of our naughtiness in accepting an invitation to a function like this. I've attended a lot of such parties here and elsewhere. I'm always wondering why I'm invited and why I go. Perhaps," he smiled quizzically, "it's to give moral tone. That's undoubtedly why you were invited." "That excuse won't do for me," she replied quickly. "I wanted to come. I was perfectly crazy to come." "Well, it's just as well to satisfy your curiosity. I assure you these parties are all alike. I've taken a hand in them in every part of the world. The only thing that makes this one different is," he smiled broadly and his eyes danced with humor, "is you. I might say that you are quite different. You create an atmosphere quite your own." "Hurry up and explain that," she clasped her hands in mock appeal. "I might be different and still very unsatisfactory." "Yes, there is that possibility," he answered musingly. "A girl requires a little practice to catch the stroke. That is, she has got to get over the first shock before she becomes a good party girl. You're a novice. It will be interesting to know just how you emerge from the novitiate." "Would you be interested in that, really?" "Vastly." Her attention wavered, and with a quick lifting of the head she bent a startled, questioning look upon him. The new records of distinguished operatic stars which Kemp and Irene had been playing had served as a faint accompaniment to their talk, but the music and the sound of voices were no longer audible in the sun porch. Grace glanced nervously about, oppressed by the silence. Voices and steps were heard in the rooms above. Trenton asked if she had read a novel which he took from the lower shelf of the stand that held the coffee things. Her negative reply was almost hostile, and she did not meet his gaze. Her face wore a look of cold detachment. It seemed to him that the girl was no longer there, that what he saw was merely a shadowy shape that might pass utterly at any moment. He rose and dropped his half-smoked cigarette into an ashtray on the stand. When he faced her again, the look had changed. He interpreted it as an appeal, and he was not unmindful of its poignancy. She sat erect, her head lifted, her hands clasped upon her knees. "I was just wondering," she began. "Oh, Tommy and Irene? They're about somewhere," he said carelessly. He reached for a fresh cigarette, eyed it as though it were an unfamiliar thing, and lighted it deliberately. That look in her face, the appeal in her eyes, had struck deep into him. He sat down beside her on the davenport, crossed his knees, and folded his arms. His composure restored her confidence. In a moment, she settled back, quite herself again. He touched rapidly upon a great number of problems, talking well with an animation that surprised her. But she knew that he was trying to make her forget her perturbation of a moment ago. It was an enormous satisfaction to know that he understood. It was almost uncanny that he understood so much of what was in her mind and heart without being told. "If it isn't impudent for me to ask, I'd like to know just what you're aiming at," he said. "You look like a girl who might be cursed with ambitions. Can't you let me into the secret?" "Oh, honestly, I haven't any. When I was at the university, I thought I had some, but they were silly. Like every other girl, I was crazy for a while to be a trained nurse, and then a settlement worker, and I even thought I might be a writer, and for about a week I had a craze to study medicine. Then I had to leave college, so I took a job in a department store. How's that for ambition?" "A little mixed, but the books are not closed yet. There's plenty of time for fresh entries. There's marriage. You've overlooked that. That must be on the program." "It's not the first number. College girls who don't get married the day after commencement are likely to wait a while. I'm not a bit excited about getting married. I want to look the world over before I settle down. Suppose you fell in love. Some fine fellow who could take good care of you. What then? Well, I've had chances to marry and I couldn't see it. I've never been in love, not really. There's a professor who wanted to marry me, a widower with 2 children. You wouldn't have me do that. And young fellows, several of them, very nice, who caused me a lot of bother before I got rid of them. I liked them all, but I couldn't love them. Then I'll make the prediction that always applies in such cases. Someday you'll meet just the right man, and that will be the end of it. Maybe, but I don't see it now. All I want right now is to be free, she said, and a faraway look came into the dark eyes. One can be free and terribly lonesome too, he suggested. There's nothing quite so horrible as being lonesome. This is a big world, and just knocking around by yourself isn't much good. We all need companionship. The soul cries for it. She glanced at him quickly, surprised at his sudden seriousness and the note of depression in his voice. In her great liking for him, she groped for an explanation of his change of mood. He had not struck her as at all a moody person. Some reply seemed necessary, and she was at a loss to know what to say to him. "But you're a success," she exclaimed. "It's only when a man fails that he's likely to be lonesome." Success is a beautiful word, but to myself, I'm a decided failure. I've failed in the most important thing a man ever undertakes. Don't look at me like that. I'll explain. I'm supposed to be a mechanical expert, but there's one mechanism that's beyond me. I'm referring to the heart of a woman. My ignorance of that contrivance is complete. The grim look that had come into his face yielded to a smile as he saw her bewilderment. You're going to be bored in a minute. I didn't want you to think me more than 27, and you're already guessing that I'm at least 70 and a doddering wreck. I wasn't thinking that at all. You seemed unhappy, and I was sorry. Well, don't be sorry for me. I'm not deserving of anyone's pity, not even my own. When I spoke of failure, I was thinking of my marriage. Irene probably told you that I'm married? Oh, yes. I asked her the first thing. And it made no difference to you about coming, I mean? None whatever, she laughed. I just thought of it as an experience. Rather like studying a bug under glass, is that it? Yes, something of the sort, but you were speaking of your wife. Well, he said with a smile, my being married is not a confidential matter, nothing to hide or be ashamed of. My wife is a very charming woman. You'd probably fall into her spell if you knew her. People frequently do, and I think she'd probably like you. Not if she knew I had met you at a party like this. Bless you, that wouldn't make a particle of difference in her liking you or not liking you. She's broad-minded, very much so. And it's one of her many good points that she isn't jealous. If she came in here and found me talking to you, she wouldn't scream and break up the furniture. She'd join in the conversation and make herself interesting. Say startling things just to make us sit up. After a fashion, she's a philosopher, very much entertained by what the world's doing. She sees in me only one of the many millions, a queer specimen for the microscope. She actually puts me into the books she writes. Grace bent her head, lifted it quickly, and exclaimed, Is she Mary Graham Trenton? I've read her Clues to a New Social Order, but I never imagined. No, you wouldn't connect me with anything so daring. I need hardly repeat that she's a broad-minded woman. I'd be interested to know how you come to know about that book. Oh, that's easy. We had a lecture on it in our sociology course at the university. The head of the department didn't approve of Mrs. Trenton's views and warned us against the book, so of course I read it. Naturally. But it's interesting, awfully interesting. Written, I assure you, laughed Trenton, by a remarkable woman. 3. The unhappy marriages of which Grace had known had failed for obvious reasons, but Trenton's case was fascinating in its subtleties. He spoke of his wife as a man might speak of a woman he admired in a detached sort of way, without really knowing her. In spite of his amiable attitude towards Mrs. Trenton, Grace found herself instantly his partisan. She was sure his failure, as he called it, was his wife's fault. She greatly disliked this woman she had never seen. She started and flushed when he said abruptly, almost as though he had read her thoughts, "You're getting ready to pity me, but don't do it. It's something in me that's wrong. We don't quarrel and throw dishes across the table or call each other names. We respect each other tremendously. It isn't even one of these triangular affairs, another man or woman. When we meet now and then, we talk quite sanely and sensibly of the news of the day and the arts and sciences, as two strangers might talk in a smoking car. The trouble may lie right there. A man and wife must be necessary to each other to make a perfect marriage, and we're not. For 7 or 8 years, we've mostly gone our separate ways. She has her own interests, plenty of them. If I tell her I'm going to Hong Kong to do a job and ask her to go along, she'll say she doesn't think it would amuse her. She'll go to Paris and stay till I come back. All cheerful, you understand, no row. But Mrs. Trenton's quite able to do as she pleases. As to money, I mean, independently of me. And she knows people everywhere, and they like to have her around. I like having her around myself." "Perhaps one of these days everything will come right," said Grace. "Possibly," he said, "but that's enough of me. Let's talk about you a little." He drew her out as to her experiences at the university, but when these were exhausted, he told her something of his own history. He had been thrown upon the world at an early age, and not without difficulty had worked his way through technical school. His profession had carried him to every part of the world. He told amusing stories of the reaction of remote foreign peoples to the magic of modern machinery. No other man had ever interested Grace half so much. Trenton was like a pilgrim from another and larger world. She was fascinated by the cosmopolitan fashion in which he changed the scene of his adventures from China to South Africa and from South America to far-flung islands whose very names were touched with the glamour of romance. Some of his journeys had been merely pleasure excursions. He got restless sometimes, he said, and had to go somewhere, but chiefly he had traveled to sell or to install machinery, or to work out mechanical problems under new and difficult conditions. There was no conceit in him. A vein of self-mockery ran through most of his talk. He made light of the perplexities and dangers he had encountered. There was no fun, he said, in the performance of easy tasks. He knew usually when he was employed that his services were sought in the hope that he might be able to solve riddles which other very capable persons had given up. Grace studied him at leisure through his desultory monologue, interrupting only to ask questions to keep him assured of her interest. Her mind turned back repeatedly to what he had said of his wife. She was quite sure that Mrs. Trenton didn't appreciate her husband's fine qualities. He was a man of genius, and as such probably wasn't always easy to understand. But it was Mrs. Trenton's business, the girl reflected, to learn to understand him, to seek ways of making him happy. She was more and more struck by his seeming indifference to most things, even to his own achievements. Her imagination played upon him with girlish romanticism. He ought to be aroused, awakened. He deserved to be loved, to have the companionship he craved. And yet, from the manner in which he spoke of his wife, it was a serious question whether he didn't love her. Whether the unknown woman loved him was another question that kept thrusting itself into her thoughts. As he rambled on through the hour they were alone, he played fitfully with the end of a gold locket which he carried on his watch chain. He would draw this from his right-hand waistcoat pocket, seemingly unconscious of what he was doing, and hold it in his hand or smooth it caressingly. She speculated as to whether it did not contain a picture of Mrs. Trenton. She even considered asking him to let her see it. Again, steps and voices were heard above, and Trenton looked at his watch. "It's 11 o'clock, and Tommy and I are taking the midnight train for St. Louis," he said. "We've got to beat it." She rose and stood beside him, sorry that the evening was so nearly over. "I'll always remember tonight. You've been awfully nice to me," she said. "Please don't. If you begin thanking me, I'll know you feel I'm older than the hills. I see it all now. I made my story cover too many years." "Oh, that's not it at all," she protested. "I was just wondering how you ever crowded so much into your young life." You do that sort of thing very prettily, and when you look at me like that, you become dangerous." "You really don't think I'm dangerous?" "Not in the least little bit. I'm not to be caught in that trap. A wise man never acknowledges to a woman that she's dangerous. They ought to have taught you that at the university. But you're patient. You've listened to me, as Desdemona listened to Othello." "I believe," she said daringly, tilting her head, "I believe I'd like to flirt with you. Oh, just a little bit." He took a step nearer, his hands thrust into his pockets in his characteristic way. He drew them out, and they fell to his side as he regarded her fixedly with a smile on his lips. Then, very gently, he took her cheeks between his hands. She thrilled at the touch. They were fine, strong hands. She had noted repeatedly all through the evening how finely formed they were, and the strength implied in them. "It's meant very much to me to meet you. You can't know how much. I almost feel that I know you a little bit." "It's meant so much more to me," she returned sincerely. "I'd be ashamed if I wasn't grateful. And that doesn't mean at all that I feel that you're a day older than I am." They were smiling gravely into each other's eyes. There was not for the moment at least any question of a disparity of years. She drew away slowly until her face was free of his touch. Then she laid her hands lightly on his shoulders. "Please kiss me," she whispered, and their lips met. "Here, you two." They swung around to find Kemp in the door, watch in hand. "We've just got time to make it. Your bag is at the station ward? All right, go up and get your things, Grace, and tell Irene to hurry." Kemp was again the man of business, his preoccupation with the journey already showing in his eyes. Irene was giving the last touches to her hair when Grace found her. "Ready in just a minute," she said. "How did you get on with good old Ward?" "He's perfectly lovely. He's the most interesting man I ever met." "That's what they all say. Have any luck vamping him?" "Of course not," replied Grace, putting on her hat. "You couldn't expect me to make a hit with a man like that. He's too big and much too wise." "Oh, the wiser they are, the harder they fall," replied Irene carelessly. "It's something that he didn't leave you and go out for a walk all by his lonesome. That's the way he treated a girl I wished on him once. Actually, my dear, walked out of the house and didn't come back till Tommy and I were ready to go. But she got soused, the little fool. I guess I was lit up for a little while tonight, and Tommy certainly was feeling his poison when Jerry put the wine away. He's all right now. It hits him quick, and then it's all over." Jerry appeared to bow them ceremoniously into the car. On the way into town, they talked only fitfully. When the men spoke, it was to discuss the business that was calling them to St. Louis. "I'm going to Minnie Lawton's for the night, Grace," said Irene. "You'd better stop there with me. It's easier doing that than explaining things at home. There won't be time for you to stop at Minnie's to change your things." Grace had considered the possible embarrassment that might result from going home at midnight in the new gown. She meant to explain that she had changed before leaving the store and had gone home with Irene after the French lesson, and some of Irene's friends had dropped in. "Don't take a chance of being scolded," remarked Kemp. "You know your family, and I suppose you have some leeway. I'd hate for you to get into trouble." "Oh, I'll fix everything all right. It isn't so awfully late. I'll be home by 12. They dropped Irene at Minnie's, and then swung westward. Grace indicated a point a block from home where they might leave her. "If you like the shack, I hope you'll come again," said Kemp. "It's been fine to have you along." "We'll meet again," said Trenton. "We didn't settle much. There'll have to be some more talks. Many of them, I hope." "I hope so, too. Thank you both, ever so much." When she reached the Derlin gate, she caught a last glimpse of the taillight as the car swung southward round the park. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lightcrystal. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 5. She turned off the hall light at the switch at the head of the stairs and gained her room unchallenged. Usually her mother waited up for her, and Grace breathed a sigh of relief to find her door closed. She quickly undressed, hiding the new suit in the closet and throwing out another to wear to work in the morning. She lay for nearly an hour, thinking over the events of the night, but slept at last the sleep of weary youth, and was only roused by the importunate alarm clock at 6:30. On her way to the bathroom for a shower — the shower had been a concession to her and Roy — she passed Ethel, whose good morning she thought a little constrained. As she dressed, she rehearsed the story she meant to tell to account for her late homecoming. Something would be said about it, and she went downstairs whistling to fortify herself for the ordeal. Her father was reading the morning paper by the window in the living room, and in response to her inquiry as to whether there was any news, muttered absently that there was nothing in particular, the remark he always made when interrupted in the reading of his paper. She found her mother and sister in the kitchen. "Good morning, Grace," said Mrs. Durland pleasantly. "We're a little late, so you might set the table. Ethel and I have started breakfast." Mrs. Durland usually made a point of setting the breakfast table herself, and Grace wondered whether this delegation of the task might not mean that her mother and Ethel wished to be alone to discuss just what should be said about her arrival at midnight, when they had every reason to expect her home from her French lesson by 9:30. When they were established at the table, Ethel praised the clear, bright morning. It was her habit to say something hopeful and cheering at the breakfast table, illuminated at times by an appropriate quotation. Mrs. Durland encouraged this practice, and if Ethel did not at once volunteer her contribution to the felicity of the matutinal meal, would ask, "Ethel, haven't you some word for us this morning?" Ethel had offered a quotation from Emerson, and Grace had correctly guessed that it was from the essay on compensation, when Mrs. Durland, having filled and passed the coffee cups, glanced at Grace. "What kept you so late last night, dear?" she asked in the kindest of tones. "I waited up till 11. I didn't hear you come in. You must have been very late." "Oh, I didn't get in until 12. After the lesson I went home with Irene, and there were some people there, and we just talked and played cards. I didn't know the time was passing till it was after 11. "That's rather strange, dear. They didn't know at the Kirbys that you were at their house?" "Why didn't they know?" Grace demanded. "Because we called up," her mother answered. "John Moore's in town, and telephoned about 8 o'clock to know if he could come out. Ethel talked to him." "He's such a fine fellow," said Ethel. "You know, Mother and I met him when we went down to see you at the university last spring. He's such a splendid type." "A kind of high-minded, self-respecting young man we like to have you know, Grace," remarked Mrs. Durland. "John's a dear," said Grace warmly. "And you told him to go to Professor Duroy's, and of course he didn't find me there." "No, and he called a second time, thinking he had misunderstood. He was very anxious to get you to go with him to the football game tomorrow, and was afraid you might make some other engagement. It was just a little embarrassing that we couldn't tell him where you were." You might have told him to come to the store in the morning." Grace replied, "Well, I guess I may as well make a clean breast of it. I played hooky. Irene and I went to a supper party." "So you told me an untruth," exclaimed Mrs. Durland, staring wide-eyed at the culprit. "Grace, this isn't like you. You should have told me you were not going to Professor Duroy's. You might have saved me my worry last night, when you were so late, and the Kirbys said Irene had not been home, and that she told her family she was spending the night with a friend." "Yes, Mama. I shouldn't have told you a fib. I'm sorry. It was a dreadful sin." She looked from one to the other, smiling, hoping to dispel the gloom that seemed to hang above the table. It was not, however, in her sister's mind to suffer the deception to pass unrebuked. "You'll tell us, I suppose, whom you had supper with besides Irene?" Her sister's question angered Grace the more by reason of the tone of forbearance in which it was uttered. She would tell them nothing. A crisis had arisen in her relations with her family, and she resolved to meet it boldly. "I'll not answer your question," she said, addressing herself directly to Ethel. "It's none of your business where I go or what I do. Ever since I came home, I've been staying in at night, except when I've gone to a movie with Father. I'm working hard every day to help keep things going here at home, and I mean to keep on doing it. But I'm not a child, and I'm not going to be checked up for every hour I'm out of your sight." "Calm yourself, Grace. Don't say anything you'll be sorry for," admonished Mrs. Durland. "After I'd warned you about the Kirby girl," began Ethel with the serene patience due an erring child who may yet be saved from further misdemeanours. "Oh, you warned me all right enough," Grace interrupted. "You've done a lot to make things pleasant for me since I came home. When I asked those girls here to the house, you made everything as disagreeable as possible. You shied from a harmless Ouija board, and now if I go out for an evening, you're terribly shocked because I lie about it and refuse to tell you exactly where I've been. But I do refuse. I'm never going to tell you anything. The sooner you understand that, Ethel Durland, the sooner we'll have peace in this house." Her eyes were bright with tears, but she held her head high. In so far as she reasoned at all in her anger, she was satisfied that justice was on her side. She was of age. She was self-supporting. She was bearing her full share of the family expenses, and she meant to establish once and for all her right to freedom. "I hadn't expected you to take the matter in this spirit," said Mrs. Durland. "It isn't like you, Grace. We want the very best for you. We want you to have your friends and to enjoy yourself. And be sure we all appreciate the fine way you met your disappointment at being obliged to give up college. But you know we owe it to you, dear, to protect you in every way possible. There are so many perils these days. Not only here, but everywhere through the country. The moral conditions are terrible," said Ethel plaintively. "A young girl can't be too careful." "Well, if I'm wicked, your goodness more than makes up for it," Grace flashed back, and then, her anger mounting, "Why do you assume that I've been wicked? Are you going to take my character away from me right here at home? If I've got to live here in an atmosphere of suspicion, I'll leave. I can easily find another boarding place where I won't be picked at all the time." "You wouldn't think of doing that," cried her mother aghast. "This is your home, dear. It will always be your home. We should be so grateful that we've been able to keep the dear old place. Well, you're making me think of it. If I go, you'll be driving me out. No one has any intention of driving you from home, said Ethel. We want to guard you with our faith and love. Your faith? Grace laughed ironically. Of course, we have all the faith in the world in you, declared Mrs. Durland. Stephen Durland, who had remained silent during this discussion, was now folding his napkin. He cleared his throat, glanced from his wife to his daughters, and back to his wife. Seems to me this has gone far enough, Alicia. There's no use acting as though Grace had done anything wrong. Of course, we didn't mean that, Stephen, said Mrs. Durland quickly. It was only the fact that Durland so rarely expressed an opinion on any matter pertaining to family affairs had so surprised her that she found herself unequal to the task of completing her sentence. I guess it's a good place to let the matter drop, he said. The way to show Grace we trust her is to trust her. 12 o'clock is not late. I heard Grace when she came in. I don't blame her for not answering questions when she's jumped on. Don't nag Grace. Grace is all right. This was the longest speech Stephen Durland had delivered in a family council for years. He rose, paused to drain the glass of water at his plate, and left the room. A moment later the front door closed very softly. The gentleness with which it closed had curiously the effect of emphasis upon his last words. They waited to give him time to reach the gate. Having broken one precedent, he might break another. He might come back. He had even addressed his wife as Alicia instead of the familiar Allie, a radical and disconcerting departure. We may as well clear the table, said Mrs. Durland, when a full minute had passed. Grace assisted in the clearing up. All the processes of this labour were executed in silence, save for an occasional deep sigh from Mrs. Durland. When the dishes had been washed and put away in the pantry, Grace hung up her apron and went to her room. She made her bed and straightened up her dressing table, and had put on her hat and coat when Ethel appeared in the door. Grace, I want you to know how sorry I am if I said anything to hurt you. You know that not for worlds would I be unkind or unjust to my own sister. Oh, that's all right, Ethel. Just forget it, Grace replied indifferently. She bade her mother good-bye with all the cheer she could muster. Good-bye, Grace, called Mrs. Durland from the window, where she was scanning the newspaper. I hope you'll have a good day. Thank you, Mother. Section 2. As the trolley bore her townward, she decided that all things considered, she had come off fairly well in the encounter. But she was not jubilant. She had probably established her right to go and come as she pleased, but the victory brought her no happiness. Ethel's conciliatory words meant nothing. It was her sister's way to manifest forbearance and tolerance, to smooth things over when there had been a clash between them. Grace had for her mother a real affection, sincerely admiring the effort she made to keep in touch with the best thought of the world, a pet phrase of Mrs. Durland's. Mrs. Durland was kind, unselfish, well-meaning. She meant to live up to her ideal of motherhood. It was despicable to lie to her. Grace's conscience was now busy tearing down the defences behind which she had excused herself for going to Kemp's party. Any uncertainty as to Irene's relations with the manufacturer were dispelled by the visit to the shack. The fact that Kemp's money made it possible to surround the relationship with a degree of glamour did not mitigate the ugly fact. It might be that the people who talked so dolefully of the new generation and the low ebb to which old-fashioned morals had sunk were right. Irene's affair with Kemp presented a situation which, if greatly multiplied, would mean the destruction of all that made womanhood precious. Could she, Grace Durland, ever be like that? What was to prevent her from doing exactly what Irene was doing, or falling even lower? Nothing, she pondered, but her own will and innate sense of righteousness. She would have no excuse for following Irene's example. The home she had just left really stood for all those things she had been taught to believe were essential to right living. Her mother, with all her failings and weaknesses, had laboured hard to implant in her children the principles of honour and rectitude. And her father, pitiful figure though he was a man of ideals and a pattern of morality. He believed in her. He was her friend, and it would be shameful to do aught to bring disgrace upon him. And with an accession of generosity as she pondered, Grace saw Ethel, too, in a different light. With all her offensive assumption of saintly airs, Ethel's ideas of human conduct were sound. Ethel was a disagreeable person to live with, but nevertheless she was not always wrong. She had indubitably been right about Irene Kirby. As Grace left the car, she saw by a street clock that she still had 10 minutes in which to report at the store, and she loitered, eager to remain in the open as long as possible. And she rather dreaded meeting Irene. Section 3. Happily for her peace of mind, the day opened briskly. She had disposed of a rapid succession of customers before Irene, who had arrived late, passed her in the sales-room with a careless nod and smile. At 9:30, Grace espied John Moore, the unwitting cause of the exposure of her truancy from the French class, standing in the entrance. So many other thoughts had filled her mind since she left the breakfast table that she had forgotten about Moore and the football game. She was carrying a gown she had just sold flung over her arm, when the sight of the young man, who was clearly dismayed by the unfamiliar scene, brought a smile to her face. He sprang forward, beaming, when he caught sight of her. "I was just about to run. I'm scared to death," he exclaimed. In his joy at finding her, he dropped his hat as he grasped her hand. He was big of frame, but trained fine, and the deep tan of his summer on a Kansas farm had not yet worn off. His grey suit was only saved from shabbiness by a recent careful pressing. His lean cheeks were neatly shaven, and his thick brown hair was evenly parted and smoothly brushed, though a wisp of it persisted in slipping down over his forehead. 27 or thereabouts, John Barton Moore, as he was written on the university books, seemed older, with the maturity of one who begins early to plan and fashion his life. "I'm awfully glad to see you, John," she cried. "Up for the game, of course. I was terribly sorry not to be home when you called. The trouble was that I cut my French lesson at the last minute to go to a party." "Perfectly all right, Grace. I ought to have written you a note to say I was coming up." He glanced about anxiously. "Am I blocking the wheels of commerce?" he asked with the drawl of that proclaimed him one of those children of Indiana whose ancestors reached the Wabash country by way of North Carolina and Kentucky. "Nothing like that. Just a minute till I send this dress to be packed." She motioned him to a chair, but he remained standing, like a soldier at attention till she came back. Now then, let's proceed to business. Well, are you needs or her children to root this afternoon? Though I think we're going to win, and you've got to go. Got good seats and everything's all set.
Why, John, I'm afraid I can't go. Saturdays are busy days here. I don't like to ask to get off.
Oh, you can fix it somehow. And besides, I want to talk. I've got about 1,000,000 things to tell you. You left in such a hurry. I didn't know you were gone till Roy told me the next day. I've certainly missed our talks.
Well, we'll have some more. I'm starving for a talk with you.
Well, this is a fearsome place, and I mustn't keep you. So please see your boss and tell him or her this is a matter of life and death.
At this moment, Irene swept by with a valued customer, and Grace appealed to her. Miss Kirby, Mr. Moore, Irene. Mr. Moore is an old friend of mine from IU, and he wants me to go to the game. Would I be shot if I asked to get off? Irene surveyed Moore carefully and weighed the question for an instant.
What do I get if I fix it? She asked, giving the young man the benefit of her handsome eyes. I might offer a bushel of hickory nuts, said Moore. I counted a lot on seeing the game with Grace.
I think, said Irene with mock gravity, I think it can be arranged. Miss Boardman sent word this morning that she's ill and won't be down, so I'm in charge. We're likely to have a busy afternoon, but you run along, Grace.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Miss Kirby.
And Moore thrust out his hand. It was evidently his habit to express all manner of emotion with a handshake. He was regarding Irene with a frank curiosity manifest in his steady grey eyes. The grand manner of the Irenes of the world, one would have assumed, was new to him.
I wish you could go along too, he said. It's likely to be a lively scrap. If you say the word, Miss Kirby, I'll get another seat right away.
Oh, thank you so much. But with Miss Boardman away, it can't be done. It's nice of you to ask me, though. If she was to him a puzzling type, alien to all his experience, he was equally of an unfamiliar species to her. Grace noted with secret amusement the interest they apparently awakened in each other. Excuse me, I must run along, said Irene. Have a good time. She left them with her queenliest air.
I told you it could be fixed all right, said Moore. Fine girl, Miss Kirby.
It was mighty nice of her to do it. I'd hardly have had the nerve to tackle Miss Boardman.
Well, I mustn't keep you. There's lots of folks on the streets. Looks like the whole of the grand old Hoosier estate was in town. Where can I meet you?
At the main entrance of this emporium at 1 o'clock. You get your lunch first, and I'll snatch something in the tea room. We'll want to get out early to see the crowd gather. I'm that thrilled, John. Grace greeted her next customer with a smile that was not wholly inspired by the hope of making a substantial sale. John had been one of her best friends at the university, where everyone knew and liked him. Even the governor of the state knew Moore and referred to him indirectly in public addresses as a justification for taxing the people to place higher education within reach of the humblest. Moore was born on a farm, and his parents dying just as he finished the common schools, he had worked his way through college, doing chores during the school terms and spending his vacations on farms wherever employment offered. In like fashion, he was now plodding his way through the law school. His good humour was unfailing, and his drolleries were much quoted in the university town. When urged in his undergraduate days to take up football, he pleaded important engagements, not scrupling to explain that they were the most solemn pledges to saw wood or cut grass for his clients or drive the truck on Saturdays for a grocer. He called his employers his noble patrons, and praised them for their consideration and generosity. He enjoyed music, and possessing a good baritone voice, he had been enrolled in the Glee Club. He never had danced until, in his senior year, a number of co-eds conspired to instruct him. He was the star performer of the debating society and had several times represented the university in the contests of the Interstate Association. Though she had so quickly overcome her disappointment at leaving the university, Grace found that the sight of Moore awoke in her a keen regret that her college days were over. She was far less sure of herself than she had been before her evening at the shack. She clutched at memories of her happy, carefree yesterdays. A band in the street was playing the air of the college song, which was punctuated by the familiar yell from the throats of a mighty phalanx of undergraduates. Young women from all the state colleges were coming into the store for hurried purchases. 2 members of her sorority, girls she had lived with for 2 years, dropped in to see her. Cheery, hopeful young women, eagerly flinging at her scraps of college news and giving a sharper edge to her homesickness for the campus and all it connoted. She was beset with serious doubts as to her fitness to meet the problems of life. The conceit was gone out of her. She recalled what a lecturer had once said at a student's convocation, that the great Commonwealth of Indiana stood behind them, eager to serve them, to put them in the way of realizing the abundant promise of life. In her mood of contrition, she reflected that not only had the arm of the state been withdrawn, but that she had gone far toward estranging those to whom she was bound by the closest ties, who had every right to expect the best of her. If it had been in her power, she would have elected to join the throng of young men and women who, victor or vanquished, would go back to the university that night, singing songs which echoed in her memory now and made a continuing little ache in her heart. Moore's pride in her was manifest as he hung to a strap and bent over her in the crowded streetcar on the way to the battlefield. Grace was a pretty girl, and John was not unmindful of the fact that she attracted attention. He talked steadily of university affairs, of their friends among the students. "Did Roy come up?" she asked. "I haven't seen him. He may have come up with the bunch this morning, but you might overlook the King of England in this crowd." "Roy's not terribly enthusiastic about the law," she suggested, leadingly. "Well, maybe not just what you'll call crazy about it, but he'll come along all right. There's good stuff in Roy." Moore was usually so candid that his equivocal answer did not escape her. Grace had the greatest misgivings as to her brother's future. He had wanted to leave the university when she was summoned home. He had won his A.B. by the narrowest margin, and had gone into the law school only because of his mother's obsession that he was destined to a career similar to that of her father and grandfather, whose attainments at the bar and services to the state provided what Mrs. Derlin called a background for her children. Section 4. Arriving early at the ballpark, they found their seats, and John continued talking as the crowd assembled. On many Sunday afternoons they had taken long tramps, discussing all manner of things. Moore was a prodigious reader of poetry, and made it his practice to commit to memory a certain number of lines every day. Politics, too, interested him seriously. He always spoke with deepest reverence of the founders of the Republic, referring to them familiarly as though they were still living. Between the cheers to which he vociferously contributed his own voice, he rambled on comfortably and happily, satisfied that he had a sympathetic auditor. "There's Bill Trumbull. Hello there, Bill. Well, to tell the truth, Grace, I don't get much out of this new poetry. Flimsy stuff. Doesn't satisfy you somehow. The times call for another old Walt Whitman. That bird had ideas. He certainly hit some grand old truths.
Produce great men, he says. The rest follows. Just as easy. Wow, there's our team coming out now. Prolonged cheering. Well, there's the old saying that the time brings the man. Can't tell, but there's a future president right here in this crowd. It might be you, John, remarked Grace, laughing at the serenity with which he returned to his subject after joining in the uproar. No, Grace, I've chosen the Chief Justiceship, he said, swinging round at her. Isn't that Daisy Martin? Fred Ragsdale with her. Hello, Fred. And if there ain't old Pop Streeter. Greetings, Pop. Ah, sir, the time's call for men, and we're going to produce a fine new crop right out of this generation here present. Moore was enjoying himself. There was no question of it. And Grace was experiencing a grateful sense of security in John's company. He was paying her his highest compliment, and she knew that the money for his excursion to the capital had been earned by his own labour. Her girlfriends at the university had tormented her a good deal about John's attentions, which were marked by the shy deference and instinctive courtesy with which he treated all women. He was not a person to be flirted with. Grace had never, in the prevalent phrase, teased him along. She respected him too much for that, and, moreover, he was not fair game. Any attempt to practice on him the usual cajoleries and coquetries would have sent him away running. When a girl visitor at the university, meeting John at a dance, had referred to him as a hick, Grace had resented it on the spot, informing the surprised offender that John Moore was the finest gentleman on the campus. John was not wholly silenced by the spirited opening of the game. Too bad Crump's not here. Hurt his leg last week in practice. Thought he'd make it. Break his heart not to be in the game. Thompson in his place. You know Tompy? He's a wonder on the trap drum. Wow, Illinois got the ball. Where was I? Oh, yes. I read Landor last summer. Walter Savage, a theological student from New York, working along with me out in Kansas, put me onto Landor. Quite a man, Landor, I mean. The theologian's a bully chap, too, for that matter. Look at that. No, sending him back. Wow, that's first blood for us. Well, you might like Landor if you took a whack at him. That referee's awful fussy. Wonder where they got him. Remember that day we read The Passing of Arthur, sitting on a log by that gay little creek in the woods? I've thought a lot about that, and the way you cried. Yes, you did, Grace. And I guess I shed a few tears myself. In moments of despair, when Indiana's fortunes were low, John's optimism evoked laughter from his neighbours, for he possessed in good measure the homely humour which is indigenous to the Corn Belt. Before the game ended, it had occurred to Grace to ask John to go home with her for supper. After they had joined in the demonstration for the victorious Hoosier team and had made their way to the street, she went into a drugstore and called her mother on the telephone. Mrs. Durland replied cordially that she would be delighted to see John. It was too late to put on any extras, but any friend of Grace's was always welcome. It would serve to ease the situation she had left behind her to take John home, Grace reflected, and moreover, she was glad of an excuse for seeing more of him. Of course I'll be glad to break bread with you. I'll be glad to see your folks again. If you're not too tired, let's walk. Fine zippy air. Well, that was sure some game. I nearly died an unnatural death about 7 times in the last quarter, but we managed to pull through. Let's see, what were we talking about? He let her into a great secret as they crossed the park towards the Durland house. He had seen Judge Sanders, the senior member of one of the best law firms in the capital and a university trustee, who had offered to take him into his office. Wants me to come in January, John explained. Says they'll guarantee my board and keep for running errands and attending to collections. And I can go on studying and be ready for my exams in the spring just the same. So I'll be in the city for keeps after Christmas. Grand man, the judge. Found I was washing automobiles at night to pay for my room over Westlake's garage, and he just couldn't stand it. There's a friend, I say. He waited for her to laugh, and laughed with her. It was enormously funny that among other jobs he washed automobiles on his way to the Chief Justiceship. Nothing can keep you back, John. You're like the men we read about, who strike right out of the top and get there and plant their flag on the battlements. Don't say a word. There's luck as well as hard work in this business of getting on. All summer I used to think about it, out in the fields in Kansas. A big, hot harvest field's a grand place for healthy thought, I say. Grace, life's a lot more complicated than it used to be. Things all sort of mixed up since the war.
You really believe the world's so different, John? Everybody's saying that, and the papers and magazines are full of stuff about the changes and knocking our generation.
Don't let that talk throw you. It's up to all of us to sit tight on the toboggan and wait till she slows down. There's a lot of good in this grand old world yet. By the way, it was hard luck you had to quit college. Excuse me for mentioning it, but I just wanted you to know I was sorry you left.
Oh, it's all right, John. I miss the good times, but there's no use crying. I'm ashamed now, though, to think how I just fooled along. I ought to have got more out of it than I did.
You don't know how much you got, he replied quickly. Kind of a mystery, what we get and what we don't. We got to keep braced for anything we bump into. When the war came along, I thought that was the end of me, so far as going into law was concerned. But being shot at by the Kaiser sorta made me mad. I wasn't going to let a little thing like that stop me. So my life being providentially spared, I thought it all out on the ship coming home. On the deck at night with the stars blinking at me. I've got health and a fair second-rate head, and I'm going to give the world a good wrestle before I quit.
Fine, she exclaimed, noting the lifting of his head as he swung along in the gathering dusk. You make me ashamed of myself, John. I think I've begun to drift. I don't know what I'm headed for.
We all think we're drifting when we're not. It's in the back of our minds all the time that we're aiming for something, he replied. We don't fool ourselves there.
I hope you're right, she said pensively. But I've wondered a lot lately about myself. Do you suppose there's anything wrong with me? Lack of ambition, maybe? He paused abruptly, the more emphatically to dispose of her question, which had a deeper meaning than he knew.
Don't be foolish, Grace. You could keep up your college work if you wanted to. There's a way of doing that, and get your degree. Suppose you've thought of that. And teaching.
Yes, but I don't feel any strong pull that way. I'm in a French class, and I mean to keep that up. But before I was off the campus, I was all keyed up to jump right into things. I want experiences, not teaching or anything like that, but to be as close to the heart of things as I can get.
Not a bit of fault with that. I trust you to find yourself anywhere. You're too fine a girl ever to get lost in the shuffle. I guess you'll learn a lot in Shipley's. You see all kinds of people there every day, and as Alec Pope says, the proper study of mankind is man, also woman.
In spite of herself, the unhappiness with which the day had begun had stolen into her heart again. It had betrayed itself in her speech, the eagerness with which she appealed to Moore for approval and sympathy. She was contrasting what he was saying with what Trenton had said the previous night. No two men could be more unlike. Trenton, the man of the world,
with a hint of cynicism in his attitude toward life. John Moore, a son of the soil, with all his ideals intact, viewing life with hope and confidence. Section 5. Grace had not been mistaken in thinking that John's presence would exert a cheering influence on the household. It was clearly written in the faces of Mrs. Durland and Ethel that they believed Grace was not beyond redemption, so long as she was capable of appreciating the sterling worth of a high-minded and ambitious young man like Moore. John was not without a sense of the fitness of things. When Mrs. Durland and Ethel showed a disposition to maintain the conversation on lofty heights, John indulged them for a time, and then concentrated upon Stephen Durland. Farm machinery seemed to John a subject likely to interest the silent head of the house. Durland was soon painstakingly answering Moore's questions as to the possibility of further reducing the manpower required in crop production. "I've hopped the clod since I could reach a plough handle," said John, "and it does seem to me that with the tractor coming in—" Durland delivered what amounted to a condensed lecture on the subject, spurred on by John's sincere interest and practical questions. "Thank you, Mr. Durland. I've been waiting to get an expert opinion on those points for a long time. I tell you," he said, glancing round at the others, "it does tickle me to run into a man who really knows." "Father's an authority on those things," said Grace proudly. "He reads everything that's written on mechanics." "Stephen ought to know," remarked Mrs. Durland with a sigh, which Grace translated as signifying that it was too bad that his knowing really profited him so little. "We're so sorry," said Mrs. Durland, when the cold ham, baked potatoes, and canned peas had received attention, and Ethel brought in a bread pudding. "It's a great grief to all of us that Grace had to leave college. It meant so much to her, but her spirit about it all has been fine." "Well," remarked John, after he had met Ethel's apology for the pudding with the assurance that it was his favourite of all desserts, "well, I'm not sure it isn't a good thing for Grace to go into business for a while. I argue that things somehow work out for good in the long run. Her English and the sociology courses were what interested her most, and being in a big place like Shipley's and running into all sorts and conditions of folks the way she's got to, is bound to have a broadening effect. It's right along the line of things she's keenest about." "But, Mr. Moore, what we don't like is the unfortunate contacts with people who may not be wholly desirable acquaintances," suggested Ethel. Grace frowned. It was ungracious of Ethel to draw John into the discussion of a subject that had been a matter of contention in the family. But John, having convinced Mrs. Durland of his appreciation of her hospitality by accepting a second helping of the pudding, met the situation promptly. "Well, now, Miss Durland, who's going to draw the line between the desirable and undesirable? Now, I'm not saying that we haven't a right to choose our friends, but for me, I like all kinds. Why, on that farm in Kansas, where I slept in the hay-mow for the sake of the ventilation, and to study the constellations through the cracks, a fugitive burglar crawled in one night, and we nearly scared each other to death. But I made a friend of that poor chap, tucked him away and fed him for a couple of days. Had a letter from him last week. He's away up in Canada working in a lumber camp. Now, sleeping in the hay with that poor devil didn't do me any harm. Maybe I did him some good. He swore he wasn't guilty, so my conscience was easy about not calling up the sheriff and turning him over. Give everybody the benefit of the doubt. That's my idea." It was not Ethel's way to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. Mr. Durland covered a queer little chuckle by pretending to cough. Grace tried to change the subject, but Ethel was not to be thwarted in her attempt to elicit from John an expression of disapproval of Grace's course in becoming a salesgirl. "That's a good story, Mr. Moore, but when you think of a girl like Grace being numbered and put in with girls who've had nothing like her advantages, that's what I meant. Not that Grace won't be equal to the test, but—"
"Well," John interrupted, "I've never been in these big stores much, but this morning while I was trying to get my eye on Grace, I saw all those girls stepping round, and I thought what a fine-looking lot they were, and all busy and right on the job. Now there's that Miss Kirby. Was that the name, Grace?"
"Yes," Grace answered, strongly inclined to giggle, now that the innocent and well-meaning John had brought Irene to the table.
"You take a girl like that," said John, warming to his work, "moving around like a duchess, and with that way about her that makes you know she's on to her job. I'll bet there's lots of 'em just like her. I say you've got to hand it to 'em. I tell you, Mrs. Durland, while we've got girls like Miss Kirby and Grace Durland, I'll say America's safe. Wasn't it nice, Grace, the way Miss Kirby fixed it for you to get off? You could see she was pleased clear through to have the authority."
"I don't think," began Ethel, but scenting battle, Mrs. Durland rose from the table. "You and Mr. Moore go into the parlour, Grace. Ethel and I will straighten up out here."
"Not on your tintype," John protested. "I just love to dry dishes. You just let me take a hand. I'll pay for every plate I smash."
As he refused to be denied, Grace found an apron for him, and they made merry over the dishwashing. While they were in the midst of it, Ethel came to the door to say that Grace was wanted on the telephone. Ethel's manner of conveying the information prepared Grace for Irene's voice. "Can you talk a minute? I had a telegram from some friends of ours this afternoon. They wanted to be remembered to you. That's all. I think your particular friend will stop on his way east. Tell me, did you get in bad?" "Oh, it's all right now," Grace replied. "I've got company and we mustn't talk." "I understand perfectly. I'm spending an evening at home for a change, and I just thought I'd let you know our gay cavaliers hadn't forgotten us. Is your company exciting?" "Just nice. You met him this morning." "I'd guessed it. And you took him home for supper, like the good little girl you are. Well, it's a joy to meet one of the unvarnished occasionally. I may try to take him away from you. Just hand him that." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 6. 1. The repentant mood induced by the spectacle of the football game and John Moore's visit still lay upon Grace the next morning when she went down to the Durland 8 o'clock Sunday breakfast. "I'm sorry you hurried down," said her mother cheerily. "I don't want you girls to come into the kitchen Sunday mornings. You're both tired from your week's work, and I want you to make the Sabbath a real day of rest." "Oh, I'm for getting up when I wake up," Grace answered. "I'm feeling fine. Let me do the toast, Ethel. I just love toasting." She led the talk at the table, recurring to the football game, exploring the newspaper for the sporting page to clarify her impressions of certain points in the contest. John was simply a scream. He talked of everything under the sun. You might have thought he didn't want me to know what was going on at all. John was the safest of topics. They had all liked him, and Grace related many stories illustrative of the young man's determination to refuse no task by which he could earn the dollars he needed to lodge, clothe, and feed himself while gaining his education. Now that they had seen him at their own table, they could the better enjoy Grace's enumeration of John's sturdy qualities. This was the happiest breakfast the Durlands had known since Grace came home. It was in her heart to do her full share in promoting the cheer of the household. The unfortunate revelation of her duplicity of Friday night would no doubt be forgotten if she behaved herself, and she had no intention of repeating the offense. Nevertheless, she was glad that she had asserted herself. It had done no harm to declare her right to independent action and the exercise of her own judgment in the choice of friends. She would have had no peace, she assured herself, if she hadn't taken a stand against an espionage that would have been intolerable. She persuaded herself that her mother and sister were treating her with much more respect now that she had shown that she couldn't be frightened or cowed by their criticisms. Before breakfast was over, Ethel asked quite casually whether Grace wouldn't go to church with her, and Mrs. Durland promptly approved the invitation. "You can go as well as not, Grace. Ethel has her Sunday school class first, but she can meet you right afterwards. I don't want you girls bothering with the Sunday dinner." Grace didn't question that this matter had been canvassed privately by Ethel and her mother. Very likely it had been Ethel's suggestion, but she decided instantly that it would be good policy to go. Her church-going had always been desultory, and her mother had ceased to insist on it. But the situation called for a concession on her part. "Why, yes, thank you ever so much, Ethel," she said. "I haven't been in ages. I'd meant to do some sewing, but that can wait." "I think," said Mrs. Durland, "we all need the help and inspiration of the church. Stephen, wouldn't you like to go with the girls? I don't believe you've ever heard Dr. Ridgely. He's very liberal and a stimulating speaker." Durland mumbled an incoherent rejection of the idea, then looked up from his reading to explain that he had some things to attend to at the shop. There was nothing surprising in the explanation. He always went to his shop on Sunday mornings. Even in the old days of his identification with Cummings Durland, he had betaken himself every Sunday to the factory to ponder his problems. 2. As the congregation assembled, Grace yielded herself to the spell of the organ, whose inspiring strains gave wings to her imagination. Always impressionable, she felt that she had brought her soul humbled and chastened into the sanctuary. Here were the evidences of those more excellent things that had been pointed out to her from her earliest youth. The service opened spiritedly with the singing of a familiar hymn which touched chords in her heart that had long been silent. She joined in the singing and in the responsive reading of a selection of the Psalms. She had read somewhere that the church, that Christianity indeed was losing its hold upon the mind and the conscience of mankind. But this church was filled. Many men and women must still be finding a tangible help in the precepts and example of Jesus. Ethel, sitting beside her, certainly found here something that brought her back Sunday after Sunday and made her a zealous helper in the church activities. Bigoted and intolerant, unkind and ungenerous as Ethel was, there was something in her devotion to the church that set her a little apart, spoke for something fine in her that for the moment caused Grace a twinge of envy. In her early youth she had joined the West End church that her mother attended, but before she left high school the connection had ceased to interest her. Dr. Ridgely's congregation was composed largely of the prosperous and well-to-do. Did these people about her really order their lives in keeping with the teachings of Jesus? Was the Christian life a possible thing? Were these women in their smart raiment really capable of living in love and charity with their neighbors, eager to help, to serve, to save? Absorbed in her own thoughts, she missed the text, found herself studying the minister, a young man of quiet manner and pleasing voice. Then detached sentences arrested her truant thoughts, and soon she was giving his utterances her complete attention. Leaving God out of the question, he was saying, what excuse have we to offer ourselves if we fail to do what we know to be right? We must either confess to a weakness in our own fiber or lay the burden on someone else. We must be either captain or slave. We hear much about the changed spirit of the time. It is said that the old barricades no longer shield us from evil, that the checks upon our moral natures are broken down, that many of the old principles of uprightness and decent living have been superseded by something new, which makes it possible for us to do very much as we please without harm to our souls. Let us not be deceived by such reasoning. There's altogether too much talk about the changes that are going on. There are no new temptations. They merely wear a new guise. The soul and its needs do not change. The God who ever lives and loves does not change. There is a limit upon our capacity for self-deception. We may think we are free, but at a certain point, we find that after all, we are the prisoners of conscience. The business of life is a series of transactions between the individual soul and God. We can change that relationship only by our own folly. We can deceive ourselves with excuses, but the test of an excuse is whether it will pass muster with God. God is not mocked. We can't just get by with God. We may be sure that we are pretty close to a realization of the Christian life when we feel that we have an excuse for any sin or failure that we dare breathe into a prayer. There's hope for all of us as long as our sins are such that we're not ashamed to carry them to God. Let us live on good terms with ourselves, first of all, and with God be the rest. Let us keep in harmony with that power above us and beyond us, which in all ages has made for righteousness. The minister was uttering clearly and forcibly the thoughts that had been creeping through her own mind like tired heralds, feebly crying warning to a threatened fortress. Captain or slave? That was the question. She had told Trenton that she was afraid of the answers to vexed problems of life and conduct. She saw now the cowardice of this. Her intelligence she knew to be above the average, and her conscience had within 24 hours proved itself to be uncomfortably sensitive and vigilant. There might be breaks in the old moral barriers, but if this were really true, it would be necessary for her to stumble over the debris to gain the inviting freedom of the territory beyond. No, there would be no excuse for her if she failed to fashion something fine and noble of her life. In the vestibule, Ethel introduced her to the minister, who greeted her warmly and praised Ethel. She was one of his standbys, he said. While he and Ethel were conferring about some matter connected with the Young People's Society, Grace was accosted by a lady whom she identified at once as her first customer at Shipley's. "Do I know you or not?" demanded Miss Reynolds pleasantly. "Hats make such a difference, but I thought I recognized you. I've been away so many years that I look twice at every one I meet. I was caught in England by the war and just stayed on. It gives you a queer feeling to find yourself a stranger in your native town. It was silly of me to stay away so long. Well, how are things going with you?" "Just fine," Grace answered, noting that Miss Reynolds wore one of the suits she had sold her and looked very well in it. The old lady, the phrase was ridiculous in the case of one so alert and spirited, caught the glance. Indeed, nothing escaped the bright eyes behind Beulah Reynolds' spectacles. She bent towards Grace and whispered, "This suit's very satisfactory." And then, Well, we've caught each other in a good place. My grandfather was one of the founders of this church, so I dropped in to have a look. Haven't seen more than a dozen people I used to know. There was a good deal of sense in that sermon, the best I've heard in years. They don't scatter fire and brimstone the way they used to. One would have thought from her manner that she was enormously relieved to find that fire and brimstone had been abandoned as a stimulus to the Christian life. I'm not a member, said Grace, but my sister is. I never heard Dr. Ridgely before. I liked his sermon. I think I needed it. Grace was smiling, but something a little wistful in her tone caused Miss Reynolds to regard her with keen scrutiny. Do you know, you've come into my mind frequently since our meeting at the store. I've thought of you, uncommercially, I mean, if that's the way to put it. I'd like to know you better. Oh, thank you, Miss Reynolds. I've thought of you, too, and have hoped you'd come into Shipley's again. Oh, clothes don't interest me a particle. I may not visit Shipley's again for years, but that doesn't mean I shan't see you. I wonder if you'd come to my house some evening for dinner, just ourselves. Would that bore you? It certainly wouldn't, Grace responded smilingly. The sooner the better, then. Tomorrow evening, shall we say? Don't think of dressing. Come direct from your work. Here's my address on this card. I'll send my motor for you. Please don't trouble to do that. I can easily come out in the streetcar. Suit yourself. It's almost like kidnapping, and it just occurs to me that I don't really know your name. Her ignorance of Grace's name greatly amused Miss Reynolds. For all you know, this might be a scheme to snare you to my house and murder you. I'll cheerfully take the chance, laughed Grace, and gave her name. The minister had now finished with Ethel, and Grace introduced her sister to Miss Reynolds, who did not, however, include Ethel in her invitation to dinner. She's charmingly eccentric, Ethel remarked as Miss Reynolds turned away, and awfully rich, one of the richest women taxpayers in the state. Yes, I understand she is, said Grace without enthusiasm, but we needn't hold that against her. And then, recalling Ethel's complacent tone in mentioning any social recognition by her church friends, Grace remarked carelessly, "Oh, she's invited me to dine with her tomorrow night. I'm to be the only guest. She seems to have a crush on me." At the midday dinner, Ethel disclosed Miss Reynolds' partiality for Grace with all impressiveness. "Why, Grace," exclaimed Mrs. Durland, "do you fully appreciate what that means?" "It means that a very nice lady has invited me to share her dinner," Grace answered. "I hope you realize," said Ethel, "what a great compliment that is. Why, she can do worlds for you." "Here's hoping she keeps a good cook," Grace retorted, irritated that they were attributing so much importance to what she preferred to look upon as no more than an act of spontaneous kindness in a generous-hearted woman. "Miss Reynolds represents the old conservative element here," Mrs. Durland remarked in a tone that implied her deep reverence for that element of the population. "The people who always stood for the best things of life. Her father was a colonel in the Civil War. They always had money. A woman like that can make herself felt. Now that she's back, I hope she'll see that she has a work to do. She has no ties, and with her position and wealth, she can make herself a power for good in checking the evil tendencies so apparent in our city. She's so quaint, so deliciously old-fashioned," added Ethel, "and you can see from her clothes that she's an independent character. I'm going to ask Dr. Ridgely to invite her to take the chairmanship of our Girls' Club Committee." "That would be splendid, Ethel," exclaimed Mrs. Durland. "Perhaps you could say a word to her about it, Grace. You know better than Ethel the dangers and temptations of the girl wage earner." "I don't know why I should," Grace replied. "Please don't talk to me as though I had a monopoly of all the wickedness in the world." "Grace, dear, I didn't mean—" "All right, Mother, I have my feelings, you know." "The old Reynolds house on Meridian Street has been turned into a garage," said Ethel. "It's too bad those old homes had to go. Miss Reynolds has bought a house not far from where Bob Cummings built. Any mention of the Cummingses, no matter how inadvertent, inevitably precipitated a discussion of that family from some angle. Mrs. Durland said for the 100th time that they didn't deserve their prosperity. She doubted very much whether they were happy. Bob's the best one of the family, she continued. Tom and Merwin haven't amounted to anything, and they never will. It must have been a blow to the family when Merwin married a girl who was nobody, or worse. She worked in some automobile office. Ethel challenged the statement that the girl Merwin Cummings married worked in an automobile office. It was a railroad office. And though it didn't matter particularly with which method of transportation the young woman was identified before her marriage, Mrs. Durland and Ethel debated the question for several minutes. Mrs. Durland had only heard somewhere that Mrs. Merwin Cummings had been a stenographer for an automobile agent, while Ethel was positive that a railroad office had been the scene of the girl's labors, her authority being another girl who worked in the same place. Jessie didn't speak any too highly of her, Ethel added. Not that there was anything really wrong with the girl. She ran around a good deal and usually had 2 or 3 men on the string. A good many very nice girls keep 2 or 3 men on the string, said Grace. I don't see that there's anything so terrible in that. 3. The next day at noon, Grace went to a trust company where she kept an account that represented the aggregate of small gifts of cash she had received through a number of years at Christmas and on her birthdays. As she waited at the window for her passbook, Bob Cummings crossed the lobby on his way to the desk of one of the officers. She wondered how he would greet her if they met, and what her attitude toward him ought to be in view of the break between her father and Isaac Cummings. She found a certain mild excitement as she pondered this, her eyes occasionally turning towards Cummings as he leaned against the railing that enclosed the administrative offices of the company. Grace had always liked and admired him, and it had hurt her more than she ever confessed that after the removal of the Cummingses from the old neighborhood, Bob had gradually ceased his attentions. Perhaps his family had interfered, as her mother had hinted, but it made no difference now that he had married and passed completely out of her ken. Cummings had finished his errand and was walking quickly toward the door when he caught sight of her. "Hello, Grace. I'm mighty glad to see you," he said cordially. "Why," he checked himself, and the smile left his face abruptly as he remembered that their friendly status had changed since their last meeting. Grace relieved his embarrassment promptly by smilingly putting out her hand. "I'm very glad to see you, Bob," she said. "It's really been a long time, almost 3 years." "Just about," he answered slowly. "Old Father Time has a way of romping right on," she remarked lightly. They were in the path of customers intent upon reaching the cages, and she took a step toward the door when he said, glancing toward a long bench at the side of the room, "If you're not in a rush, let's sit down a minute. There's something I'd like to say to you." "Oh, very well," she assented, surprised but not displeased. He was the son of a man who had dismissed her father from the concern in which their names had long been identified. But in so public a place there could be no harm in talking to him. Her old liking for him at once outweighed any feeling she had against his father. He was a big boy when she was still a small girl, and he was her first hero. He was always quiet, thoughtful, and studious, with a chivalrous regard for the rights and feelings of others. They'd been chums, confiding their troubles to each other. It was to her that he had revealed his succession of boyish ambitions, and she had encouraged his fondness for music when other youngsters twitted him for taking piano lessons like a girl. He had never thought he would like business. He wanted to be a musician, with the leadership of an orchestra as his ultimate goal. It was because his brother Merwin had from an early age shown a refractory spirit that the parental authority had thwarted Bob's aspirations. One of the sons, at least, had to go into the business, and Bob was now a vice president of the reorganized Cummings Manufacturing Company. "I've been hoping for a chance to see you, Grace. It's not easy to speak of it, but I want you to know I'm sorry things turned out as they did. About your father and the business, I mean. You must all of you feel pretty hard about it. I hope it doesn't mean any change in your plans for finishing at the university. I know how you'd counted on that." "I've given it up. I'm home to stay," she answered. "But you needn't feel badly about it. Of course it must have been necessary. About father and the business, I mean." He was embarrassed by her cheerful acceptance of the situation and stammered, leaving one or two sentences unfinished before he got hold of himself. "I want you to know I did all I could to prevent the break. It seemed a pity after your father and mine had been together so long. But for some time the plant had needed an active superintendent. Just trusting the foreman of the shops wouldn't serve any longer. And you won't mind my saying it, but your father never liked executive work. I suggested another way of handling it that would have made Mr. Durland a vice president and free to go on with his experiments. But I couldn't put it through. I did my best. Honestly, I did, Grace." There was the old boyish eagerness in this appeal. He regarded her fixedly, anxious for some assurance that she understood. She understood only too well that her father had become an encumbrance, and that in plain terms the company couldn't afford to keep him at his old salary any longer. It was unnecessary for Bob to apologize, but it was like him to seize the first possible moment to express his sympathy. She had always felt the gentleness in him, which was denoted in his blue eyes, which just now shone with the reflection of his eagerness to set himself right with her. He turned his hat continually in his hands. They were finely shaped with long, supple fingers. At the base of his left thumb there was a scar, almost imperceptible, the result of a slash with a jackknife one day in the Durland yard, where he had taken her dare to bring down a particularly fine spray of blossoms from an old cherry tree. In his anxiety to deliver it unbroken on the bough he had cut himself, she remembered her consternation at seeing the injury, his swaggering attempt to belittle it, his submission to her ministrations as she tied it up with a handkerchief. She was 12 then, he 16. He saw the direction of her eyes, lifted the hand, and with a smile glanced at the scar. She colored as she realized that he had read her thoughts. "That was centuries ago," he said. "We did used to have good times in your backyard. Do you remember the day you tumbled out of the swing and broke your arm? You didn't cry. You were a good little sport." And then, his eyes meeting hers, "You're still a mighty good sport." "If I never have anything worse than a broken arm to cry over, I'll be lucky," she answered evasively. There was no excuse for lingering. He had expressed his regret at her father's elimination from Cummings Durland, and it served no purpose to compare memories of the former friendly relation between the young people of the two families, which were now bound to recede to the vanishing point. But he seemed in no haste to leave her. She, on her side, was finding pleasurable sensations in the encounter. He had been her first sweetheart, so recognized by the other youngsters of the neighborhood, and they had gone to the same dancing class, and he had kissed her once shyly on a night when the Cummingses were giving a children's party. This had occurred on a dark corner of the veranda. It had never been repeated or referred to between them, but the memory of it was not without its sweetness. She was ashamed of herself for remembering it now. She wondered whether he too remembered it, and there had been those later attentions after the Cummingses had moved away that had encouraged hopes in her own breast not less than in her mother's that Bob's early preference might survive the shock of the Cummingses' translation to the fashionable district, with its inevitable change of social orientation. Ethel and her mother had questioned the happiness of his marriage, and her mind played upon this as she sat beside him, feeling the charm he had always had for her, and wondering a little about the girl he had married, whom she had never seen and knew of only from the talk at home. But 2 years was not long enough. It was ridiculous to assume that he wasn't happy with his wife. "We certainly had a lot of fun over there," he was saying. "I suppose the park fountain plays just the same and the kids still sail their boats in the pond." "Yes, and go wading and fall in and have to be fished out by the policeman. But we can't be kids always, Bob." "No, that's the worst of it," he said with a tinge of dejection. "I'm all grown up now and have a job. I'm a working girl." "No," he exclaimed incredulously. "And Roy? Oh, Roy's to finish his law course. He'll be through in June." "That's too bad, Grace," he exclaimed. "It's you who ought to have stayed on. You're the very type of girl who ought to go to college. It would have made all the difference in the world to you. And Ethel? Is she at work too?" "Yes, she's in an insurance office, and I'm in Shipley's," she went on, smiling to relieve his evident discomfiture. "I'm in the ready-to-wear, and I'll appreciate any customers you send my way. Call for number 18. "Why, Grace, you don't mean it. You have no business doing a thing like that. You could do a lot better." "Well, I didn't just see it. I'm an unskilled laborer and haven't time to fit myself for teaching, stenography, or anything like that. You get results quicker in a place like Shipley's. That is, I hope to get them if I'm as intelligent as I think I am." "I'm terribly sorry, Grace. I feel as though we were responsible, Father and I. And we are, of course. There ought to have been some other way for you, something more. Please don't. That's the way Mother and Ethel talk." She rose quickly, feeling that nothing was to be gained by continuing the discussion of matters that were irrevocably settled. And moreover, his distress was so manifest in his face that she feared the scrutiny of passers-by. "Goodbye, Bob," she said. "I'm awfully glad I met you. Please don't trouble at all about what can't be helped. I haven't any hard feelings, not the slightest." "I don't like it at all," he said impatiently. He kept beside her to the entrance, where she gave him a nod and a smile and hurried away. She was troubled at once for fear she hadn't expressed cordially enough her appreciation of his sympathy. Very likely they would never meet again. There was no reason why they should. He had merely done what was perfectly natural in view of their old friendship, made it clear that he was sorry her father had been thrust out of the company of which he had been one of the founders. She was unable to see anything in the interview beyond a wish on his part to be kind, to set himself right, and it was like Bob to do that. 4. The strong romantic strain in her was quickened by the meeting. All afternoon her thoughts played about Bob Cummings. She reviewed their associations in childhood, on through those last attentions after the Cummingses left the Military Park neighborhood. Her mother had probably been right in saying that if fortune hadn't borne the Cummingses steadily upward, leaving the Durlins behind, Bob might have married her. It had been a mistake for him to marry a society girl who was, she surmised, incapable of appreciating his temperament. A matter of propinquity, very likely. She had heard that the girl was not rich, but belonged to one of the old families, and very likely on her side it had been an advantageous arrangement. Why did men marry the wrong women? She asked herself with proneness of youth, to propound and answer unanswerable questions. There was Trenton, who had so frankly admitted the failure of his own marriage, and with equal frankness took the burden of his failure upon himself. No two men could be more utterly unlike than Ward Trenton and Bob Cummings, and she busied herself contrasting them. Trenton was practical-minded, Bob a dreamer, and save for his college experiences, the range of his life had been narrow. If both were free, which would she choose? So great was her preoccupation with these speculations that her work suffered. Through sheer inattention, she let a promising customer escape without making a purchase. In the afternoon distribution of mail, she received a letter from Trenton. It began, "Dear Grace," and read, "I expected to see you again this week. That is, of course, if you'd be willing. But I'm called to Kansas City unexpectedly and may not touch your port for 10 days or so. I'm not conceited enough to assume that you will be grief-stricken over my delay. And strictly speaking, there's no excuse for writing except that you've rather haunted me. A welcome ghost, I assure you. I talked far too much about myself the other night. One matter I shouldn't have spoken of at all. No question of confidence in you or anything of that sort. But it's something I never discuss even with old and intimate friends. You have guessed what I mean. Bad taste, you probably thought it. It was quite that. I want you to think as well of me as you can. I'm counting very much on seeing you again. I hope you are well and happy and that nothing has happened to your eyes since I saw them last. This was all except that he named a Kansas City club where he could be reached for the next week if she felt moved to write. She hadn't expected to hear from him, and the note was a distinct surprise. At every opportunity she reread it, and catching her in the act, Irene teased her about it. "Oh, you've started something. I'll wager he signed his name in full. That's just like him. Tommy never writes to me, and when he wires, he signs an assumed name. But Ward Trenton's different. I think if he decided to commit murder, he'd send his own account of it to the papers. He didn't talk to you about his wife, I suppose, when Tommy and I left you alone so long at the shack? Tommy's known him for years, but he says he wouldn't think of mentioning his wife to him. I'd like to see Ward in love. These quiet ones go strong when they get started. Oh, his letter's just a little friendly jolly. He's had to go to Kansas City instead of coming back here right away." "Of course, he just had to explain that," Irene laughed. "I can see this is going to be a real case. See what you can do with that woman just coming in. She looks as though she might really have some of the mazuma." It was not so easy as Grace had imagined in her spiritual ardor of Sunday to begin retreating from Irene. She realized that Irene would hardly listen in an amiable spirit to the warning she had thought in her hours of contrition it was her duty to give her friend. Irene's serenity as she paced the aisles of the department, her friendliness and unfailing good humor were all disarming. Irene wasn't so bad, perhaps. Grace was much more tolerant of Irene than she had thought on Sunday would ever be possible again. The letter from Ward Trenton had the effect of reopening a door which Grace had believed closed and the key thrown away. She found herself wondering whether he might not always write to girls he met and liked. And yet, as his image appeared before her and he lived vividly in her thoughts, she accepted as sincere his statement that he had broken an established reserve in talking of his wife. This, of course, was what he referred to, and she saw a fine nobility in his apprehension, lest the recipient of his confidences might think the less of him for mentioning his wife at all. Grace was again tormented by curiosity as to whether Trenton still loved his wife, and the hope that he did not. She hated herself for this, hated herself for having lost her grip upon the good resolutions of Sunday to forget the whole episode of Kemp's party. She knew enough of the mind's processes to indulge in what she fancied was a rigid self-analysis. She wondered whether she was really a normal being, whether other girls' thoughts ran riot about men as hers did, whether there might not be something vulgar and base in her nature that caused her within a few hours to tolerate the thought of two men, both married, as potential lovers. It occurred to her that she might too effectually have burned her bridges when she left the university. There were young men she had known during her 2 years in Bloomington whose interest she might have kept alive. Among them there were a number of sons of well-to-do families in country towns, but she was unable to visualize herself married and settled in a small town with her prospect of seeing and knowing the world limited by a husband's means or ambition. There were 1 or 2 young professors who had paid her attentions. One of them, a widower and a man of substantial attainments, had asked her to marry him, but she was unable to see herself a professor's wife, beset by all the uncertainties of the teaching profession. She had always been used to admiration, but until now she had heavily discounted all the compliments that were paid her good looks. She found herself covertly looking into the mirrors as she passed. Trenton had been all over the world and no doubt had seen many beautiful women, and yet he wrote that she haunted him, which could only mean that he was unable to escape from the thought of her. Again, deeply humble, she scouted the idea that he could have fallen in love with her. He was only a little sorry for her, thinking of her probably as a nice girl who was to be pitied because she had to work for her living. He had spoken of being lonely. Maybe it was only for lack of anything better to do that he fell to thinking of her as he sat in the club in St. Louis and wrote to her out of his craving for sympathy. At 21, Grace did not know that the only being in the world who is more dangerous than a lonely woman is a lonely man. 5. Grace was correct in her assumption that Ward Trenton had written her in a fit of loneliness, but she did not know that in the same hour he had written also to his wife. After a few sentences explaining his presence in St. Louis, the letter to Mrs. Trenton ran, "It's almost ridiculous, the distinctly separate lives we lead. I was just studying the calendar and find that we haven't met for exactly 6 months. When I'm at home, if I may so refer to the house in Pittsburgh that fixes my voting place and, pardon me, doesn't fix much of anything else, I occasionally find traces of your visits. I must say that the servants do pretty well considering that they go their own gait. You're a wonderful housekeeper at long range, but I'm not kicking. The gods must have their will with us. I read of you in the newspapers frequently and judge that you're living the life that suits you best. I found a copy of your Clues to a New Social Order on the new book table here in the club library and reread parts of it. It never ceases to tickle me that a woman of your upbringing, with your line of blue-nosed New England ancestors, should want to pull down the pillars of society. I marvel at you. You've asked me now and then not to be afraid to tell you if ever I ran into a woman who interested me particularly. I haven't had anything to report till now, but the other night I met a girl. She's probably just crossing the line into the 20s. An interesting, provocative young person. She represents in a mild degree the new order of things you're so mad about. Going to live her own life, marriage not in the sketch. She's a salesgirl in a big shop, but her people have known better days, and she went halfway through college. She's standing with reluctant feet where the brook and the river meet, but I'm afraid won't be satisfied to play in the brook. She's keen for the deeper waters. She's as handsome as a goddess. She kissed me very prettily. Her own idea, I assure you. The remembrance of this incident is not wholly displeasing to me. It was quite spontaneous. Filial, perhaps. Those bonds you have in the Ashawana Water Power Company are all right. I had a look at the plant recently, and the dividends are sure. Having sealed and addressed the envelopes, Trenton laid them side by side on the blotter before him, lighted a cigarette, and then drew out and opened the locket that Grace had noted at the shack, studying the woman's face within a little wistfully. Then, with a sigh, he thrust it into his pocket and went out into the night and tramped the streets, coming at last to the post office, where he mailed both letters. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 6, Parts 6 through 11. 6. Grace set off with the liveliest expectations to keep her appointment with Miss Reynolds. The house struck her at once as a true expression of the taste and characteristics of its owner. It was severely simple in design and furnishing, but with adequate provision for comfort. Grace had seen pictures of such rooms in magazines and knew that they represented the newest ideas in house decoration. The neutral tint of the walls was an ease to eye and spirit. Ethel had spoken of Miss Reynolds as quaint, an absurd term to apply either to the little woman or any of her belongings. She was very much up to date, even a little ahead of the procession, it seemed to Grace. "Oh, thank you. I'm glad if it seems nice," Miss Reynolds replied when Grace praised the house. "All my life I've lived in houses where everything was old, and the furniture so heavy you had to get a derrick to move it on cleaning day. But I can't accept praise for anything here. The house was built for a family that moved away from town without occupying it. The young architect who designed it had ideas about how it ought to be fixed up, and I turned him loose. There was a music room, so I had to get a grand piano to fit into the alcove made for it. That young man is most advanced, and I thought at first he wouldn't let me have any place to sit down, but you see, he did allow me a few chairs. Are you freezing? I hate an overheated house." "I'm perfectly comfortable," said Grace, noting that Miss Reynolds wore the skirt of the blue suit she had sold her, with a plain white waist and a loose collar. Her snow-white hair was brushed back loosely from her forehead. Her head was finely modeled, and her face, aglow from an afternoon tramp in the November air, still preserved the roundness of youth. The wrinkles perceptible about her eyes and mouth seemed out of place. Only tentative tracings, not the indelible markings of age. She had an odd little way of turning her head to one side when listening, and mistaking this for a sign of deafness. Grace had lifted her voice slightly. "Now, my dear child," cried Miss Reynolds, "just because I cock my head like a robin, don't think I'm shy of hearing. It always amuses me to have people take it for granted that I can't hear. I hear everything. I sometimes wish I didn't hear so much. I've always had that trick. It's because one of my eyes is a bit stronger than the other. You'll find that I don't do it when I wear my glasses, but I usually take them off in the house." At the table, Miss Reynolds rambled on as though Grace were an old friend. "Our old house down on Meridian Street was sold while I was abroad. It had grown to be a dingy hole, garret full of trunks of letters and rubbish like that. I cabled at once to sell or destroy everything in the place. So that's why I'm able to have a new deal. Are you crazy about old furniture? Please tell me you're not." "Oh, I like new things ever so much better," Grace assured her. "I thought you would. I despise old furniture. Old stuff of every kind. Old people, too." With a smile on her lips, she watched Grace to note the effect of this speech. "I shouldn't have dreamed of asking you to give up an evening for me if I meant to talk to you like an old woman. My neighbors are mostly young married people, but they don't seem to mind my settling among them. I'm 62. Hurry and say I don't look a day over 50. 40, Grace corrected. I knew I was going to like you. I think I'll spend my remaining years here if I can keep away from people who want to talk about old times. Meaning, of course, when I was a girl. It doesn't thrill me at all to know that right here where this house stands, my grandfather owned a farm. Every time I go downtown, I dodge old citizens I've known all my life, for fear they'll tell me about the great changes and expect me to get tearful about it. I can't mourn over the passing of old landmarks, and I'd certainly not weep at the removal of some of the old fossils around this town who count all their money every day to make sure nobody's got a nickel away from them. They keep their lawyers busy tightening up their wills. They've invented ways of tying up property and trusts so you can almost take it with you. That's their way of enjoying life, I suppose, remarked Grace, who was taking advantage of Miss Reynolds' talkativeness to do full justice to a substantial dinner. The fillet of beef and the fresh mushrooms testified to the presence of an artist in the kitchen, and the hot rolls were of superlative lightness. Miss Reynolds paused occasionally to urge Grace to a second helping of everything offered. I detest anemic people, Miss Reynolds declared. If you don't eat my food, I'll feel terribly guilty at asking you here. It's the best food I ever ate. We were going to have corned beef and cabbage at home, so all these wonderful dishes seem heavenly. You've probably wondered why I grabbed you as I did and asked you to sit at meat with me. Why, I hope you asked me because you like me, Grace answered. That's the correct answer, Grace. May I call you Grace? I hate having a lot of people around. I like to concentrate on one person, and when I met you in the church entry, it just popped into my head that you wouldn't mind a bit giving me an evening. It's awfully tiresome going to dinners where the people are all my own age. I've always hated formal entertaining. You struck me as a very fair representative of the new generation that appeals to me so much. Don't look so startled. I mean that, my dear, as a compliment. And of course, I really don't know a thing about you except that you have very pretty manners, and didn't get vexed that day in the store when I must have frightened you out of your wits. But you didn't, Grace protested. I liked your way of saying exactly what you wanted. I always try to do that. It saves a lot of bother. And please don't be offended if I say that it's a joy to see you sitting right there looking so charming. You have charming ways. Of course you know that. And the effect is much enhanced when you blush that way. Grace was very charming indeed as she smiled at her singular hostess, who had a distinct charm of her own. She felt that she could say anything to Miss Reynolds, and with girlish enthusiasm she promptly told her that she was adorable. I've been called a crank by experts, Miss Reynolds said challengingly, as though she were daring her guests to refute the statement. I get along better with foreigners than with my own people. Over there they attribute my idiosyncrasies to American crudeness, to be tolerated only because they think me much better off in worldly goods than I really am. They remained at the table for coffee, and the waitress who had served the dinner offered cigarettes. Grace shook her head and experienced a mild shock when Miss Reynolds took a cigarette and lighted it with the greatest unconcern. Abominable habit. Got in the way of it while I was abroad. Please don't let me corrupt you. I suppose I'll learn in time, Grace replied, amused as she remembered the stress her mother and Ethel had laid on Miss Reynolds' conservatism. It occurred to her that Miss Reynolds was entitled to know something of her history, and she recited the facts of her life simply and straightforwardly. She had only said that her father had been unfortunate, without explaining his connection with Cummings-Durland. Miss Reynolds smoked and sipped her coffee in silence, then asked her in quick fashion, Cummings-Durland? Those names tinkled together way back in my memory. Father and Mr. Cummings came here from Rangerton and began business together. The Cummingses used to live neighbors to us over by Military Park. Bob Cummings is one of my neighbors, said Miss Reynolds. Rather tragic, putting that young man into business. He hates it. There ought to be some way of protecting artistic young men from fathers who try to fit square pegs into round holes. I suppose the business troubles broke up the friendship of your families. Yes, my mother and sister are very bitter about it. They think Father was unfairly treated. But I met Bob only this morning, and he was very friendly. He seemed terribly cut up because I'd left college. He's a sensitive fellow. He would feel it, said Miss Reynolds. So you children grew up together, the Durlands and the Cummings. I'm asking about your present relations because Bob comes in occasionally to play my piano. When there's something on at his own house that he doesn't like, his wife's the sort that just can't be quiet. Must have people around. She's crazy about bridge, and he isn't. He called me on the telephone just before you came to ask if he might come over after dinner, as his wife's having people in for bridge. I told him to come along. I enjoy his playing. He really plays very well indeed. You don't mind? Not at all, said Grace, wondering at the fate that was throwing her and Bob Cummings' way twice in one day, and a day in which she had been torn with so many conflicting emotions. If you have the slightest feeling about meeting him, do say so. You may always be perfectly frank with me. Yes, thank you, Miss Reynolds, but I'd love to hear Bob play. When they were again in the living room, Grace stood for a moment scanning a table covered with periodicals and new books. Since I came home, I've been trying to find out what's going on in America, so I read everything, Miss Reynolds explained. The general opinion seems to be that things are going to pot. Right under your hand, there's a book called Clues to a New Social Order, written by a woman named Trenton. I understand she's a respectable person and not a short-haired lunatic, but she throws everything overboard. I read it, said Grace. It's certainly revolutionary. All of that, Miss Reynolds retorted. But it does make you think. Everybody's restless and crazy for excitement. My young married neighbors all belong to families I know or know about. Live in very charming houses and have money to spend. Too much, most of them. And they don't seem able to stand an evening at home by themselves. But maybe the new way's better. Maybe their chances of happiness are greater where they mix around more. I'm curious about the whole business. These young folks don't go to church. Why don't they, when their fathers and grandfathers always did? Their parents stayed at home in the evening. My father used to grumble horribly when my mother tried to get him into a dress suit. But there was wickedness then, too. Only people just whispered about it and tried to keep it from the young folks. There were men right here in this town who sat up very proper in the churches on Sunday, who didn't hesitate to break all the commandments during the week. But now you might think people were sending up fireworks to call attention to their sins. I remember the first time I went to a dinner, that was 30 years ago, where cocktails were passed around. It seemed awful, the very end of the world. But when I told my mother about it, she was horrified, said what she thought of the hostess who had exposed her daughter to temptation. But now Prohibition's driven everybody to drink. I asked my chauffeur yesterday how long it would take him to get me a quart of whiskey, and he said about a half an hour if I let him use the car. I told him to go ahead, and sure enough, he was back with it in 20 minutes. It was pretty fair whiskey, too, Miss Reynolds concluded. I was curious to see just how it felt to break the law, and I confess to you, my dear, that I experienced a feeling of exultation. She reached for a fresh cigarette and lighted it tranquilly. Everybody's down on the young people, said Grace, confident that she had a sympathetic listener. They tell us all the time that we're of no account. There are pages of that on that table, Miss Reynolds replied. Well, I'm for the young people, particularly you girls who have to rustle for yourselves. If I stood up in a store all day or hammered a typewriter, I'm sure I'd feel that I was entitled to some pleasure when I got through. Just what do girls do? I don't mean girls of your upbringing exactly and your schooling, but less lucky girls who manage their own affairs and are not responsible to anyone. I haven't been at work long enough to know much about that, said Grace. But nearly every girl who's at all attractive has a beau. Certainly, Miss Reynolds affirmed promptly. It's always been so. There's nothing new in that. And they like to go to dances. Every girl likes to dance. And sometimes they're taken out to dinner or to a show if the young man can afford it. Girls don't have parties at home very much. I mean, even where they live at home. There's not room to dance usually. The houses are too small, and it isn't much fun. And if the beau has a car, he takes the girl driving. And these girls marry and have homes of their own? That still happens, doesn't it? Well, a good many girls don't want to marry. Not the young men they're likely to meet. Or if they do, some of them keep on working. There are girls in Shipley's who are married and keep their jobs. They like the additional money. They can wear better clothes, and they like to keep their independence. There you are, Miss Reynolds exclaimed. The old stuff about woman's place being in the home isn't the final answer anymore. If you won't think it impertinent, just how do you feel on that point, Grace? Oh, I shouldn't want to marry for a long, long time. Even if I had the chance, Grace answered with the candor Miss Reynolds invited. I've got that idea about freedom and independence myself. I hope I'm not shocking you. Quite the contrary. I had chances to marry myself, Miss Reynolds confessed. I almost did marry when I was 22, but decided I didn't love the young man enough. I had these ideas of freedom too, you see. I haven't really been very sorry. I suppose I ought to be ashamed of myself. But the man I almost married died miserably, an awful failure. I have nothing to regret. How about college girls? You must know a good many. Oh, a good many co-eds marry as soon as they graduate and settle down, but those I've known are mostly country town girls. I think it's different with city girls who have to go to work. They're not so anxious to get married. The fact seems to be that marriage isn't just the chief goal of a woman's life anymore. Things have reached such a pass that it's really respectable to be a spinster like me. But we all like to be loved, we women, don't we? And it's woman's blessing and her curse that she has love to give. She was silent a moment, then bent forward and touched Grace's hand. There was a mist of dreams in the girl's lovely eyes. I wish every happiness for you, dear. I hope with all my heart that love will come to you in a great way, which is the only way that counts. 7. A moment later, Bob Cummings appeared and greeted Grace with unfeigned surprise and pleasure. I'll say we don't need to be introduced. Grace and I are old friends, he said, still unable to conceal his mystification at finding Grace established on terms of intimacy in his neighbor's house. I inveigled Grace here without telling her it was to be a musical evening, said Miss Reynolds. Oh, I'd have come just the same, laughed Grace. We'll cut the music now, said Cummings. It will be a lot more fun to talk. I tell you, Grace, it's a joy to have a place of refuge like this. Miss Reynolds is the kindest woman in the world. I've adopted her as my aunt. He bowed to Miss Reynolds and glanced from one to the other with boyish eagerness for their approval. That's the first I've heard of it, Miss Reynolds retorted with a grieved air. Why don't you tell him, Grace, that being an aunt sounds too old? You might both adopt me as a cousin. Grace and Bob discussed the matter with mock gravity and decided that there was no good reason why they shouldn't be her cousin. Then you must call me Cousin Beulah, said Miss Reynolds. Her nephews and nieces were widely scattered, she said, and she didn't care for her lawful cousins. Grace talked much more freely under the stimulus of Bob's presence. It appeared that Miss Reynolds had not known Bob until she moved into the neighborhood, and their acquaintance had begun quite romantically. Miss Reynolds had stopped him as he was passing her house shortly after she moved in and asked him whether he knew anything about trees. Some of the trees on her premises were preyed upon by malevolent insects, and quite characteristically she had halted him to ask whether he could recommend a good tree doctor. You looked intelligent, so I took a chance, Miss Reynolds explained, and the man you recommended didn't hurt the trees much. Only 2 died. I've bought a tree book, and hereafter I'll do my own spraying. When Miss Reynolds spoke of Mrs. Cummings, she referred to her as Evelyn, explaining to Grace that she was the daughter of an old friend. Evelyn, it appeared, was arranging a Thanksgiving party for one of the country clubs. Bob said she was giving a lot of time to it. It was going to be a brilliant affair. Then, finding that Grace did not know Evelyn, and remembering that in all likelihood her guest wouldn't be invited to the entertainment, Miss Reynolds turned the talk into other channels. It was evident that Bob was a welcome visitor to Miss Reynolds' house, and that she understood and humored him and indulged and encouraged his chaffing attitude towards her. That he should make a practice of escaping from a company at home that did not interest him was just like Bob. He was lucky to have a neighbor so understanding and amiable as Miss Reynolds. Perhaps again and often she would meet Bob at Miss Reynolds when he found Evelyn irksome. Grace rose and changed her seat, as though by so doing she were escaping from an idea she felt to be base, an affront to Miss Reynolds, an insult to Bob. The piano's waiting, Bob, and Miss Reynolds led the way to the music room across the hall. Bob began, as had always been his way, Grace remembered, by improvising, weaving together snatches of classical compositions with whimsical variations. Then, after a pause, he sat erect, struck into Schumann's Nachtstück, and followed it with Handel's Largo and Rubinstein's Melody in F, all associated in her memory with the days of their boy and girl companionship. He shook his head impatiently, waited a moment, and then, a new mood laying hold of him, he had recourse to Chopin and played a succession of pieces that filled the room with color and light. Grace watched the sure touch of his hands, marveling that he had been so faithful to the music that was his passion as a boy. It had always been his solace in the unhappy hours to which he had been a prey, as far back as she could remember. There was no questioning his joy in the great harmonies. He was endowed with a talent that had been cultivated with devotion, and he might have had a brilliant career if fate had not swept him into a business for which his temperament wholly unfitted him. While he was still playing, Miss Reynolds was called away by callers and left the room quietly. "You and Bob stay here," she whispered to Grace. "These people I have to see." When Bob ended with a Chopin valse, graceful and capricious, that seemed to Grace to bring the joy of spring into the room, he swung round, noted Miss Reynolds' absence, and then the closed door. "My audience reduced 1/2, he exclaimed ruefully. "At this rate, I'll soon be alone." "Don't stop. Those last things were marvelous." "Just one more. Do you remember how I cornered you one day in our old house? You were still wearing pigtails, and I told you I'd learned a new piece, and you sat like a dear angel while I played this, my first showpiece." It was Mendelssohn's Spring Song, and she thrilled to think that he hadn't forgotten. The familiar chords brought back vividly the old times. He had been so proud and happy that day in displaying his prowess. Her praise was sweet to him then, and she saw that it was grateful to him now. "You play wonderfully, Bob. It's a pity you couldn't have kept on." "We can't do as we please in this world," he said, throwing himself into a chair and reaching for the cigarettes. "But I get a lot of fun out of my music. I'm not sorry I stuck to it as I did from the time I could stretch an octave. Are you spending the night with Miss Reynolds?" "No, we're not quite that chummy. Miss Reynolds said she'd send me home." "Not on your life she won't. I'm going to run you out in my roadster. That's settled. I don't have to show up at home till midnight, so there's plenty of time. You and Cousin Beulah seem to get on famously." Grace gave a vivacious account of the beginning of her acquaintance with Miss Reynolds, not omitting the $10 tip. He laughed, then frowned darkly. "I've been troubled about this thing ever since I met you today," he said doggedly. "You're having to quit college, I mean. I feel guilty, terribly guilty. Please, Bob, don't spoil my nice evening by mentioning those things again. I know it wasn't your fault. So let's go on being friends just as though nothing had happened." "Of course, but it's rotten just the same. You can hardly see me without—" She raised her hand warningly. "Bob, I'd be ashamed if anything could spoil our friendship. I'm perfectly satisfied that you had nothing to do with Father's troubles, so please forget it." She won him back to good nature. She had always been able to do that, and they talked of old times, of the companions of their youth in the park neighborhood. This was safe ground. The fact that they were harking back to their childhood and youth emphasized the changed circumstances of both the Derlins and the Cummingses. It didn't seem possible that he was married. It struck her suddenly that he didn't appear at all married. And with this came the reflection that he was the kind of man who should never marry. He should have kept himself free. He had too much temperament for a harmonious married life. "You don't know Evelyn," he remarked a little absently. And then, as though Grace's not knowing Evelyn called for an explanation, he added, "She was away at school for a long time." "What's she like, Bob?" Grace asked. "A man ought to be able to draw a wonderful picture of his wife." "He should indeed. Let me see. She's fair, blue eyes, tall, slender, likes to have something doing, wins golf cups, a splendid dancer." "Oh, pshaw, you wouldn't get any idea from that," he said with an uneasy laugh. "She's very popular. People like her tremendously." "I'm sure she's lovely, Bob. Is she musical?" "Oh, she doesn't care much for music. My practicing bores her. She used to sing a little, but she's given it up." He hadn't said that he hoped she might meet Evelyn, and for a moment Grace resented this. She was a saleswoman in a department store, and Evelyn had no time for an old friend of her husband who sold ready-to-wear clothing. A snob, no doubt, self-centered and selfish. Bob's failure to suggest a meeting with his wife made it clear that he realized the futility of trying to bring them together. "You haven't missed me a bit," cried Miss Reynolds, appearing suddenly. "Is the music all over?" "Oh, we've been reminiscing," said Grace, "and you missed the best of Bob's playing." "I'm sorry those people chose tonight for their call. It was Judge Sanders, my lawyer, and his wife, old friends, but I didn't dare smoke before them. You've got to stay now while I have a cigarette." When Grace said presently that she must go, and Miss Reynolds reached for the bell to ring for her car, Bob stayed her hand. "That's all fixed. I'll run around and bring my car, and I'll take Grace home. Please say you don't mind." "Of course I don't mind. But you needn't think you're establishing a precedent. The next time Grace comes, I'll lock the door against you and all the rest of the world." While Bob went for his car, Miss Reynolds warned Grace that she was likely to ask her to the house again. "You'll be doing a favor by coming, dear. And remember, if there's ever anything I can do for you, you're to tell me. That's a promise. I should be sorry if you didn't feel that you could come to me with anything." 8. "It's only a little after 10, said Bob as he started the car, "and I'm going to touch the edge of the country before I take you home. Is that all right? How long's it been since we went driving together?" "Centuries. It was just after you moved. I was afraid you'd forgotten. I remember the evening perfectly. We stopped at the country club to dance and just played around by ourselves. But we did have a good time." His spirits were soaring. Through his talk ran an undercurrent of mischievous delight in his freedom. "It's just bully to see you again," he repeated several times. "While I was playing, I kept thinking of the royal fun we used to have. Do you remember that day our families had a picnic? We were just kids then, and you and I wandered away and got lost looking for wildflowers or whatever the excuse was. And a big storm came up, and our mothers gave us a good raking when we came back all soaked, and everybody was scared for fear we'd tumbled into the river." To Grace, the remembrance of this adventure was not nearly so thrilling as the fact that Bob, now married, still chortled over the recollection and was obviously delighted to be spending an evening with her while his wife enjoyed herself in her own fashion at home. He would probably not tell Evelyn that he had taken the daughter of his father's old business associate driving, a girl who clerked in a department store and was clearly out of his social orbit. Here was another episode which Grace knew she dared not mention at home. Ethel and her mother would be horrified, but Grace was happy in the thought that Bob Cummings still found pleasure in her company, even if she was number 18 at Shipley's, and took and accepted tips from kindly disposed customers. He halted the car at a point which afforded a broad sweep of moonlit field and woodland. "You know, Grace, sometimes I've been hungry and positively homesick for a talk with you such as we've had tonight. Please drive on. You mustn't say things like that." "Well, that's the way I feel anyhow. It's queer how I haven't been able to do anything I wanted to with my life. I'm like a man who's been pushed on a train he didn't want to take and can't get off." Here again was his old eager appeal for sympathy. He was weak, she knew, with the weakness that is a defect of such natures. It would be perfectly easy to begin a flirtation with him, possibly to see him frequently in some such way as she saw him now. It was wrong to encourage him, but her curiosity as to how far he would go overcame her scruples. It would do no harm to lead him on a little. "You ought to be very happy, Bob. You have everything to make you happy." "I've made mistakes all down the line," he answered with a flare of defiance. "I ought to have stood out against Father when he put me into the business. I'm no good at it. But Merwin made a mess of things. Father's got him on a ranch out in Montana now, and Tom's got the bug to be a doctor and nothing can shake him. So I have to sit at a desk every day doing things I hate, and doing them badly, of course. And for the rest of it," he stopped short of the rest of it, which Grace surmised was his marriage to Evelyn. It was his own fault that he had failed to control and manage his life. He might have resisted his father when it came to going into business, and certainly it spoke for a feeble will if he had married to gratify his mother's social ambitions. She was about to bid him drive on when he turned toward her, saying, "I feel nearer to you, Grace, than to anybody else in the world. It was always that way. It's got hold of me again tonight, that feeling I used to have that no matter what happened, you'd know, you'd understand." "Those days are gone, Bob," she said, allowing a vague wistfulness to creep into her tone. "I mustn't see you any more. We've both got our lives to live. You know that as well as I do. You're just a little down tonight. You always had moods like this when you thought the world was against you. It's just a mood, and everything will look different tomorrow. But I've got to see you, Grace. Not often, maybe, but now and then. There'll be some way of managing." "No," she exclaimed, her curiosity fully satisfied as to how far he would go. "I'll be angry with you in a minute. This is positively the last time." "Please don't say that," he pleaded. "I wouldn't offend you for anything in the world, Grace." "I know you wouldn't, Bob," she said kindly. "But there are some things that won't do, you know." "Yes, I know," he conceded with the petulance of a child reluctantly admitting a fault. "I'm glad you still like me, but you know perfectly well this kind of thing's all wrong. I mustn't see you again." "But Grace, what if I just have to see you?" "Oh, don't be so silly. You'll never just have to. You've got a wife to tell your troubles to." She wasn't sure that she wanted to make it impossible for him to see her again, or that she really preferred that he tell his troubles to his wife. His troubles were always largely imaginary due to his sensitive and impressionable nature. "You needn't remind me of that," he said. "Oh, start the car. Let's all be cheerful. We might as well laugh as cry in this world. Did you see the game Saturday? I had a suitor turn up from the university, and we had a jolly time." "Who was he?" Bob demanded savagely. "Oh, Bob, you're a perfect scream. Well, you needn't be jealous of him." "I'm jealous of every man, you know," he said. "Now you're talking like a crazy man. Suppose I were to tell you I'm jealous of Evelyn. Please remember that you forgot all about me and married another girl quite cheerfully with a church wedding and flowers and everything. You needn't come to me now for consolation." She refused to hear his defense from this charge, and mocked him by singing snatches of college songs till they were in town. When they reached the Derland house, she told him not to get out. "I won't tell the family you brought me home. They wouldn't understand. Thanks ever so much, Bob." Mrs. Derland and Ethel were waiting to hear of her evening with Miss Reynolds, and she told everything except that she had met Cummings there. She satisfied as quickly as possible their curiosity as to Miss Reynolds and her establishment, and hurried to her room eager to be alone. She assured herself that she could never love Bob Cummings, would never have loved him even if their families had remained neighbors, and it had been possible to marry him. He wasn't her type. The phrase pleased her. And in trying to determine just what type of man most appealed to her, Trenton loomed large in her speculations. Within a few weeks she had encountered 2 concrete instances of the instability of marriage. Love, it seemed, was a fleeting thing, and loyalty had become a byword. Bob was only a spoiled boy, shallow, easily influenced, yet withal endowed with graces and charms. But graces and charms were not enough. She brought herself to the point of feeling sorry for Evelyn, who probably refused to humor and pet Bob and was doubtless grateful that he had music as an outlet for his emotions. It was something, though, to have found that he hadn't forgotten, that there were times when he felt the need of her. She wondered whether he would take her word as final and make no further attempt to see her. 9. Grace addressed herself sincerely to the business of bringing all the cheer possible to the home circle. She overcame her annoyance at being obliged to recount the details of her work, realizing that her mother spent her days at home and, save for the small affairs of her club, had little touch with the world beyond her dooryard. Ethel's days in the insurance office were much alike, and she lacked Grace's gift for making a good story out of a trifling incident. Even Mr. Durlin enjoyed Grace's account of the whims and foibles of the women she encountered at Shipley's. Grace reasoned that so long as she lived at home, it would be a mistake not to make the best of things. But even in her fits of repentance, she had not regretted her assertion of the right to go and come unquestioned. In the week following, she left the house on 2 evenings, saying merely that she was going out. On one of these occasions, she returned a book to the public library. On another, she walked aimlessly for an hour. These unexplained absences were to determine whether her new won liberty was really firmly established. Nothing was said either by her mother or Ethel, though it was clear that they were mystified by her early return, though not to the point of asking where she had been. On a third evening, she announced at the table that she had earned a good bonus that day, and would celebrate by taking them all to the vaudeville. Mrs. Durlin and Ethel gave plausible excuses for declining, but not without expressing their appreciation of the invitation in kind terms, and Grace and her father set off alone. In her cogitations, Grace was convinced that nothing short of a miracle could ever improve materially the family fortunes. They had the house free of encumbrance, but it needed re-roofing and the furnishings were old and dingy. Mrs. Durland had worked out a budget by which to manage the family finances, and it was clear enough to Grace that what she and Ethel earned would just about take care of the necessary running expenses. Mrs. Durland had received for many years an income of $500 a year from her father's estate, and this, Grace learned, had always been spent on the family. The last payment had been put away, Mrs. Durland explained to her daughters, to help establish Roy after he completed his law course. It was impressed upon Grace constantly that all the hopes of bettering the family conditions centered on Roy. Ethel shared, though in less degree, her mother's confidence in the son of the house. Grace kept silent when Roy's prospects were discussed, feeling that it would serve no purpose to express her feeling that Roy had no special talent for the law, and even if he had, the Durlands were without family or business connections that could possibly assist him in establishing himself. 10. Grace's meeting with Bob Cummings served to sharpen her sense of social differentiations. Her mother had always encouraged the idea that the Durlands were a family of dignity, entitled to the highest consideration, but stranded as they were in a neighborhood that had no lines of communication with polite society, Mrs. Durland now rarely received an invitation even to the houses of her old friends. Grace's excursions in social science had made her aware of the existence of such a thing as class consciousness, but she had never questioned that she belonged to the favored element. The thought assailed her now that as a wage-earning girl she had a fixed social status from which there was little likelihood she would ever escape. The daughters of prominent families she waited on at Shipley's were no better looking, no more intelligent, and had no better social instincts than she possessed, but she was as completely shut off from any contact with them as though she were the child of a Congo chieftain. With all her romanticism, she failed to picture the son of one of the first families making her acquaintance and introducing her to his family as the girl he meant to marry. Several young men with whom she became acquainted in Shipley's had asked her to go to dances or for Sunday drives. Irene sniffed when Grace reported these overtures. "Oh, they're nice fellows, but what have they got to offer? They're never going to get anywhere. You can't afford to waste your time on them." However, Grace accepted one of these invitations. The young man took her to a public dance hall where the music was good, but the patrons struck her as altogether uninspiring, and she resented being inspected by a police matron. She danced with her escort all evening, and then they went to a cafeteria for sandwiches and soda water. Irene had warned Grace that such young fellows were likely to prove fresh, that they always expected to kiss a girl goodnight and might even be insulting, but this particular young man was almost pathetically deferential. Grace was ashamed of herself for not inviting him to call, but she shrank from encouraging his further attentions. He might very easily become a nuisance. Again, she went to Rosemary Terrace, a dance and supper place on the edge of town, in company with a young man who carried a bottle on his hip to which he referred with proud complacency, as though it were the symbol of his freedom as an American citizen. The large dance hall was crowded. The patrons were clearly the worse for their indulgence in the liquor carried by their escorts. The dancing of many of the visitors was vulgar. The place was hot and noisy, and the air heavy with tobacco smoke. Grace's young man kept assuring her that the Rosemary was the sportiest place in town. You didn't see any dead ones there. His desire to be thought a sport would have been amusing if he hadn't so strenuously insisted upon explaining that he was truly of the great company of the elect, to whom the laws of God and man were as nothing. When Grace asked to be taken home, he hinted that there were other places, presumably even less reputable, to which they might go. But he did not press the matter when, reaching the Durland gate, he tried to kiss her, and she, to mark the termination of their acquaintance, slapped him. These experiences were, she reflected, typical of what she must look forward to unless she compromised with her conscience and accepted Irene's philosophy of life. She had replied immediately to Trenton's letter from St. Louis with a brief note which she made as colorless as possible. She knew that it was for her to decide whether to see more of him or drop the acquaintance. He was not a man to force his attentions upon any young woman if he had reason to think them unwelcome. Hearing nothing from him for several days, she had decided that he had settled the matter himself, when she received a note explaining that he had been very busy but would start east the next day. He hoped she would dine with him on Thursday night, and named the Indianapolis Hotel, where her reply would reach him. "Don't turn him down," exclaimed Irene when Grace told her Trenton was coming. "He wouldn't ask you if he didn't want you. Tommy skipped for New York last night, so it's a safe bet that Ward's stopping on purpose to see you." "I don't know," began Grace doubtfully. "Oh, have a heart. There's no harm in eating dinner with a married man in a hotel where you'd get by even if all your family walked in and caught you. Of course Tommy can't appear with me at any public place here at home, but it's different with you and Ward. He doesn't know a dozen people in town." "I wouldn't want to offend him," Grace replied slowly, a prey to uncertainty. But she withheld her acceptance until the morning of the day of Trenton's arrival. 11. When she reached the Hotel Sycamore at 7 o'clock, he was waiting for her at the entrance. "On time to the minute," he exclaimed. "I took you at your word that you'd rather not have me call for you." "Thanks, but it was easier this way," she answered. He had been so much in her thoughts, and she had considered him from so many angles that at first she was shy in his presence. But by the time they were seated in the dining room, her diffidence was passing. He appeared younger than at the shack, but rather more distinguished. It might have been the effect of his dinner coat, and she noticed that he was the only man in the room who had dressed for dinner. "You've been busy, of course, and I've been up to my eyes in work," he said, "so we'll dismiss business. Shall we talk of the weather, or see what we can do to save the world from destruction?" "Oh, I've had a lot of ideas about things since I saw you," she said. "Half of them were right and half wrong." "Oh," he exclaimed, "our old friend Conscience." "Yes," she replied, meeting his gaze squarely. "I've been trying to decide 1,000 questions, but I've got nowhere. Terrible, but I'm glad to find out that you're so human. Most of us are like that. Honest now, you weren't at all sure you wanted to see me tonight." "No," she assented under his smiling gaze. "I didn't send the answer to your note till nearly noon. So I noticed from the hotel stamp on the envelope. But I'd have been very much disappointed if you'd refused." His tone was too serious for comfort. She felt that she must have a care lest he discover the attraction he had for her. "Oh, you'd have got over it. You know you would. You needn't have dined alone. Tommy's out of town, but there's Irene." "Much as I admire Irene, she would be no substitute. I was sincerely anxious to see you again, if only to make sure you were still on earth." "Oh, I have no intention of leaving it." She was finding it easy to be flippant with him. Whatever liking he had for her was no doubt due to the seriousness she had manifested in their talk at the shack. And the effect of that talk had been to awaken a sympathy and interest on both sides. In her case, she knew that it was trifle more than that. She was sorry now that she had kissed him. She was puzzled that she had ever had the courage to do it, though it was such a kiss as she might have given any man older than herself in the same circumstances. She had heard of women, very young women, who were able to exert a strong influence upon men much older than themselves. She felt for the first time the power of sex. At least she had never before thought of it in the phrases that now danced through her brain. If he was annoyed not to find her as interesting and agreeable as at the shack, he was successful in concealing his disappointment. He continued to be unfailingly courteous, meeting her rejoinders with characteristic mockeries until she began to feel ashamed of her lack of friendliness. He deserved better of her than this. "We're going to the theater, did you know that?" he asked toward the end of dinner. "And we're going to be fashionably late." "Stolen Stars! Oh, that's perfectly marvelous," she exclaimed. "I've been just dying to see it." "Then it's lucky that you can live and see it." Through the performance, the thought kept recurring to her that he meant to be kind. No one had ever been so kind or shown her so flattering a deference as Ward Trenton. She was proud to be sitting beside him. When the lights went up after the first act, a buzz of talk in one of the boxes drew her attention, and she caught a glimpse of Bob Cummings. At the same moment he saw her, and bowed. There were 6 in the party, and she decided that Bob's wife was the young woman he most rarely addressed. Evelyn was not beautiful. She was gratified to have Trenton's confirmation of her opinion on this point when she directed his attention to the box party. "I'll be here for several days," said Trenton when they reached the Durland house and he stood for a moment on the doorstep. "Could you give me another evening? Tomorrow night I'm tied up with a business appointment, but may we say day after tomorrow?" "Yes," she assented. "But isn't there danger of seeing too much of me?" "I'll take the risk," he said, "and thank you ever so much." She fell asleep, glad that she was to see him again. End of section 7. Section 8 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 7. 1. The second evening with Trenton was very like the first, except that after dinner at the Sycamore they attended a concert given by a world-famous violinist. Again, as under the spell of Bob Cummings's playing at Miss Reynolds', Grace was caught away into a wonder world, where she wandered like a disembodied spirit, seeking some vestige of a personality that had not survived her transition to another realm. She was assailed by new and fleeting emotions, in which she studied Trenton and tried to define her attitude toward him, conscious that the time might be close at hand when some definition would be necessary. Now and then she caught a glimpse of his rapt look, and saw the lines about his mouth tighten. Once he clasped his hands as though, in response to some inner prompting, he were attempting by a physical act to arrest some disturbing trend of his thoughts. There was a fineness in his face that she had not before fully appreciated, and it was his fineness and nobility, Grace assured herself, that appealed to her. Then there were moments when she was undecided whether she loved or hated him, not knowing that this is a curious phase which women of highly sensitive natures often experience at the first consciousness of a man's power over them. She saw man as the hunter and woman as his prey. Then, with a quick revulsion, she freed herself of the thought and drifted happily with the tide of harmony. When they left the theater, Trenton asked whether she felt like walking. The night was clear and the air keen and stimulating. Of course it would be a shame to ride. That music would carry me 1,000 miles, she answered. As soon as they were free of the crowd, he began to talk of music, its emotional appeal, its power to dissociate the hearer from material things. I never felt it so much before, he said. I'm afraid there's not much poetry in me. I'm not much affected by things that I can't reduce to a formula, and I'm a little suspicious of anything that lifts me off the earth, as that fiddle did. If I expose myself to music very often, it would ruin me for business. Oh, never that. I feel music tremendously. Everybody must. It wakes up all manner of hopes and ambitions, even if they don't live very long. That violin really made me want to climb. Yes, I can understand that. For a few minutes I was conscious myself of reaching up the ladder for a higher round. It's dangerous to feel so keenly. I wonder if there ever comes a time when we don't feel anymore, really feel a desire to bump against the stars, when the spirit goes dead, and for the rest of our days we just settle into a rut with no hope of ever pulling out. I have a dread of that. It's ghastly to think of. Marking time, going through the motions of being alive when you're really dead. Oh, don't even think of it. You could never be like that. Maybe I'm like that now. You are clear off the key, she cried. Of course you're not at the end of things. It's wicked to talk that way. Do you really think that? He asked eagerly. Do you see any hope ahead for me? You know you see it yourself. We wouldn't any of us go on living if we didn't see some hope ahead. Then with greater animation she added, You're not a man to sit down at the roadside and burst into tears because things don't go to suit you. I don't believe you're that kind at all. If you are, well, I'm disappointed. Now you've got me with my back to the wall, he laughed. No man ever wants a woman to think him a coward. I'll keep away from all music hereafter except the snappiest jazz. But give music the benefit of the doubt. It may not have been the fiddle at all. More likely you ate too much dinner. Impossible. The ostrich has nothing on me when it comes to digestion. Maybe you're the cause of my depression. Please consider that for a moment. Oh, that's terribly unkind. If I depress you, this must be our last meeting. You know I didn't mean that. It's because... Don't begin becausing. You know you're in a tight corner. You hint that I've given you a bad evening just by sitting beside you at a concert, and a very beautiful concert at that. The mistake is mine. You haven't the slightest respect for my feelings. I show you the wounds in my very soul, and you laugh at them. I certainly am not going to weep my eyes out merely because you let a few bars of music through you. I had a fit of the blues, too. Several times I thought I was going to cry. How embarrassed you'd have been. No, I should have held your hand until you regained your composure. Then we both have been let out by the ushers. He joined with her in playing whimsically upon all the possibilities of their ejection. They would have been arrested for disturbing a public gathering, and their names would have figured in the police reports, probably with pictorial embellishments. This sort of fooling was safe. She thought perhaps he meant to maintain the talk on an impersonal plane, but in a moment he said, I'm going away tomorrow. First home to Pittsburgh for about a week, then to New York. I may not get back here for 2 or 3 weeks. I'm mixed up in some things that I can't neglect. I'd like to think you'll miss me. Oh, I always miss my friends when they go away, she replied. Then realizing the banality of this, she laughed and added, How silly that sounded. Then you mean you wouldn't miss me? Of course I didn't mean that. Under a street lamp she saw in his face once more the grave, troubled look that she had observed at intervals during the concert. It was foolish to question now that his interest in her was something more than a passing fancy. Her thoughts flew to the other woman, the wife of whom he had spoken at the shack, only to apologize for it in his letter from St. Louis. He was thinking of her, of course. It was impossible for him to ignore the fact that he had a wife. And again, as so many times before, she speculated as to whether he might not still love this woman and be seeking diversion elsewhere out of sheer loneliness. But as they passed into the shadows again, her hand resting lightly on his arm, she experienced suddenly a strong desire to be kind to him. She was profoundly moved by the thought that it was in her power to pour out to him in great measure the affection and comradeship which he had confessed he hungered for. They had crossed the canal bridge and were nearing the Derland house. Trenton was accommodating himself perforce to her rapid pace. The tonic air kept her pulses throbbing. She was sure that she loved this man, that the difference in their years was as nothing weighed against his need for her. Tonight, she knew, marked a crisis in their relationship. If she parted from him without making it clear that she wished never to see him again, she would be putting herself wholly at the mercy of a fate that might bear her up or down. With only a block more to traverse, she battled with herself, summoned all her courage to resist him, only to find that her will was unequal to the contest. Deep in her heart, she did not want to send him away with no hope of seeing him again. He was her one link with the great world beyond the city in which, without his visits to look forward to, she was doomed to lead a colorless, monotonous existence. She was moved by a compassion for him, poignantly tender, that swept away all sense of reality and transcended the bounds of time and space. The very thought of losing him, of not knowing where he would be in the endless tomorrows, only that she would never see him again, was like a pain in her heart. The need in him spoke to the need in her for companionship, help, affection. They seemed vastly isolated in the quiet street, as though the world had gone away and left them to settle their affairs with only the stars for witnesses. It had been easy to parry Bob Cummings's attempts to assume a lover-like attitude toward her, but with Trenton this would be impossible. With him it would be necessary to state in the plainest terms that their acquaintance must end. Nothing had been said since her last remark, and if she meant to thrust him away from her, she must act quickly. In a winning fashion of his own, he was frank and forthright. She found it difficult to anticipate him and prepare her replies. There was no leer in him, and he did not take refuge in timid gallantries. He addressed her as a man who felt that he had a right to a hearing, and this, in her confused, bewildered senses, gave dignity to the situation. He loved her, and she loved him. She was sure she loved him, and her heart was in a wild tumult. She was afraid to speak lest the merest commonplace might betray her eagerness to confess her love for him. He stepped in front of her and clasped the hand that lay lightly on his arm. "I've got to say it. I must say it now," he said in grave, even tones. "No woman ever meant to me what you mean. The first night I met you, I knew it had come, the thing I had hoped for and sometimes had dreaded. A woman I could know as I've never known any woman, not my wife or any other. After I left you, I couldn't get you out of my mind." He paused for an instant, then went on hurriedly with undisguised intensity of feeling. "You may think me mad when I've seen you so little, and I know I have no right to love you at all, but I do love you. I want you to belong to me." A gust of wind caught up a mass of leaves from the gutter and flung them about their feet as though to remind them of the mutability of all things. He had said that he loved her. Almost savagely he had demanded that she give herself to him. It was incredible that he cared so much, that his desire for her could be so great. He released her hand as though in sign that he wanted her to speak without compulsion. He waited quietly, his shoulders thrown a little forward, and in the dim starlight she saw his eyes, bright and eager, searching her own. "You know I care," she said softly. The words fell from her lips inevitably. No other reply was possible, and it seemed that a great weight had lifted from her heart, and that in entrusting herself to him, she had found security and peace. She questioned nothing, feeling his arms about her, his kiss warm on her lips. All her doubts were lost in the joy of the moment in which he had confessed his love for her. It was a strange place for the pledging of love, and the moment was not to be prolonged. "We must go on, dear," she said, laying her cheek against his for an instant. The touch of her face caused him to clasp her again. "Oh, my dearest one," he cried hoarsely. As they went on, loitering to delay the moment of parting, they caught hands like happy children. "I don't see how you can love me," she said, with the anxiety of new love for confirmations and assurances. "I don't belong to your world." "There's the strangest thing of all," he exclaimed. "We are born into a new world that is all ours. We have inherited all the kingdoms tonight." "And the stars up there, do they shine just for us?" she asked, bringing herself closer to him. "And can we keep everyone else out of our world? I want it all to be our very own. Oh, it's so sweet, so wonderful." "It's a miracle beyond any words," he said, "to know that you care. It's easy for me to love you. I loved you in that very first hour we spent together. We don't account for things like that come so suddenly and without warning. We merely accept them. I've fought this. I want you to know that I've fought it." "Oh, so have I. But why did you fight it?" Her voice betrayed her confused emotions. Her sense of right was as nothing against the belief that he loved her and that she loved him. A masterful tide had caught them up and borne them far, leaving them islanded on territory remote and touched with a mystical light that souls had never known before. She was now fully persuaded that henceforth her life was to be bound up with his, that until death took one or the other they would never face separation. Space and distance were as nothing. If he went to far and waste places, there would be still the strong spiritual tie, which it pleased her to think was the real bond between them, something which, in her absolute surrender, she felt to be above all laws of men and of kinship with heavenly things. It struck her as odd that she was able so thoroughly to analyze her sensations, seeking and finding explanation and justification cleansed of all passion. "I know I have no right to your love, none whatever," he said steadily. "There are people who would call me a scoundrel for saying what I have just said to you. But every man in my plight feels that his case is different. I've thought of all this in the plainest terms, not sparing myself." "It would be like you to do that," she replied. Now that she had taken him for her lover, she saw him as a paragon of generosity and nobility. He would not spare himself. She was anxious to apply balm to his conscience, to make him understand that her happiness was so complete that nothing else mattered. "Just so you love me," she said gently. "Nothing could be so dear as just knowing that you care." "Oh, do I mean so much to you?" "Everything," he exclaimed, and lifted her hand and kissed it. "That's the way it has to be. Everything or nothing. I never loved anyone before." "I'm so glad. I was afraid to ask you that. I had even thought there might be someone else, some younger man." "Stop. We're not going to talk of ages," she laughed, with a quick gesture, laying her hand for a moment against his lips. "It must be understood right now that you're not a day over 25. You're going to spoil me, and you don't know how much I want to be spoiled." "You poor dear. I'm going to love petting and spoiling you." Instantly it occurred to her that the other woman, the unknown wife of her frequent conjecture, had neither petted nor spoiled him, and that this accounted for his eagerness for a new experience. A cloud crossed the bright heaven of her happiness. His wife was not to be relegated to oblivion merely because he had found another object for his affections. The wife had a very real existence in Grace's imagination. To Trenton's light-limbed sketch, the girl had added a line here and there until she fancied she possessed a very true portrait of Mrs. Trenton. Somewhere there existed a Mrs. Ward Trenton, who wrote books and lectured and otherwise advertised herself as a vital being. Dear little girl, said Trenton tenderly, you are all the world to me. Do you understand? I must believe that, she said. There's nothing I can offer you now, neither a home nor the protection of my name. It's got to be just love that's our tie. I'm not going to deceive you about that. Yes, I understand what it means, she answered. You must believe that I'll do the best I can to make you happy. Love that doesn't bring happiness is an empty and worthless thing. You don't know how much I count on you. I'm laying a burden on you. I'm clutching at you for all the things I've missed out of my life. Yes, I know, dear. There's something not fair about it, about casting myself upon you as I'm doing, he said doggedly. I'm proud that you want me. I want to fill your heart and your life. You can. You do even now. But first of all, I want you to be sure of yourself, dear. There must be no regrets afterwards. I can't see you again before I go, but I'll write. I shall miss you so. You will write to me, she cried, feeling already the loneliness of the days of his impending absence. His calmness was disconcerting, but she readily forgave this as she would have forgiven him anything. He was thinking of the long future, no doubt, planning ways of seeing her. Promise me you'll consider everything. It's enough that we love each other, she replied softly. You're not a child, but a woman, able to see it all in every light. You must be very sure that you care, that you do love me. I'm very sure, dear, she said, not a little disturbed by his solicitude, fearing that he himself might now be a prey to misgivings. You can write to me at the addresses I'll send, and then wire me when you're quite sure. Not till then. Yes, I'll do as you say. But tell me again that you love me. I shall be so lonely without you. With all my heart I love you. I wish we need never part again. Some day that will be. Some day I can have you with me always. But now, the sentence died on his lips. What could be now he did not say, shrank from saying perhaps. It was not for her to express in words what could be now. She felt a sudden strong impulse to speak of his wife, to ask him whether he did not still care for her. But it was in her heart, the battleground of many and confused emotions, to give him the benefit of every doubt. Her forces of defense had mutinied, and left her powerless even to question him. The joy of the knowledge that he loved her and that she returned his love thrilled her like the song of triumphant bugles. Her heart was throbbing as they passed through the Durland gate. At the door, he took her in his arms. My dearest, I wouldn't lie to you. I love you with all my heart. You will write me, and don't forget the telegram. I shall come flying at the first possible moment after I get that. And don't trouble about anything. I want you to say you trust me and are sure of me. His kisses smothered her replies. Promise to be careful of yourself, dear. I should die without you. There were tears in her eyes as she fumbled for her latchkey. She watched him as he struck out with a long stride toward the city. She thought that he looked back and waved his hand out of the shadows just as she opened the door. 2. It was long before she slept, but she rose obedient to the summons of the alarm clock and assisted as usual in the preparation of breakfast. At the table, her silence and preoccupation caused her mother to scrutinize her closely. You don't seem quite like yourself, Grace. Don't you feel well? Oh, there's nothing at all the matter. I had a hard day at the store yesterday. Maybe you ate something for supper that didn't agree with you. Grace read into this suggestion a hint that her mother and sister were not without their curiosity as to where she had dined and the manner in which she had spent the remainder of the evening. They had been accepting so meekly her silence as to her evenings away from home that it occurred to Grace that it would serve to allay suspicion if she told occasionally just what she had been doing. I had dinner at the Sycamore with an acquaintance, a man from out of town, and we went to the concert. The music was perfectly wonderful, and then we walked home. Nothing terribly exciting in that. I thought I heard voices at the door just before you came in, said Mrs. Durland with an effort at indifference that was only partially successful. Very likely you did, Mamma. Mr. Trenton and I walked home. It seemed a pity to ride when the night was so fine and there was all that music still ringing in our ears. She was pleased with her own audacity and smiled as she saw Ethel and her mother exchange glances. But having ventured so far, it would be necessary now to explain how she had met Trenton, and she was prepared with a small lie with which to fortify the truth when she saw that something more was expected. "Mr. Trenton, did you say, Grace?" inquired Mrs. Durland, as though she had not heard aright. "Yes, Mother, Mr. Ward Trenton of Pittsburgh. I knew his niece very well at the university, and as he comes here now and then, Mabel wrote and asked him to look me up. He's ever so nice. He's been everywhere and talks wonderfully. He's a mechanical engineer and rated very high, isn't he, Daddy?" Trenton's name had impinged upon Durland's consciousness, and he put down the morning newspaper to which he had been referring from time to time during the consumption of his breakfast. "Ward Trenton? Yes, he's one of the ablest engineers in the country. Did you say he'd been in town, Grace?" "Yes, he comes here now and then. I had dinner with him last night at the Sycamore, and we went to the concert. I meant to tell you about him. He knows of you. He says he's always stumbling into you in the patent office records." "Did Trenton say that?" asked Durland, greatly pleased. "Yes, he spoke of you in the kindest way, Father." "You don't say. I wouldn't have thought he'd ever heard of me. He's in touch with all the big industrial concerns of the country," said Durland. "I guess there's hardly a man whose word is worth more than Trenton's. I read just the other day in one of the trade journals an address he made somewhere on shop efficiency. His opinions are quoted a good deal. He knows what he's talking about." Her father's manifestation of interest in a man so eminent in his own field did not prevent Ethel from taking advantage of Grace's unexpected frankness to ask, "Was it Mr. Trenton you were with at the theater a few nights ago? One of the girls in the office said she saw you there with a very distinguished-looking man." "The very same," Grace replied promptly. "You know, Mr. Trenton is awful keen about Mabel. So when she wrote him that I was at Shipley's, he came in to see me." Having gone so far with the imaginary niece, she thought it best to endow her with a full name. "Mabel Conwell is awfully nice, though you wouldn't exactly call her pretty." "Does she live here?" asked Mrs. Durland. "Oh, no, her home's in Jeffersonville or New Albany. I forget which. It's one of those Ohio River towns." "It was certainly kind of her to have Mr. Trenton look you up," said Mrs. Durland. "But I wish you'd asked him to the house. It doesn't seem just right for you to be going out with a man your family doesn't know. I'm not saying, dear, that there's any impropriety. Only I think it would give him a better impression of all of us if we met him." "Oh, I meant to bring him up, but he's so terribly busy. He works everywhere he goes, right up to the last minute. And it was much simpler to meet him at the Sycamore." "He's married, is he not?" asked Ethel. "Oh, yes," said Grace, heartily regretting now that she had opened the way for this question. "His wife is Mary Graham Trenton, who writes and lectures." "That woman!" exclaimed Mrs. Durland, plainly horrified. "She is one of the most dangerous of all the foes of decency in this country. Last spring we had a discussion of her ideas in the West End Club. I hadn't known how utterly without shame a woman could be till one of our members wrote a paper about her." "I've heard that she's very wealthy," interposed Ethel in a tone which suggested that, no matter how utterly destructive of public morals Mrs. Trenton's ideas might be, as a rich woman she was not wholly beyond the pale. "It's all the more remarkable that she's opposed to marriage and nearly everything else, or pretends to be, when she belongs to one of the oldest American families and inherited her wealth." "I don't know that Mr. Trenton accepts her ideas," said Grace. "He hasn't discussed them with me. He seemed rather amused when I told him I'd read her Clues to a New Social Order." "You haven't read that awful thing," cried Mrs. Durland. "Why, certainly, Mother. I read it last winter. It's not so awfully shocking. I suppose there are a good many people who believe as Mrs. Trenton does." "How can you speak so, Grace? What would become of the home and the family if such ideas prevailed? That woman's positively opposed to marriage." "Oh, I don't believe it's as bad as that. I think it's more her idea that where marriages are unhappy, it's cruel to make people live together. But you needn't be afraid that Mr. Trenton's trying to convert me to his wife's notions. I don't believe he is terribly tickled to have her gallivanting over the country lecturing. You can't be too careful, you know, Grace, about letting a married man pay you attentions. People are bound to talk, and Mrs. Trenton, being known for her loose ideas on marriage, naturally causes people to look twice at her husband. And at any woman her husband pays attention to," Ethel added. "Of course I'm careful what I do," replied Grace. "Mr. Trenton is a perfect gentleman in every way and just as kind and considerate as can be. He gave me 2 of the pleasantest evenings I ever spent. You certainly can't object to my knowing a man like that." "No, dear," replied Mrs. Durland, "except that it seems strange for a daughter of mine to be meeting a married man and having dinner with him and going to the theater when I don't know him at all." Durland had lingered, pretending to be looking for something in the paper, but really prepared to support Grace in the event that his wife and Ethel showed a disposition to carry their criticisms further. "I suppose we have to put up with such things," said Ethel, "but that doesn't make them right. I hope, Grace, you won't let your independence carry you too far." "Well, Mr. Trenton has passed on, and I don't know when he'll turn up here again, so you needn't worry." "It's fine you can know a man like Trenton," Durland ventured from the hall door. "Here's an idea," cried Grace, springing after him to hold his overcoat. "The next time Mr. Trenton comes to town, I'll try to have you meet him." "I think some of us ought to meet him," said Mrs. Durland, who had begun to clear the table. "By all means," Ethel affirmed. "I think the family dignity calls for at least that." "Yes, we must preserve the family dignity at any hazard," Grace retorted. Having buttoned her father into his coat, she snatched his hat and planted it at a rakish angle on his head. He submitted good-naturedly, pleased as he always was by her attentions. "You bring Trenton down sometime, Grace. I've some old junk I'd be glad to show him," he said, glancing furtively at his wife. "Grand. Between us we ought to be able to put something over on him." She flung her arm across his shoulder and walked him to the front door. No highly developed talent for mind-reading was necessary to an understanding of the mental operations of Mrs. Durland and Ethel in matters pertaining to the father and younger daughter. When Grace entered the kitchen, she knew that she had interrupted a conference bearing upon her acquaintance with Trenton. Her mother and Ethel would study the matter in all its aspects. She derived a cynical satisfaction from the knowledge that her apparent frankness was probably causing them more anxiety than an evasion or downright lie. 3. Grace's thoughts raced madly in the days that followed. She saw herself in new aspects, dramatized herself in new and fascinating situations. She was like a child peering into a succession of alluring shop windows, the nature and value of whose strange wares it only imperfectly understands. Life was disclosing itself, opening long vistas before her. As to men, she now believed that she knew a great deal. Confident that she loved Trenton and without regret that she had confessed her love, she did not question her happiness. She lived in a paradise whose walls were fashioned of the stuff that dreams are made of. It pleased her to think of herself as a figure of romance, and she got from the public library several novels in which young women, imaginably like herself, had given their all for love. She was satisfied that her own case was far more justifiable than those of these heroines. Her heart was filled with kindness toward all the world. On the day that brought her Trenton's first letter, she went to her father's new shop in the Power Building, carrying lunch for 2 from a cafeteria. Her father's silence in his hours at home, his absorption in his scientific books, had for her an increasing pathos. Mrs. Durland referred not infrequently to the fallen estate of the family in terms well calculated to wound him from the very tone of helpless resignation in which they were uttered. Durland pushed his hat back on his head and stared as Grace appeared in the door of his little shop. "What's the matter, Grace? Anything happened?" he asked with his bewildered air. "Not a thing, Daddy. I just thought I'd come around and have lunch. So here's sandwiches for two." "I never eat lunch," he said, turning reluctantly from the bench at which he had been at work. "Well, you're going to today." Over his protest, she cleared a space on the bench and laid out the contents of her package: sandwiches, cakes, and apples. She dusted off a chair for him and then swung herself onto the bench within easy reach of the food. She ignored his warning that there was grease on the bench and flung him a paper napkin. "The banquet's begun. Now proceed and tell me every little thing's a-going." "Just about the same, Grace. I'm working on an idea or two. Not sure yet just what I've got, but I think maybe I'm onto something that'll turn out big." "You're bound to, Daddy. You work so hard." "Cummings may have scrapped me too soon," he muttered, and looked at her with an ironic grin and a fanatical gleam in his eyes that caused her to wonder for a moment whether from his lonely brooding he might not be going mad. A man came in to see about some patterns he had ordered. They were not ready, and even while Durland expressed his regret at the delay, Grace saw that his thoughts were still upon his inventions. The customer manifested impatience, remarking angrily as he left that if his work wasn't ready the next day, he would take it elsewhere. "Really, Daddy, you oughtn't to keep people waiting when you take their jobs. If you'll only build up this pattern and model business, you can make a good thing of it." "You're right, Grace, but I can't keep my mind off my own work. I know all the weaknesses of my old things that Cummings is making. I'm going to put him out of business." "That's all right, but you mustn't take jobs for other people unless you mean to do them right away. This place is an awful mess." As she began straightening up a litter of papers on one end of the bench, a bill for the rent of the room caught her eye. "Don't look at those things, Grace," he pleaded as he tried to snatch the bill. "I'll be able to pay that in a day or two. I've got a check coming for a model, and it'll cover the rent." Her questioning elicited the information that the check had been expected for several weeks, and that the man for whom the model had been made left town without leaving his address. "That seems pretty uncertain, Daddy, and this rent's 3 weeks overdue. I have a little money in the trust company, and I'll send my check for it." "I don't like taking your money, Grace," he said as she thrust the bill into her purse. "Don't you worry about that. I'd be ashamed if I didn't help you when you've always been so good to me. I don't see where I've done much for you. I've never expected you girls would have to work. You know I'm sorry, Grace." "Well, I'm perfectly happy, so don't you worry." She took his old-fashioned watch from his pocket and noted the time. "I've got to skip. Nice of you to come round, Grace, but you're always good to me. By the way, I guess you'd better not tell your mother about the rent. She wouldn't like my taking your money." "Then we won't say a word," she whispered, touched by his fear of her mother's criticisms. She flung her arms about him and hugged him till he cried for mercy. Her savings account was further depleted the next Saturday. She was surprised to find Roy waiting for her when she left the department at her lunch hour. "No, sis, I didn't write I was coming. I've got to go back on the first train." "But of course you'll see Mother." "Well, I thought I might call her up," he said evasively. "Call her up?" Grace repeated sharply. "If you're not going out home, don't call her. She'd never forgive you. Come and have lunch with me so we can talk." Roy Durland was tall and fair, a handsome young fellow, though his face might have been thought too delicate, a trifle too feminine. One would have known that as a child he had been pointed out as a very pretty boy. "I hate like thunder bothering you, sis," he began when they were seated in the lunchroom, "but I'm up against it hard. Harry Sales and I got a car from Thornton's garage the other night and took a couple of girls out for a ride. It was Harry's party. He was going to pay for the machine. Well, we were letting her go a pretty good clip, I guess, when something went wrong with the steering gear and we ran smash into a barn and mussed things up considerable. Harry and Frida Barnes were on the front seat and got cut up a little. We had to wake up a farmer and telephone to Thornton to send out for us. Thornton wants $50 to cover his damage, and of course I've got to stand half of it. That's only square. He's pretty ugly about it and says if we don't come through with the money, he'll take it up with the college people. Now, I know, Grace. Yes, you know you have no business going on joyrides, particularly with a boy like Harry Sales, who's always in nasty scrapes. Who's Frida Barnes? I don't remember a student of that name. Well, she isn't exactly a student, Roy replied nervously, buttering a piece of bread. But she's a perfectly nice girl. She works in Singleton's store. That's one girl. Who was the other? Sadie Denton. You must remember her. She was cashier in Fulton's for a while. No, I never heard of her, said Grace, eyeing him coldly. You know plenty of nice girls on the campus and plenty of decent, self-respecting boys. There's not the slightest excuse for you. I suppose Harry provided the whiskey. There was whiskey, of course. Come out with the truth about it. Well, Roy admitted shamefacedly, we did have a bottle, but we didn't drink enough of it to make any difference. Really, Grace, it was an accident. No one could have helped it. I'm not so sure of that. I understand now why you didn't want to show yourself at home. The day I left college, you promised to behave yourself and put in your best licks on your work, and already you're mixed up in a nasty scrape. It would break Mother's heart if she knew it. Mother's crazy about you. She'd sacrifice all the rest of us for you, and you evidently don't appreciate it at all. I understand all that, sis. I told you I'd be glad to quit and let you stay on and finish. My hanging on in the law school is all a mistake. Well, don't whimper. It's too late to weaken now. You were old enough to know what you were doing when you took up the law. It begins to look as though you simply wanted to hang on at the university to loaf and have a good time. You don't deserve any pity for getting into a mess like this. I suppose the story's all over the campus. I don't think so, he answered quickly, with hope lighting his eyes. Thornton promised to keep his mouth shut if we'd pay his bill, and Harry and the girls won't talk. I imagine not, and you're letting me into the secret merely in the hope of getting $25 out of me. Don't be so hard on me, Grace. I know I'm a fool and haven't sense enough to say no when anybody asks me to do things like that. But if you'll help me out this time, I swear never to bother you again. All right, Roy. I haven't the money here, but I'll walk over to the trust company with you and get it. But be sure this doesn't happen again. I don't want to rub it in, but it may help you to keep straight if I tell you that it's just about all we can do to get by at home. Father is earning nothing. The family's clean busted. Mother's pinching and denying herself to be ready to give you a start when you leave the law school. I'm not complaining. I'm only telling you this because I don't think you mean to make it any harder for the rest of us than you can. It's all a silly mistake, he said dully, this trying to make a lawyer of me. I have a good notion to have it out with Mother now and tell her I've come home to stay. If you do, you're the rankest kind of quitter. You could have refused to take up the law when you graduated from college, but now that you have only a few more months, you've simply got to make good. Mother would die of humiliation if you stopped. Come along, we've got to step lively. Now, Roy, she said as she gave him the money at the teller's window, please behave yourself. He left her at the store, repeating his promises that he would never again ask her for money, and assuring her that he would make the most of his time for the remainder of the year. She had dealt with him more severely than it was in her heart to do, and she was a little sorry that she hadn't shown more tolerance for his misadventure. Fairly considered, his joy-riding with undesirable companions was hardly more censurable than her participation in Kemp's party at the shack, a matter as to which her conscience was still, at times, a little tender. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 7, Parts 4 through 7. 4. Trenton wrote every day, letters in which there was no attempt to disguise his love for her. He hadn't warned her against keeping his letters, but she destroyed each one after writing her reply. These answers were little more than notes which she wrote and rewrote in trepidation lest she say too much or too little. Now that he had declared himself and was reiterating daily his complete absorption in her as to everything that affected his future, she could afford to risk certain reserves and coynesses. But she did love him. She had positively settled this question. It was a tremendous thing that had happened to her, the realization of a great love awakened at a first meeting and endowed with all the charm of romance and the felicity of clandestine adventure. In one of her notes, written with her door locked, her family imagined her to be zealously devoting herself to her French studies. She wrote, "It is all like a dream. I never cease to marvel that you should care for me. Every note you send me is a happy surprise. If one failed to come, I think I should die. You wanted me to take time to think. That is like my good and true night. But I want you to consider, too, everything. Your world is so much bigger than mine. Any day you may meet someone so much finer than I am, so much worthier of your love. I like to think that it all had to be just as it has been. You and I wandering toward each other, guided and urged on by destiny." To her intimations that he might have regrets, he replied in his next message with every assurance that he, too, shared her feeling that their meeting had been predestined of all time. Now and then in his life, he wrote, he had felt the hand of a directing and beneficent fate. She wondered how he would have replied to a direct question as to the forces that had combined to bring about his marriage to the woman he had no doubt loved at some time, but she refrained. In Grace's thoughts, Mrs. Ward Trenton, the Mary Graham Trenton who sought clues to social problems and moved restlessly about the country, proclaiming revolutionary ideas, was receding further and further toward a vanishing point. At the end of a week, she became restless, eager for Trenton's return. She several times considered telegraphing him to make haste, but after going once to the telegraph office at her lunch hour and writing the message, she tore it up. He had asked her to wire whenever she was sure. The mere sending of a telegram would commit her irrevocably. It was not so easy as she had imagined to write the words, which meant that after pondering the matter with the gravity it demanded, she was ready to enter into a relationship with him which would have no honest status, no protection, but would be just such an arrangement as Irene maintained with Kemp. Irene, aware of Trenton's daily letters, now refrained from giving her further encouragement to the affair. On the other hand, she seemed disposed to counsel caution. "Some days you seem as cheerful as a spring robin, and then again you don't seem so chipper. You don't want to take your love affairs so hard." "Oh, we're just having a little flirtation, that's all," said Grace carelessly. "That's not the way you're acting. You're terribly intense, Grace. I knew you had temperament, but I didn't know you had so much. But I'll say this for Ward, that he's a fine, manly fellow. Frankly, a much finer type than Tommy Kemp. Tommy's a sport, and Ward isn't. Ward really has ideals, but such as Tommy has don't worry him much." This left Grace, again, a prey to doubts, wondering whether, after all, Trenton was so utterly different from Kemp. Intellectually, he was a higher type than Tommy Kemp, but when it came to morals, he was not a bit better. 5. Grace had not yet wholly escaped from the effect of Dr. Ridgely's sermon, with its warning against the too readily found excuse for wrongdoing. She continued to observe carefully her associates in Shipley's and other business girls she became acquainted with, and she had no reason for suspecting that by far the greater number were not high-minded young women who met cheerily all the circumstances of their lives. She found herself stumbling uncomfortably over the excuses she made for herself. Other girls, forced to labor and blessed with equal charm and wit, did not find it necessary to play around with married men, as the phrase went, or encourage the attentions of young unmarried men who were not likely to show them every respect. There were societies and associations whose purpose was to safeguard young womanhood. Some of her new acquaintances were members of such organizations. She accepted invitations to go for lunch or supper to several of these, but thought them dull. Finding that Grace hadn't attempted to enlist Miss Reynolds in the girls' club of Dr. Ridgely's church, Ethel Durland had sent the pastor himself to invite that lady to one of the meetings. "I hope you will come Tuesday night," said Ethel when she reported this to Grace. "We want Miss Reynolds to see the scope of our work, and your being there will be a help. Maybe you'd ask some of the girls in Shipley's. We want to have a record attendance, and we want the girls to bring their young men friends with them. It's our idea that the girls should feel that the church is like another home." The attempt to establish a new high record of attendance brought 25 girls and 4 young men to the church parlors. 3 of the young women were from Shipley's, and they had gone at Grace's earnest solicitation. 4 were Servians, employed in a garment factory, and they were convoyed by young men of their own race. "I wish you'd be specially nice to those Servian girls," Ethel remarked to Grace. "It wasn't easy to get them to come, but they brought their beaux with them. We must be sure they'd have a good time." The beaux did not seem to relish the hopeless minority of their sex. The meeting was opened formally by Ethel as chairman of the entertainment committee. She introduced Dr. Ridgely, who expressed the hope that the club would develop into one of the strongest agencies of the church. He referred to religion only indirectly. Grace was again impressed by his sincerity, and he was tactful and gracious in his effort to put the visitors at ease. He would not linger, he said, as a reminder that they were in a church. The evening was theirs, and he wanted the club to manage its own affairs and define its own policy to meet the tastes and needs of the members. No one of any shade of religious faith could have taken offense from anything he said, or feared that the pastor wished to use the club for proselytizing purposes. However, when he had left, Ethel Durland extended an invitation to those present who were not already enrolled in the Sunday school to become affiliated, and urged attendance upon the regular church services. "How tactless! Why couldn't she let well enough alone?" whispered Miss Reynolds to Grace. "Dr. Ridgely knows better than that." "My sister has a strong sense of duty," Grace answered. "She couldn't bear to let the opportunity go by." "She might have waited at least till they got their refreshments," Miss Reynolds retorted. A young lady elocutionist who had volunteered her services recited a number of poems after Ethel had prepared the way with a few words on the new movement in poetry. The audience manifested no great interest in the movement and seemed utterly mystified by the poems offered. However, Ethel now announced that the formal exercises were concluded, and that they would repair to the basement where they would be dancing. Ethel, who did not dance herself and thought it a wicked form of amusement, had yielded reluctantly to the suggestion of the other members of the committee that dancing be included in the program. Dr. Ridgely had given his approval on the ground that young people were bound to dance somewhere, and as there was so much criticism of the prevailing fashion in dancing, he thought it highly desirable to provide the amusement under auspices calculated to discourage the objectionable features complained of in the public dance halls. "Well, where are all the young men?" inquired Miss Reynolds as she stood beside Grace in the basement. "Those 4 Servians look frightened to death, and girls don't enjoy dancing with each other. If the church is going to do this thing, why don't they do it right? You'd think the committee would have got some young men here if they'd had to ask the police to drag them in." The music was provided by 2 Negroes, one of whom played the piano and the other the drum. As 20th century dance music, it was not of a high order. The musicians, duly admonished by the chairman of the entertainment committee, were subduing their performance in the attempt to adjust it to the unfamiliar and sobering environment. And the room itself was not a particularly inspiring place for social entertaining. A map of the Holy Land and several enlarged photographs of early members of the church were the only adornments of the plaster wall, and the chairs were of that unsteady, collapsible type that suggest funerals and give the sitter a feeling of undergoing penance for grievous sins. The low ceiling was supported by iron pillars that added nothing to the pleasure of dancing. A number of girls began dancing together, and after some persuasion, Grace succeeded in getting the 4 couples of Servians on the floor. The young men danced with something of a ceremonial air, as though finding themselves in an alien atmosphere, they wished fitly to represent the dignity and pride of their race. Grace picked out several young girls who were huddled helplessly in a corner and danced with them, and then seized upon the young men and introduced them in the hope of breaking the racial deadlock. The young fellows proved to be painfully shy when confronted by the necessity of dancing with girls they had never seen before. Nevertheless, Grace's efforts resulted in putting some life and animation into the party. It had been said of her in college that she had the knack of making things go, and it struck her suddenly that something might be done to inject some spirit and novelty into the occasion by asking the Servians to give their folk dances. One of the Servian girls undertook to instruct the Negroes in the rhythms required for the folk dances, and the young women's vivacity and the Negroes' good-natured eagerness to meet her wishes evoked much merriment. The dances were given with spirit in a circle formed by the rest of the company, who warmly applauded the quaint performance. "I always wanted to try these folk dances myself," cried Grace, appealing to the tallest of the young men. "Won't you teach me?" He would be honored, he said, and the girl with whom he had been dancing went to the piano. Grace quickly proved herself an apt and enthusiastic pupil. When she had learned the postures and steps of one of the group dances, her instructor took her as his partner, and she went through with it without an error. Others of the American girls now began trying the steps with the Servian young men and women, who entered zestfully into the work of teaching them. The result was the breaking down of restraint, and by the time the refreshments were served, the room presented a scene of gaiety and good fellowship. "You have a genius for that kind of thing, my dear. You manage that beautifully," said Miss Reynolds to Grace as they assisted in pouring chocolate and passing sandwiches. "You saved the evening. Dear me, there's something wrong with this. As an effort to interest young people in the church, this club can't say much for itself. Girls won't go where there are no young men. I imagine young men are not easy to lure into church parlors to hear poetry read to them, particularly poetry that doesn't mean anything. And this cellar and the piano and drum can't compete with a big dance hall and a real jazz band. This has been going on about like this for several years, but without as many girls as came tonight. I don't know what could be done, but this doesn't seem worthwhile." "I don't know the answer either," said Grace, who more or less consciously was observing this attempt to do something for working girls with reference to her own problems. Her reading had made her familiar with the efforts of church organizations to meet the social needs of the changing times. It seemed to her that these all presupposed a degree of aspiration in the class sought to be helped, and knowing herself to have enjoyed probably the best opportunities as to education of any girl in the room, she was troubled, knowing how feeble was her hold on such ideals of conduct as only a little while ago she had believed herself to possess. "Maybe," said Miss Reynolds, "those people are right who say we're running too much to organizations. We start a club like this and stick it in a church basement and are terribly pleased with ourselves. These girls are all good girls. Naughty girls wouldn't come. They can have a better time somewhere else, and they're just the ones we've got to reach. Am I right about that?" "I think you are," replied Grace, wondering what Miss Reynolds would say if she could read her thoughts. To drop Trenton while it was still possible would make it necessary to reconcile herself to the acceptance of just such pleasures as Ethel thought sufficient social stimulus for girls who worked for a living. Why don't the church members come to these meetings, Miss Reynolds demanded, or send their sons and daughters? The minister of this church has sense, and I'll wager he sees that side of it. A miserable thing like this only strengthens class feeling. I don't believe there's any way of making such a club go. The church is put in the position of tagging the rich and the poor so nobody can mistake one for the other. I think I'll spend my time and money on individual cases. Find a few young people who really need help and concentrate on them. At 11 o'clock, the musicians left, and the entertainment came to an end. I'm so grateful to you, Grace, for helping. This is the best meeting we've ever had, said Ethel after she had pressed a folder describing the church's activities upon the last of the company. Don't you think our work well worthwhile, Miss Reynolds? I was greatly interested, Miss Reynolds replied evasively. She took Grace and Ethel home in her car, but did not encourage Ethel's attempt to discuss the evening. However, in bidding Ethel good night, she said she would send her a check for $100 for the girls' club. Your work is important, Miss Durland. I sympathize with the purpose, but I don't think you've got quite the right plan. But I confess that I have no suggestion worth offering. I realize that it's not easy to solve these problems. 6. Grace was not happy. Much as she tried to avoid the flat conclusion, the best she could do was to twist it into a question. Love was a worthless thing if its effect was merely to torture, to inflict pain. She had told Trenton that she loved him and had virtually agreed to accept him on his own terms. Why, as the days passed, was she still doubting, questioning, challenging her love for him? At the end of a rainy day that had been full of exasperations, Grace left the store to take the trolley home. The rain had turned to sleet that beat spitefully upon her umbrella, and the sidewalks were a mass of slush. She was dreading the passage home in the crowded car and the evening spent in her room, thinking of Trenton, fashioning her daily letter. She had begun to hate her room, where every object seemed to be an animate, malevolent embodiment of some evil thought. She had half decided to persuade her father to brave the weather and return downtown after supper to go to a picture show when, turning the corner, she heard her name called. "Hello there, Grace." "Why, Bob, is it you?" she cried, peering out at Cummings from under her umbrella. He took her umbrella and fell into step with her. "Don't look so scared. Of course it's I. Frankly, this isn't just chance alone. I've been lying in ambush." "This will never do," she cried, but in spite of herself she was unable to throw any resentment into her tone. "I've got a grand idea," he said. "I'm playing hooky tonight. Evelyn called me up this afternoon to ask if I'd go to dine with an uncle of hers who's having a birthday. These family parties are bad enough at Christmas and Thanksgiving, but when they begin ringing in birthdays, I buck. So I told Evelyn I was too tired to go, and that I had a business engagement anyhow, and would get my dinner downtown. Do you realize that I'm getting wet? You beat it for your family party. I'm going home." "Please, Grace, don't desert me," he replied coaxingly. "Let's have a cozy supper together, and I'll get you home early." "I told you I'd never see you again," she said indignantly. "You have no excuse for waylaying me like this. It's unpardonable." "Don't be so cruel," he pleaded. "I'll be awfully nice. Honestly, I will. You won't have a thing to be sorry for." Firm as her resolution had been not to see him again, she was weighing the relief it would be to avoid going home against the danger of encouraging him. "Where are your manners, sir? You haven't even offered to drive me home." "God pity us homeless children in the great city tonight," he cried, aware that she was relenting. "My car's parked yonder by the Sycamore Tavern. The night invites the adventurous spirit. We'll dare the elements and ride hard and fast like king's messengers." "Will you keep that up? Just that way, pretending we're two kids cutting up as we used to do?" "Of course, Grace. You may count on it." "Well, I'm tired and bored with myself and was dreading the ride home. I'll go." "But whither?" To McGovern's house of refreshment at the border of a greenwood known to Robin Hood in olden times, cried Cummings, elated by her consent. We'll stop at the Sycamore, and I'll telephone the varlet to make the coffee hot. I supped there once, years agone, but the crowd was large and boisterous, she replied, now entering fully into the spirit of the proposed adventure. Their attempt at archaic speech recalled their youthful delight in the Arthurian legends and days when their world was enfolded in a golden haze of romance. It was impossible to think of Cummings otherwise than as a boy, and a foolish boy, but amusing when the humor was on him as now, and to have supper with him would work injury to no one. While he talked to McGovern, she went into a booth and explained to her mother that she wouldn't be home for supper, saying that she was going to a movie with a girlfriend. All set? Asked Cummings. That's fine. We'll move right along. You'll be in early. That's a cinch. Evelyn's sure to be home by 10, and I'll be practicing Chopin furiously when she gets back from her uncle's. Mac wasn't keen about taking us in as he shuts down at the first frost, but that's all the better. Nobody else would think of going there on such a night. They were planning with much absurd detail the strategy of their approach to a beleaguered capital when they reached McGovern's and were warmly welcomed by the proprietor. It gets mighty lonesome out here in the winter, he said. The missus thought you'd like having supper right here in the living room so you could sort of chum with the fire. That's a heavenly idea, said Grace, eyeing the table with covers laid for two. Mrs. McGovern, a stout woman whose face shone with good nature, appeared and bade her husband help bring in the dishes, whereupon Cummings and Grace rushed to the kitchen to assist and filed in behind him, bearing serving dishes and singing a song they had learned in their childhood. It's over the river to feed the sheep, it's over the river to Charlie, it's over the river to feed the sheep and measure out the barley. 7. The wind whined in the chimney, and somewhere a shutter banged spitefully. That's the only touch we needed to make a perfect evening, said Grace, her cheeks glowing. I expect to hear a stagecoach come tearing into the yard any minute, pursued by highwaymen. How did you ever come to think of McGovern's? Just one of my little happy thoughts. Now that we've found the way, there's no reason why we can't repeat, said Cummings. There you go. This doesn't establish a precedent. It belongs to those experiences it's better never to try again. But it's certainly jolly so far as we've gone. What if somebody should come prancing in? It's not a good night for prancing. McGovern said there hadn't been a soul here for a week. That's why he let us come, I suppose. I can think of certain persons who wouldn't add much to the joy of this particular party, said Grace musingly. A little danger adds to the fun. You seem to forget that I thought it all up. I'm ready to go right on round the world. Yes, you are, she retorted teasingly. It sounds awful, but sometimes I think it's cowardice that keeps most of us good. If you were a philosopher, I'd ask your opinion on that subject, but I see you haven't a ghost of an idea. He frowned. There had always been a serious side to Grace. In her high school days, she was constantly dipping into books that were beyond her, treatises on social science and the like that only depressed him. He didn't know, of course, how eagerly she had caught at the opportunity of spending the evening with him merely to enjoy a few hours' freedom from the turmoil of her own soul. It interested her for a moment to sound him as to whether by any chance he was conscious of the general transformation of things, or knew that their visit to McGovern's in itself had a significance. But he was a dreamer who responded only to the harmonies of life and avoided all its discords. He was caught up in the whirligig of apparently changing conditions just as she knew herself to be. Were they really breaking down the old barriers? Or was the world, aided by gasoline and jazz, moving so rapidly that in the mad rush it required a more alert eye to discern the danger signs? The fact that she was eating supper with another woman's husband in a place frankly chosen for its isolation interested her, as so many social phenomena had interested her since she left the university. Oh, thunder, he said with a shrug. There's no use in our worrying. Let the old folks do that. I guess we've all got a right to be happy, and tastes differ as to what happiness is. That's all." This, of course, wasn't all, but she refrained from saying so. A look came into his eyes that warned her to have a care. She must guard herself from an attempt on his part, which she saw was impending, to take advantage of the hour to make love to her. "Grace," he resumed, "every time I get blue, it's you I want to see. Tush, tush, I'd never have come if I'd thought you were going to be foolish. Don't you get the notion into your silly head that you can run to me every time you get down in the mouth? There's no reason why I should hold your hand while you're sorrowful. I don't want the job." She was eating with an honest appetite that discouraged his hope of interesting her in sentiment. "Wow, I thought you'd jump at the offer." "Have another biscuit. I want to laugh. How silly this is, Bob. I supposed you brought me out here to show me a good time, and we're almost at the point of quarreling. Now, Grace, we'll never do that. I didn't think you'd mind the compliment. But," dolefully, "I suppose you get so many." He became tractable, obedient, anxious to please her. She knew that she could do with him very much as she pleased, but there was no satisfaction in the exercise of her power over so unstable a character. She was sorry for him, much as she would have been sorry for a child who never quite learned his lessons. And there were lessons Bob Cummings would never learn. After they had eaten their dessert, they started the Victrola and danced, and Bob was again the good playfellow. They began burlesquing classic dances and laughed so boisterously at their success in making themselves ridiculous that McGovern and his wife came in to watch them. They had brought themselves to a high pitch of merriment when McGovern, who was assisting his wife in clearing the table, darted across the room and stopped the music. "Good Lord, it's someone knocking," cried Bob, as the outer door shook under a heavy thumping. "Just keep quiet," said McGovern. "I guess it's someone who's got into trouble on the road." "People stop for a little gas to help 'em out sometimes," said Mrs. McGovern. "Mac'll get rid of 'em." McGovern, with his shoulder against the door, threw a look of inquiry at Cummings and Grace. Cummings lifted his head, and the voice again demanded admittance. "Sounds like Atwood, a chap I know," he said to Grace. "Who's with him, Mac?" As McGovern opened the door a few grudging inches, a male voice called him by name. "Let us in, Mac. We're freezing to death." "Sorry, but we're closed for the season," McGovern answered. "That doesn't go, Mac. You can't turn me down," replied the voice. Before McGovern could answer, a vigorous pressure flung the door open, and a young man stepped in, followed by a young woman in a fur coat and smart toque. "Never thought you'd shut the door in my face, Mac," said the young man reproachfully. "We've got to have some coffee and sandwiches." "Hello, Mrs. Mac. How's everything?" The young woman, blinking in the light, was walking toward the fireplace when she became aware that McGovern and his wife had been entertaining other guests. She paused and stared, her gaze passing slowly from Cummings to Grace. Her companion, finding that McGovern and his wife were receiving coldly his voluble expressions of regard, now first caught sight of the two figures across the room. "Hello!" he exclaimed. "Look who's here!" "Why, Jimmy, is that you?" said Cummings with a gulp. "I call it some night, and Mac, the old pirate, didn't want to let me in." The McGoverns were hastily retiring toward the kitchen, Mac tiptoeing as though leaving a death chamber. The weight of his grievous error was upon him. Never before had he precipitated a wife upon a husband in so disturbing a fashion. Grace was watching the young woman, who pulled a chair away from the table that still bore evidences of the recent repast, and sank into it. She was tall and slender, and the light struck gold in her hair. Feeling perhaps that Grace's eyes were upon her, she bent and plucked a raveling, real or imaginary, from the skirt of her coat. She unbuttoned her coat and drew off her gloves with elaborate care. Her companion stood with his hands thrust into the pockets of his overcoat, grinning. An old-fashioned clock on the mantel began to strike to the accompaniment of queer raspings of its mechanism. The hands indicated the hour as 10, but in the manner of its kind the hammer within pounded out 12. There was a suggestion of insolence in the protracted thumping of the bell. As the last torturing sound was dying, Grace turned her head slightly to look at Cummings, who was staring blankly at the lady in the fur coat. "What a funny clock," Atwood remarked with the jubilant tone of one who has made a discovery of great value to mankind. "It's a dreadful liar," said Grace. "My grandfather used to have one just like it, with a basket of fruit painted on the door," said Atwood, advancing toward Grace, beaming with gratitude for her response to his attempt to promote conversation. He was short, plump, and blond, with thin fair hair already menaced by baldness. He was not far advanced in the 20s and looked very much like an overgrown schoolboy. Grace appraised him as a person of kindly impulses, and possibly not wholly without common sense. Having planted himself beside Grace, he remarked further upon clocks and their general unreliability, while he rolled his eyes first toward Cummings and then in the direction of the lady in the fur coat. Grace had already assumed, without the aid of this telegraphy, that the lady was Bob's wife. Atwood seemed to be appealing to Grace to assist him in terminating a situation that was verging upon the intolerable, but she was unable to see that it was incumbent upon her to take the initiative. But Mrs. Cummings might sit there forever unless something happened. Bob continued to wear the look of one condemned and awaiting the pleasure of the executioner. Grace felt strongly moved to walk up to him and shake him. She had read of such unfortunate meetings between husband and wife, and they were usually attended with furious denunciations and sometimes with pistols. Without the sustaining presence of Atwood, she would have retired to the domestic end of the McGovern establishment and waited for the storm to blow over. But the storm, if such impended, was slow in developing. "This can't last forever," said Grace in a low tone. "If something doesn't happen in a minute, I'm a dead man," Atwood whispered. "I think it would be nice if we all got acquainted." "I'm Miss Durland, Mr. Atwood," said Grace in a tone audible throughout the room. "Thank you so much. I was just dying to know your name," he declared fervidly. "Oh, Evelyn." Evelyn lifted her head and looked at him defiantly, but he squared himself and said, "Mrs. Cummings, Miss Durland, I really supposed you had met before." His voice rose to an absurd squeak as he expressed this last hopeful sentiment. Evelyn bit her lip and nodded, a nod that might have been intended for Grace or quite as definitely for an enlarged photograph of an ancestral whiskered McGovern in a gilt frame that adorned the wall behind her. Grace glanced at Bob, still rooted to the floor, and he remarked with badly feigned cheerfulness, "Well, I suppose we might as well go home." A suggestion not without ambiguity, as there were 4 persons in the room, and 2 at least, having just arrived and awaiting refreshments, might be assumed to prefer to linger. "Not just yet," said Grace, walking slowly toward Evelyn. "There's something I'd like to say to Mrs. Cummings." "Oh, really?" "We're going in a minute," interposed Cummings with sudden animation. "I think maybe, Grace—" "Grace," Evelyn repeated scornfully, "I'm going home. Jimmy, I want you to take me home." "Yes, Evelyn, of course, we'll go whenever you like," said Atwood. "But we ought to explain things a little. I mean, you and I ought to explain them," he elaborated as he saw her lips tighten. "I wouldn't want Bob to think—" "I don't care what Bob thinks," she flared. "He lied to me. He told me he had a business engagement to get out of taking me to Uncle Fred's. And this was the engagement." "But everything's going to be explained," Atwood persisted. "You know there's always an explanation for everything, and Bob's the best fellow in the world. You know that, Evelyn." "I know nothing of the kind. I'll let him know at the proper time and place what I think of him." "Well, of course, Evelyn," said Atwood with his odd little pipe of a laugh. But he was very earnest. He brought Cummings to his side by an imperious gesture. As the man for the hour, he was not acquitting himself so badly. He looked at Grace for her approval, wasn't sure that she gave it, but with his hand resting on Cummings' shoulder, he spoke directly to the point. "I'm awfully sorry about this, Bob. You know I'm in and out of your house a lot, and you never seem to mind. And tonight I tried to get you on the telephone to see if we could do something, the 3 of us, I mean. run down to see a picture or any old thing, and the maid said you were at Colonel Felton's, both of you, I thought she meant. And I called up there about the time I thought the party would be over and found you weren't there and asked Evelyn to let me come for her. And I thought it would be good fun to take a little dash through the storm, and I knew you wouldn't care. There couldn't be any harm in that. We've all been out here together lots of times. Why, that's perfectly all right, Jimmy, exclaimed Cummings with a flourish of magnanimity, which did not, however, awaken the grateful response he may have expected from Evelyn, who had murmured an indifferent, "Thank you, Jimmy," when Atwood concluded. "There's nothing tragic about this," Cummings began a little defiantly. "Miss Sterlin and I have known each other all our lives. She's an old friend. She came out with me just as a lark, just as you and Jimmy came. I don't want you to think—" "That will do," said Evelyn, rising so suddenly that Cummings backed away from her in alarm. "Anything you have to say to me needn't be said before this old friend of yours." "But, Evelyn, you're not fair," cried Cummings hotly. "It isn't fair to Miss Sterlin. The whole fault of her being out here is mine. I'll not have you think—" "You're terribly anxious about what I think," Evelyn interrupted. "I'll think what I please." Grace, on her way to the sofa on which she had left her coat and hat, swung round, her face aflame. "It may not occur to you, Mrs. Cummings, that what you think isn't of the slightest importance." "You act as though you thought it was," Evelyn flung back. "I'm not acting. You're doing enough of it. You've probably had far more experience in such scenes. With much better actors than your husband, I hope." "Humph! I don't believe we're going to like each other. The regret is not mine, I assure you." Grace turned to a mirror to straighten her hat. Her preparations for departure were provocative of thought in Atwood's mind. He expressed the thought immediately, evidently, with a laudable hope of lessening the tension. "Oh, Miss Sterlin, won't you let me take you home? I can run you into town without the slightest trouble." Evelyn's surprise at this suggestion betrayed itself in a spurt of coffee that missed the cup she was filling and spread in an amber stain on the tablecloth. Grace was walking toward the veranda door, drawing on her gloves. "Thank you ever so much, Mr. Atwood," she said evenly, "but Mr. Cummings is going to take me home." Cummings glanced at his wife, uncertainty plainly written on his face. "Why, yes, he mumbled. "I'm waiting, Bob," said Grace. He gathered up his raincoat and cap. Grace waited for him to open the door for her. "Good night, Mr. Atwood," she flung over her shoulder, and the door closed. "Well, there was that," Cummings said after they were in the highway. "I hope you're satisfied with yourself," said Grace angrily. "Good Lord, didn't I do the best I could about it?" "You couldn't have done worse if you'd had a week to plan it. Instead of standing there like a fool when your wife came in, why didn't you walk right up to her like a man and introduce me? You were scared to death. You thought of nothing but how you were going to square yourself with her. You did everything you could to give her the idea that you were ashamed of me." "Why, Grace, you can't mean this." He slowed down the car the better to talk. "God knows I did the best I could. I couldn't help being surprised when they came in, and you never can tell how Evelyn's going to take anything." "Oh, yes, it was Evelyn you were troubled about. You weren't at all worried about me. When you came out of your trance and tried to explain how I came to be there, the mischief was already done. Of course she wouldn't listen to you then. You certainly made a mess of it." "I don't understand you at all. I swear I did the best I could." "Well, it was a pretty poor best. Please mind what you're doing. You're still so nervous you'll land in the ditch in a minute." Thus admonished, he steadied himself at the wheel. Her anger had expended itself, and she was now silently staring ahead at the snow-covered road. No word had passed between them for several minutes, and Grace, absorbed in her own thoughts, was hoping that he wouldn't attempt to discuss the matter further. Her respect for him was gone. She disliked him cordially, seeing him only as a timid, evasive person whose primary impulse was self-protection. He might play on the wrong side of a forbidden wall, but the moment he was discovered, he would scramble for safe territory. He touched her hand so suddenly that she started and snatched it away with a feeling of aversion. "We've both been thinking about what happened back there," he began. "I don't know just where it leaves me. I don't know how Evelyn is going to take it." He paused, bending forward while he waited for some encouragement to go on. "I don't care how Evelyn is going to take it. I thought I'd made it clear that I didn't want to talk of your private affairs anymore. They don't interest me in the least. Of course, if Evelyn wants a row— Oh, Bob, please be quiet. But I can't leave it this way. You've meant too much to me for us to part like this. What I was going to say is— She sighed despairingly and resettled herself in her place. "What I want you to know is that I care a lot for you, Grace. And if there's a row, if we break up, Evelyn and I think you've lost your mind," she cried furiously. "But you don't see, you don't understand." "Oh, but I do. If Evelyn turns you out, you think maybe you'd like to give me a trial. That's certainly an idea I suppose you have visions of, me figuring in your divorce suit, Cummings against Cummings. I don't believe you used to be like this. It's astonishing how you've deteriorated." "I didn't expect this from you, Grace," he replied bitterly. "I felt that I could always count on you to—" The engine began to cough peevishly, and he stopped to investigate. "Here's luck," he exclaimed spitefully as he got back into the car. "Just about enough gas to pull us to that garage a half a mile ahead. I guess somebody's pinned a jinx on the evening." "I'll wait outside," she said when the car had been coaxed to the garage. "Only a minute, Grace. I'm awfully sorry." As she stood on the cement driveway, the whistle, followed by a flash of the headlight of an incoming interurban car on the track that ran parallel with the highway, caught her attention. Across the road, several people were waiting on the platform, and she resolved to board the car if it stopped before Cummings reappeared. She was in a humor to annoy him if she could, and as the car slowed down, she began to walk slowly toward the platform, and then with a glance over her shoulder ran and swung herself aboard. As the car got underway, she caught a glimpse of the roadster as Cummings backed it out. She derived no small degree of satisfaction from the reflection that her departure in this fashion expressed her scorn of him more effectually than anything she could have said. She left the car at the interurban station and walked home. Her knowledge of life was broadening, and that too in divisions of the great curriculum of whose very existence she had had only the haziest consciousness. Her freedom, the independence she so greatly prized, was not without its perils. Her thoughts took a high range. She wondered whether, after all, the individual could, without incurring serious hazards, ignore the warnings and safeguards established for the protection of society. She wanted to laugh over the encounter at McGovern's, but in the quiet street it was not so easy to laugh at it. What society had done to educate her, to fortify and strengthen her for the battle of life, a phrase she detested from her mother's frequent use of it, counted for naught. She was alarmed to find that she never really reached any conclusion in attempting to settle her problems. When she thought she had determined any of the matters that rose with so malevolent an insistence for decision, some unexpected turn left her still beset by uncertainties. Two policemen standing on a corner stopped talking as she passed, and she felt their eyes following her. They symbolized the power of the law. They were agents of society. They were representatives of the order of things against which she had been trying to persuade herself she was in rebellion. She now seriously questioned the desirability of being a rebel. Such a status had its disagreeable and uncomfortable side. When she reached her room, she sat down thinking she would write her daily letter to Trenton, but with paper before her and a pen in her hand, she was unable to bring herself to do it. The disturbance at McGovern's had shaken her more than she liked to believe. In her cogitations as she lay in the dark, unable to sleep, she wondered whether the incident at McGovern's might not be a warning, which she would do well to heed to discourage Trenton's further attentions. Trenton might, in similar circumstances, behave no better than Bob had behaved, and she was not anxious to subject herself to the ire of another indignant wife. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 8, Part 1. Grace was keenly disappointed at receiving no letter from Trenton the next day. She canvassed all possible explanations of this first lapse in their correspondence. Whatever might be the cause, she decided not to write until she heard from him again. She passed an unhappy morning and was relieved when Irene asked her to go to lunch. It was possible that Irene might have some news of Trenton, as he and Kemp were constantly in touch with each other. "Tell me I look perfectly all right, just as though nothing had happened," Irene remarked when they had given their order. "Well, if you want to know, you're just a trifle paler than usual, but I'd never have noticed it. What is the trouble?" Irene answered by holding out a left hand. "The emerald is no more." "Oh, I haven't sent it back. I've just stuck it down in the bottom of a drawer with a lot of other old junk. It's all over, my dear." "You and Tommy have quit," Grace exclaimed. "Finished. Quit, whatever you like. You'll remember I told you such things can't last. Please don't think I wasn't prepared. But to a certain extent, Tommy did fool me. I thought he really cared for me, and I won't deny that I thought a lot of him." "This is certainly a surprise," Grace remarked, noting signs of dejection on the usually placid Irene that had previously escaped her. "Well, I got a line on him a few days ago. It's a small world, and things have a way of getting round." Irene spoke as one whose philosophy is quite equal to any demand that may be made upon it. She dilated upon the general perfidy of man, as though her personal disappointment was negligible and only to be mentioned for purposes of illustration. She continued in this vein so long that Grace began to fear she was not to learn just what had happened to shatter Irene's faith in Kemp. "Let's consider all the male species dead and buried. I'm dying of curiosity. Just what happened to you and Tommy?" "He lied to me, that's all, and I found him out." "That's too bad. I'm ever so sorry," Grace replied, not knowing whether Irene sought consolation for the loss of her lover or wanted to be congratulated on her prescience in foreseeing the inevitable end of the affair. "Oh, it's all right with me, but I can't deny that when it came, it was a jar. You see, Tommy was mighty good fun and awfully clever. I learned a lot from Tommy. He used to tell me everything. I'll wager he's sorry now. He told me a lot of most intimate things about people and business and even his family affairs. But they are safe. I'd never betray his confidence even if he has gone back on me." "Of course not. You'd never do that," Grace assented, and saw that Irene was pleased by this testimony to her high-mindedness. "Maybe there's some mistake about it. Of course, you'll give Tommy a chance to explain." "Oh, I gave him the chance all right enough. It was over the telephone, and my dear, you should have heard him gasp when I put it up to him." "Go on and tell me what Tommy did, or let's stop talking about it." "I'm going to tell you. You and Minnie Lawton are the only people I could tell. I've been meeting Tommy at Minnie's apartment, and she has to know why I'm not going there anymore. Tommy has always told me I was the only one. That old story. Well, a certain person he hadn't known I knew Tommy was asking me about him the other day. He said he had seen Tommy in Chicago with a very nifty girl he seemed to be chummy with. He saw them together last Saturday night. Now, Tommy had a date with me for Saturday evening, but he told me Friday he was going to Chicago unexpectedly with his wife for the opera. He didn't take his wife to Chicago. I easily found that out. Tommy went to she all right enough, but not to hear Mary Garden. So, there's the end of our little romance." "What did Tommy have to say for himself?" "What could he say?" Irene exclaimed disdainfully. "He wanted to see me, of course. Said he could explain everything. But I said goodbye very sweetly and hung up on him. I'd like to see him explain a thing like that. I suppose he thought he'd send me a box of candy and everything would be lovely. I'm a good deal of a fool, my dear, but hardly to that extent. I shouldn't just pick you out to try putting anything over on." "They are all alike," Irene resumed, ignoring Grace's tribute to her perspicacity. "Men expect women to take everything. Poor Tommy. If he doesn't stop drinking, he's going to die real quick one of these days. I guess he didn't like my lecturing him so much. I was interested in all his plans. He is no end ambitious, and he used to invite my little hints and suggestions. Not that I really know about machinery or finance, but I suppose I've got a business head. You certainly have, Irene. You'll have a big business of your own someday, or a wonderful position in New York. You could easily swing our department now. I suppose I might, but I've almost decided to get married. Oh, don't jump. I mean, when I see a good chance. Now that I'm done with Tommy, the idea doesn't seem so bad. Perhaps, she added, perhaps we are not fair to marriage. There may be something in it after all. There are still people who think so, said Grace, impelled to laughter by Irene's gravity. Oh, I suppose we have got to recognize it. How is Ward these days? Still roaming the world? In New York, the last I heard of him, and terribly busy. Do you know, there is something pathetic about Ward Trenton, said Irene. There's something away back in his mind that he tries to hide even from himself. You know what I mean? It's his wife, I suppose. I saw a picture in a magazine not so long ago and meant to show it to you. She's not at all the frump you'd expect from her being an author and lecturer, but quite handsome and smartly got up. It's certainly queer that a woman like that, who has scarce of money and a real man for husband, won't stay at her own fireside, but has to trot around showing herself off. And what's fascinating? Those quite self-contained men are always fascinating. They certainly keep you guessing as to what they think. Take poor Tommy. Once he's away from business, he's got to be amused. But Ward's different. That man does a lot of solid thinking even when he's out to play. He is kind. He's awfully kind, Grace murmured. With the coming episode and its very obvious lesson still playing through her thoughts, Grace eagerly welcomed Irene's praise of Trenton, feeling the need of just the assurances her friend was giving her as to his fine qualities, which attained a new dignity in view of Kim's inconstancy. Ward is perfectly splendid, Irene continued, as though fearing she hadn't done Trenton full justice. I've never had any illusions about Tommy. I always knew I'd have to pass him up some day, but don't let me shake your faith in dear old Ward. He won't lie to you. He'd tell the truth if it ruined him. You really think that? Asked Grace with a slight quaver in her voice, which the watchful Irene did not miss. Of course I think it. But with two people as intense in your different ways as you and Ward, you're likely to hurt each other terribly. I've been awfully careful what I've said to you, Grace, about going the limit with Ward. But I can see you're not just throwing yourself at his head. And Ward, if I know him, is not going to expect you to. Oh, he's fine, said Grace, averting her eyes. No one could be finer. But, yes, my dear, there's that but we always bring up against. I won't say a word about Tommy and me. Of course, I never loved Tommy, but I thought he was a good fellow and on the level. It was exciting while it lasted. That's what catches a lot of girls who go in for such little affairs as mine with Tommy. It is the excitement of doing something they know is dead wrong and bound to end in smash up. As Grace was eating little and seemed dispirited, Irene recurred to Trenton. Ward would never be satisfied just to play around with a girl, knowing that whenever he got tired, he'd chuck her and pick up another. I'm saying this because I know he fell for you hard that very first night you met. It was a clear case of love at first sight with you two. I'm not just kidding you. You know as well as I do, you're different from other girls. You've got brains and poise. Not that you weren't always a lot of fun and good pal. I never knew a girl who was as much fun to play with. But you've always kept your self-respect and held your head high. Ward likes that in you because he's that sort himself. I wish I could believe you're right. But Irene, sometimes I don't feel I know myself at all. When I quit college, I was full of self-conceit and thought I had a strong grip on myself. I was going to test out life, find out everything in my own way. But there are times when I get scared. I thought it would be fun to drift along for a while, just trying myself out, and I was sure I could stop whenever I pleased and settle on something. But I'm not doing it. What's the matter with me anyhow? She demanded mournfully. You are in love. Don't you think I haven't been watching the awful symptoms? You've got a real case. Do you really mean that? Would you really know? Asked Grace eagerly. Would I know? I could see it with my eyes shut, and I can see it's troubling you. These are things we've all got to settle for ourselves, my dear. And from what I know of Ward, I'll wager he's taking it just as hard as you are. He is married, he knows just what the whole thing means. I'd be disappointed in him if he didn't give you a good chance to drop him now, even though he suffered terribly. And he's of the kind who do suffer all right. It might be better, said Grace soberly, if I didn't see him again. You're going to be unhappy if you do that. You'd both be unhappy. Of course, there is his wife. He'd be likely to think of her pride and dignity, chivalry and all that sort of stuff. And if he got a divorce and married you, the whole business might be unpleasant. You're not the sort of girl who could go through a thing like that without suffering terribly. It's something for you to think about, my dear. In spite of her trouble with Kemp, Irene was eating a substantial luncheon. There were times when Grace felt an aversion for Irene. The most sacred relationships of life, the girl treated with a cold cynicism that affected Grace disagreeably. She was pondering the sordidness of Irene's liaison with Kemp. The lofty condescension with which Irene spoke of him amused Grace only mildly. Wouldn't it be grand, Irene continued, to be made love to? I mean, by someone who really knew how. Somebody who would approach you as though you were a queen and stand in terrible awe of you. The trouble with all us women nowadays is that we are too easy. The next time a man shows any symptoms of being interested in me, I'm going to be the coy little girl, I can tell you. Oh, I'm not thinking of Tommy. Her lip curled. I mean where the man really respects you first of all. I tell you, Grace, I'm pretty well fed up on this new woman stuff. Believe me, I'm staying home with mother these nights, knitting a sweater for father, and Sunday I'm going to put on a big apron and bake a cake. Honest I am. Women do better as domestic animal like the common or fireside cat. You don't really think that? Grace exclaimed. Oh, I know, Grace. You're all for a glorious independence and fighting the ranks shoulder to shoulder with men. But the trouble is, we can't fight with them. We're fighting against them every hour of the day. My dear, there's a curse on us, the curse of sex. There's absolutely no ducking it. You may talk all you like about equality and how men and women meet in business and the woman is equal of the man. All right. She may have just as good a head as the man she's dealing with, but if she still has homegrown teeth and her face isn't painful to look at, sex is all mixed up in the figures. You can't get away from it. But Irene, oh, I saw you sell a woman a coat yesterday, that old girl from up in the bushes, whose husband came along to keep her from blowing his bankroll, and it was the man you sold that rag to, not the woman. Sex. You're a pretty girl, you know, and he spent twice what he'd let her blow on herself if it hadn't been for your blandishments. And when I go down to New York on a buying jaunt, the polite gentlemen in a line buy me expensive dinners and take me in swift taxis to the theatres and to supper and to snappy dance places afterwards. That is sex. The store sends a man down there, the same birds buy him a quick lunch, and that's all. But a woman's different. Sex, my dear, sex. Oh, it's not as bad as that, Grace protested. I want to be considered as a human being first and as a woman afterwards. I don't mind saying that there have been times lately when I've wished I could see things as mother does, but I can't. There's no use trying to live backwards. I just couldn't stay in a house all the time and cook and sew and darn for a husband. I'd go crazy. Well, the home life lesson's good to me right now, replied Irene with a sigh. No, this is my turn to pay the check. By the way, did you notice that woman I waited on this morning? The dish face with too much paint and pearl earrings as big as your fist? Well, she broke off abruptly. Here's a happy surprise. If I'm not mistaken, here's the tall sycamore of Raccoon Creek. What on earth are you talking about? A raccoon with pearl earrings? No, a certain party just coming in the door. Looks like your old college chum who took you to the football game. Grace turned to find John Moore bearing down upon their table. You will excuse me, won't you? He exclaimed radiantly as he shook hands. Oh, I remember Miss Kirby. Ashamed of myself if I didn't. Well, Grace, they told me you were up here at lunch, so I thought I'd take a chance. Hope you've got a minute. I came to town on particular business. Sold an Airedale pup and brought him up to make a special delivery. You have a kennel, Mr. Moore? Asked Irene. I adore Airedales. I'll say it's a kennel, John answered as he drew a chair from an adjoining table and seated himself. Grace knows the place. An old barn one of the professors lets me use for taking care of his furnace. I'm selling off my pups now before I move to the great city. I'll be lonesome without a dog when I come up after Christmas. When I went west last summer as an honest farmhand, I had to leave my dogs for a darky to look after, and I certainly did miss them. But I've got $25 apiece for them, he concluded, with a frank appeal for their approval. He gave Grace the latest news of the university, explaining his items for Irene's enlightenment. When Grace asked him about particular girls, he protested that he had never heard of their existence. Grace was just kidding him, he said. The fact is, Miss Kirby, since Grace left the campus, I haven't seen any girls. I can well believe it, Irene replied. With Grace gone, there's nothing left of the picture but the frame. She's one in a million. You look a long time before you find another girl like Grace Darland. You have said something, John affirmed, and pretending that Grace was not present, he and Irene engaged in a lively discussion of Grace's merits. With Irene, this was of course only a device for flirting with John. John understood perfectly that she was flirting with him. As this went on, John and Irene were taking careful note of each other. Two natures could not have been more truly antipodal. Grace was amused to see them at such pains to please each other. She interrupted them occasionally with a question as to some virtue attributed to her, which they feigned not to hear but answered indirectly. He was already preparing for his removal to the city and wore a new suit and hat and carried a pair of tan gloves which obviously had not been worn. He struck his hat with them occasionally as he talked. John had always been quick to note little tricks of manner and speech, and when they pleased him, he frankly adopted them. His manner of playing with his gloves was imitated from a young instructor at the university who carried gloves with him everywhere, even into the classroom, where he played with them as he heard recitations. John, in his new raiment, looked less like a countryman than Grace had thought possible. She recalled what a cynical senior had once said of him, that above the collar he looked like a signer of the Declaration of Independence, but that the rest of him was strongly suggestive of the barnyard. His eyes missed nothing. He was too eager to get ahead in the world not to study his own imperfections and overcome them. Having impressed John with the idea that for the few minutes they spent together, he was the only specimen of the male species in the world, Irene languidly glanced at her watch. Only 10 minutes to get back, Grace. I'll keep the wheels of commerce turning while you talk to Mr. Moore. Do forgive me, old things, for keeping you waiting. As she gathered up her purse and vanity box, Moore protested that he and Grace had nothing to say to each other which she might not hear. Oh, don't try that on me, Irene replied, looking from one to the other meaningfully. If you leave us alone, John will begin talking poetry, said Grace. Please wait. I don't feel a bit like poetry today. There, Miss Kirby. You see, Grace doesn't want to be alone with me. I'll tell you what. I'm staying in town tonight, and it would be fine if we could all go to a show together. There is a picture I've read about, Mother Earth, they call it, said to give a fine idea of pioneer life. I guess we owe it to the folks who drove out the Indians and cleaned up the vomits to show them a little respect. And they say that picture is a humdinger. If you don't like the notion, and there's some other show. His eyes were bright with expectancy as he awaited their decision. You see, he added with a broad smile, now that I have sold my last pup and paid my debts, I feel a little like celebrating. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Moore, said Irene, but really, Why, of course you can go, Irene, exclaimed Grace, who had not missed Irene's look of consternation when John suggested spending an evening viewing a movie illustrative of the sacrifices of the pioneers. However, Irene had quickly recovered from the shock and seemed to be seriously considering John's invitation. I'll be glad to go, thank you, John, but of course we must have Irene. Certainly, we want Miss Kirby, John declared. But if you hadn't seen me here, Mr. Moore, you would never have thought of asking me. You know you wouldn't. Honestly, I thought of it before I came into the store. Ever since the day you were so nice about letting Grace off to go to the game, I've had a feeling I'd like to show you some trifling attention. I'll take it as another favor if you'll go. Oh, if you put it that way, Mr. Moore, of course I accept, said Irene. I must skip. You stay, Grace, and arrange the little details. It's mighty nice of Miss Kirby to go, John remarked as he resumed his seat after bowing Irene from the table. And it must make things a lot easier for you to have a fine girl like that to work with. You can tell she knows her business. I guess nothing's going to rattle her much. What are you trying to do, John? Make me jealous? Laughed Grace. Now, Grace, what would John think? Grace wondered. John of the high ideals and aspirations. If he knew that it was only because Irene had broken with the man whose mistress she had been, and in consequence was disposed to take refuge in things wholly foreign to her nature and experience, that she had accepted an invitation to attend a picture show that celebrated the joys and sorrows of the pioneers. It was settled that John should go home with her for supper, and that they would meet Irene in the lobby of the theatre. Grace took occasion to caution John against mentioning Irene at home. Her mother and Ethel didn't like Irene, she explained. I don't see, but she's a pretty fine girl, John replied, and it makes a hit with me that she's such a good friend of yours. Of course I'm not going, said Irene when Grace went back to her department. I supposed you understood that. I certainly didn't. John wanted you, or he wouldn't have asked you. You know what you were saying about sex? Here's a chance to prove you can forget it. Let's assume John is taking us to a movie merely because we are charming and amusing persons, just as he might take a couple of young men. Well, I don't care anything about going to a show right now when I am wearing mourning for myself. But I'd just like to sit near that suitor of yours for an hour or two. He does me good. This was not like Irene, and Grace discounted heavily a friend's admiration for John. It was merely that Irene was contrasting John with Kemp in much the same spirit that she had praised Trenton at the lunch table. If he knew me for what I am, he'd probably run like a scared rabbit, said Irene, slipping a tape line through her fingers. I felt myself an awful fraud all the time I talked to him. You can always rely on John to think the best of everybody and everything, Grace replied. He's a mighty satisfactory sort of person. If I ever got into trouble, I know John would stand by me. I believe you're right, Irene returned. A man with eyes like his is bound to be mighty square. But when I sat there kidding him about you, I did feel awfully guilty and ashamed of myself. I was afraid those eyes might see too much. Come out of the dark, exclaimed Grace. We'd better go to work. John's going home to supper with me, and we'll meet you in the Pendennis lobby at 8:15. 2. The afternoon passed and still no letter from Trenton. Grace was glad that she had not told Irene how far Trenton had gone in declaring himself. Not even Irene should know how much she cared for Trenton. She indulged in the luxury of self-pity, picturing herself going through life with a remembrance of him like a wound in a heart that would never heal. And after summoning a courage to meet such a situation, she was swept with a great tenderness as she thought of him, remembering the touch of his hand, his kiss on her lips. When she called up her mother to say that she was bringing John home, Mrs. Durland reminded her that this was the night Ethel had asked Mr. Halley to supper. Grace had been fully informed as to Mr. Halley's acceptance of Ethel's invitation, but in a confused state of mind she had forgotten it. Halley was Ethel's discovery, and Grace had several times encountered him in the Durland parlour. Recently, Ethel had been referring to the young man a little self-consciously by his first name. Osgood Halley was 27, a well-appearing young man who was a city salesman for a wholesale grocery firm. Mrs. Durland had satisfied herself by inquiries of an acquaintance in the town in which Halley had originated that he was of good family, and he was thereupon made to feel at home in the Durland household. Ethel had met him in a Sunday school, where within a few weeks after taking a class of boys, he had doubled its membership. It was his personality, Ethel said, and beyond question, Halley had a great deal of personality. Among other items of Halley's biography, Ethel had acquainted the family with the fact that his interest in religion was due to the influence of a girl to whom he had been engaged, but who died only a short time before the day appointed for their wedding. Ethel made a great deal of this. Halley's devotion to the memory of the girl he had loved was very beautiful as Ethel described it, and Mrs. Durland said that such a devotion was rare in these times. Halley had brought to perfection a manner that not only had proved its efficacy in selling groceries, but was equally impressive in the parlour. When he shook a hand, he clung to it while he smiled into the face of its owner and uttered one of a number of cheerful remarks from a list with which he was fortified. These were applied with good judgment and went far toward convincing the person greeted that Mr. Halley was the possessor of some secret of happiness which he benevolently desired to communicate to all mankind. Ethel, having gone home early to prepare some special dishes for a guest, came in flushed from the kitchen just as Halley arrived with Grace and John, who had met him on the streetcar. Mr. Durland had meekly submitted to investiture in a white shirt in honor of the occasion. He had confused Hallie with a young man from Rangerton who sometimes visited the family. When he had been set straight on this point, they went to the table where the talk opened promisingly. Hallie needed no encouragement to talk. He was a born talker. He was abundantly supplied with anecdotes drawn from his experience as a salesman, which proved that a cheery and optimistic spirit will overcome all obstacles. John provoked him to renewed efforts by insisting that theoretically the position of the pessimist is sound. Hallie would have none of this. He had found, he declared, that hope is infectious, and he derived the liveliest satisfaction from his success in overcoming the prejudice and reluctance of difficult customers. "You two boys make a splendid team," remarked Mrs. Durland. "I suppose you don't know many people here, John?" "Only frat brothers and boys who have graduated from the university since I have been there. There's quite a bunch of them too, for I have been plugging around the sacred groves of academe a long time. I suppose you'll be so busy when you move to town you'll have to limit your social life," said Ethel. "But we all need outside interests. Osgood has been here a year, but it was some time before he found just what he needed." Hallie rose to this promptly by saying that being received in a home like the Durlands was the pleasantest thing that had ever happened to him. "Of course, John," Ethel continued, "you will find a church connection helpful. I hope you will hear Dr. Ridgely before handing in your letter anywhere else." "By all means," said Hallie. "I tried several churches before I finally settled on Dr. Ridgely's. He has helped me over a lot of hard places just by a word or two. It just occurs to me, Ethel, that John," Hallie was already calling Moore by his first name, "would enjoy Mr. Foreman's Bible class. They're all business and professional men, and Mr. Foreman is a thorough Bible student. If I didn't enjoy my boys so much, I'd certainly never miss a Sunday morning with Mr. Foreman." "You see, John, we're trying to fix everything up for you," said Mrs. Durland, turning a sympathetic glance upon Moore. Grace was unable to recall that she had ever heard John speak of churches, though in their walks about Bloomington he had discussed religion in general terms. She doubted whether, with his many engrossing employments, he had been a diligent churchgoer. "Don't let them crowd you, John," she said, seeing that he hesitated to commit himself. "I'm not a church member," he said diffidently. "I suppose I'm hardly what you'd call a believer. At least I don't believe all you're supposed to believe if you subscribe to a creed. I hope I'm not shocking you folks, but it always seems to me there is something stifling about a church. When I was a boy on the home farm, and all the neighbors met at the country church every Sunday, I always hated to go in. It seemed a lot cheerfuler outside. I suppose if I got right down to it, I'd say I believe in a great power that I haven't any name for, that moves the world. It is bigger than any church, and it works in all of us, whether we go to church or not. I suppose if you got down to bedrock, you'll call me an agnostic. But I'm strong for whatever any church does to help people live right. When it comes to believing a lot of things I can't square with reason, I just can't do it." "That's about my own idea," ventured Mr. Durland, who had been bending over his plate with his usual stolid silence. "We're not so far apart, John," said Mrs. Durland, anxious to avert the deliverance which she saw from the tense look in Ethel's face was imminent. "We all see things differently these days, and I think it better not to discuss the subject. It is far too personal." "I don't see how you can say such a thing, Mother," said Ethel with painstaking enunciation. "I think it our solemn duty to discuss matters that affect our souls. If there comes a time I can't believe in God, I want to die. I don't see how anyone can live without the hope of a better world than this. Without that, nothing would be worthwhile." "Please don't think I want to destroy anyone's faith," John replied. "But for myself, I try to keep tight hold of the idea that it's a part of a job to make that better world right here. And if we do that, and there is better place after death, I don't believe anybody is going to be kept out of it for not believing what he can't." "John," began Hallie with a deprecatory smile, "that's exactly where I used to stand. You don't need to feel discouraged about your doubts. If you just will to believe, we can overcome everything. That is the truth, isn't it, Ethel?" Ethel promptly affirmed his statement, and Mrs. Durland softened the affirmation out of deference for John's feelings. "I think I agree with John," said Grace. "I'd like to believe a lot of things the church teaches, but I can't. I'm always stumbling over some doubt." "I didn't know you called yourself agnostic," said Ethel severely. I don't know that it's necessary to classify myself, Grace replied coldly. Hallie volunteered to lend John certain books which he had found helpful in overcoming his own doubts. John listened attentively as Hallie named them and replied that he had read them, and when Mr. Durland asked John if he had read The Age of Reason, Mrs. Durland thwarted Ethel's attempt to denounce that work by remarking that she thought they could all agree that every effort to promote peace and happiness in the world was worthy of encouragement. You've got something there, Mrs. Durland, said John soberly. I'm strong for that. I guess that leaves us nothing to quarrel about after all, said Hallie, beaming with tolerance. Ethel resented her mother's interference with the religious discussion just when she was ready to sweep away all agnostic literature with a quotation. And she was displeased to find John again exchanging stories with Hallie. She had counted much on the beneficent exercise of John's influence on Grace after he settled in Indianapolis. Her father was hopeless where religion was concerned, and she had no sympathy with her mother's oft-reiterated opinion that there was something good in all churches. Her indignation increased as good cheer again prevailed at the table. She waited till a lull in the storytelling gave her an opportunity to ask John, with an air of the utmost guilelessness, the proportion of women to men in the university. John answered and called upon Grace to verify his figures. Grace, familiar with Ethel's mental processes, groped for the motive behind the question. Her curiosity as to what her sister was driving at was quickly satisfied. I was just wondering, that's all, remarked Ethel carelessly. I suppose I might have got the figures from the catalogue. Oh, by the way, John, Grace has spoken of so many of her friends in the college, I feel that I almost know them. Just the other day she was speaking of a Miss Cornwell. Mabel, wasn't it, Grace? Who must be a very interesting girl. She had her uncle look Grace up when he was here recently. Cornwell? Repeated John, looking inquiringly at Grace, who sat directly opposite him. Do I know Miss Cornwell? He asked, and catching a hint from Grace's eyes that something was amiss, he added, There are such a lot of girls down there, I get them all mixed up. She's from Jeffersonville, you said, didn't you, Grace? Asked Ethel. Jeffersonville or New Albany? Grace answered. I'm always confusing those towns. John was now aware that Grace was telegraphing for help. Oh, yes, he exclaimed. I remember Miss Cornwell. I got the name wrong. I thought it was Conway. I run into her occasionally at the library. She doesn't seem to be in the catalogue, Ethel persisted. But that may be because they don't know where she comes from. Hallie laughed boisterously at this. John, detecting a tinge of spite in Ethel's pursuit of a matter that apparently was of no importance, answered that he thought Miss Cornwell hadn't taken up her work till after the fall term opened, which probably accounted for the absence of a name from the catalogue. She is a special, isn't she, Grace? He asked. Yes, in English, Grace answered, with a defiant look at her sister. That's the girl who is related to Mr. Trenton? Asked Durland, vaguely conscious that Grace was under fire. I thought that was the name Trenton, he explained to Moore. He's a famous engineer. I guess there's nobody stands higher in his line. He's the husband of that Mary Graham Trenton, who writes horrible books, announced Ethel. That's got nothing to do with Trenton standing as an engineer, Durland replied doggedly. I guess no man has to stand for his wife's opinion these days, said John conciliatingly. Of course, I don't know what Mr. Trenton's views are on the subjects his wife writes about, said Ethel, but Grace probably knows. You couldn't expect me to violate Mr. Trenton's confidence, Grace replied. Fortunately, the meal was concluded and Mrs. Durland rose from the table. I'm awfully sorry, John, said Grace when they reached the street. There's no reason why Ethel should show her spite at me when we have company. She thought, with you there, it would be easy to catch me in a lie. It was a nasty trick. But it was splendid of you to help me out. You don't need to thank me for that, said John. Ethel was sore at me for being a heathen, and she thought she'd pot us both with one shot. And I guess she did. He ended with a chuckle. It would be easy for her to prove that there is no Mabel Cornwell at the university. But why make so much fuss about it? It's just a way of nosing into other people's affairs. If she hadn't been so nasty about Mr. Trent in the first place, I wouldn't have had to lie. It's too bad Ethel's got that spirit. It must be hard living with such a person. Irene was waiting for them when they reached the Pendennis. Grace noted that a friend wore her simplest gown and hat, perhaps as an outward sign of the chastened mood in which Kemp's passing had left her. John sat between them, and their enjoyment of the picture was enhanced by his droll comments. "It's me for the simple life," said Irene at the end. "I'll dream of myself as that girl in the sunbonnet going down the lane with a jug of buttermilk for the harvest hands." "The dream is as near as you will ever come to it," said Grace. "I can see you on a farm." "I would be an ideal farmer's wife, wouldn't I, Mr. Moore? I've certainly got enough sense to feed the chickens." "When you weren't doing that, you could feed the mortgage," John replied. "Let's see. Which one of you girls am I going to take home first?" They went into a confectioner's for a hot chocolate and to discuss this momentous question. Irene lived in the East End, much farther from the theatre than Grace. Grace insisted that if he could take her home first, she would think it because he wanted to spend more time with Irene. "That would be perfectly satisfactory to me," said Irene demurely. "I don't know that I'd hate it so much myself," John replied. "Do you ever use a taxi, Mr. Moore?" Irene asked. "Not on the price of one Adele." When he suggested seriously that the whole matter would be greatly simplified by taking a taxi, Irene would not hear of it. She hadn't meant to hint. She was just joking. They continued their teasing until they reached a corner where Grace settled the matter. "Irene wins," she cried, and before they knew what she was about, she boarded her car and was waving to them derisively from the platform. 3. During the preparation of breakfast the next morning, Ethel apologized for her conduct at the supper table. "I didn't mean to speak of that matter at all, Grace. It's none of my business how you met Mr. Trenton. I don't want there to be any hard feeling between us. I realize that we look at things differently, and I want you to know that before Osgood left last night, I made it all right with him. I told him it was just a joke between you and me about Miss Cornwell. I wouldn't want him to think we spend our time quarreling." "I hope he thought it was funny," Grace returned. "I don't mind telling you that there is no such person as Miss Cornwell. John backed me up just because he resented the way you were ragging me. He knew perfectly well there's no Mabel Cornwell at the university." Mrs. Turland entered the kitchen in time to catch his last remark. "I hope you know, Grace, that neither Ethel nor I have any wish to question you about your friends. I scolded Ethel for asking you about Miss Cornwell before company. I'm sure she's sorry." "I have apologized to Grace, Mother," said Ethel meekly. "We assume, Grace," said Mrs. Turland, "that you mean to hold fast to the ideals we have tried to teach you at home. We trust you, dear. You know that. You know all the dangers that a young girl's exposed to, and I believe you mean to make something fine and beautiful of your life. I expect that of both you girls." "I don't like being pecked at and quizzed," Grace replied. "I will attend to the bacon, Ethel. You needn't bother about it." "I hope you and John had a pleasant evening," said Mrs. Turland. "Yes, it's a very good picture. We all enjoyed it. Irene went with us." "Irene Kibbe went with you and John to the picture show?" exclaimed Mrs. Turland. "I don't believe you said Irene was going." "Grace naturally wouldn't mention it," said Ethel, lifting the lid of the coffee pot and closing it with a spiteful snap. "Now, dear, let's think the best we can of everyone," said Mrs. Turland. She had with difficulty persuaded Ethel to apologize to Grace for questioning her about the imaginary Miss Cornwell, and it seemed for an instant that her efforts to promote harmony were to fail, now that Grace had mentioned Irene. "Oh, it happened by accident," Grace explained. "Irene and I were lunching together at the store, and John strolled in looking for me, and he was polite enough to include Irene in his invitation. I would hardly expect her to do anything as tame as going to a picture show," said Ethel. "Well, as I've said before, Irene isn't as bad as you paint her. You probably wouldn't think she'd waste time on John, but they got on famously." "John isn't quite what I thought he was," said Ethel, ignoring her mother's signal for silence. "That's because he wouldn't let you choose a church for him," said Grace, gingerly drawing a pan of corn muffins from the oven. "John lives his religion, which is a lot better than parading it all the time." "Now, Grace, Ethel didn't mean to reflect on John," Mrs. Turland hastened to explain. "It may give you a better impression of John to know he's been very kind to Roy," said Grace. "How is that, Grace?" asked Mrs. Turland quickly. "I didn't get a chance to ask John about Roy." "John wouldn't have told you he had been helping Roy, even if you had asked him. John doesn't advertise his good works. But I had a letter from one of the girls the other day, and she was teasing me about John. She said he must be seriously interested in me, for he had been coaching Roy in his law work. I call it perfectly splendid of John, when he has so much to do." "It is certainly kind of John," said her mother. "I wish you had told me so I could have thanked him. But I didn't suppose Roy needed coaching. He is working very hard. He has sent just scraps of letters all winter and gives as his excuse that he is too busy to write. We have all got to begin thinking about what Roy will do after he is graduated," said Ethel. "I've talked to some of the lawyers who come into our office, and they all say he'd better go into an office as clerk until he gets started. A young man can't just hang out his shingle and expect business to come to him." "It's too bad your father isn't in a position to help Roy," sighed Mrs. Derland. "Why not let Roy make some suggestion himself about what he wants to do?" said Grace. "He's got to learn self-reliance sometime. John Moore hadn't anybody to boost him, and he has already found a place in one of the best offices in town." "But Roy's case is very different," replied Mrs. Derland, instantly on the defensive. "John's older, for one thing, and the hard work he has done to get his education naturally arouses sympathy. I want us all to make Roy feel our confidence in him. I'm getting anxious to have him home. He's got to be a great comfort to me, and it'll be fine for you girls to have your brother back. You can both of you do a lot for him. And Grace, he can help you solve many of your problems, socially, I mean." "I shall want Roy to know all my friends," said Ethel. "Since I've been with Craig and Burley, I've made a good many acquaintances among men who are in a position to help Roy. Roy's fine social side is bound to be a help to him in his profession," said Mrs. Derland. "He's always been a friendly boy." "Yes, mother," Grace replied. "Roy certainly has a way of making friends." She refrained from saying that these friends were not wisely chosen. She dreaded the time when he would finish at the university and begin his effort to establish a law practice. A good many young men of the best type of ambitious student had confided in her as to their plans for the future, and she thought she knew pretty well the qualities essential to success. Roy was blessed with neither initiative nor industry, and she knew, as her mother and Ethel did not, the happy-go-lucky fashion in which he had played through his college course and his rebellion against undertaking the law. It was quite like him to lean upon John Moore. He must be doing badly, or John would not have volunteered to aid him. As they ate breakfast, with Mr. Derland dividing attention between his food and his newspaper, Mrs. Derland's usual attempt to create an atmosphere of cheer for the day struck Grace as pathetic in its futility. Hearing her father's voice, she roused herself to find that her mother had asked him to look in the market's report for the quotations on turkeys. Christmas was approaching, and Roy would be home, and Mrs. Derland was speculating as to whether a turkey for the Christmas dinner would be too serious a strain on the family budget. Derland shifted uneasily in his chair as his wife recalled that they had never been without a Christmas turkey since they were married. Grace, noting the fleeting pain in her father's patient eyes, hastened to say that beyond question the turkey would be forthcoming. It was a relief to be out of the house, walking to the car with her father, who was laden as usual with his notebooks and drawings. End of section 10.